50 million to take this woman's life. Deal or no deal? While these two plotted how to eliminate the woman, in towering high heels, appeared before them. The two, without hesitation, drew their pistols and engaged her. She swiftly eliminated them. The woman's name was Jiyu, a top mercenary of the 21st century. She couldn't understand why today's mission was so simple or why the client offered such a high price. Out of curiosity, she opened the box and took out the yo-yo ball inside to examine it. Unexpectedly, it slipped from her hand and fell back into the box. A loud explosion followed, the yo-yo ball instantly transforming into a fiery blast. Jiyu thought, this is it. I wasn't killed by them, but I've done myself in. Slowly, she felt her body burning intensely, as if falling into a sea of fire. In a patch of wilderness, a woman in green scolded her cousin. You can't even handle a simple seduction. I already drugged her. Why is it taking so long? Seeing the drug taking effect on the woman, the man, ignoring his cousin's sister's presence, drooled and lunged towards her. His cousin's sister quietly left. The woman slowly regained some consciousness. Hot and flushed, she longed to kiss a man. The man seized the opportunity and ripped off her shoulder strap. The woman slowly opened her eyes to see the man's lecherous face. He asked awkwardly, Wuyong, you're awake. Since you're awake, why don't you enjoy yourself with your cousin? Wuyong clutched her aching head, unable to focus. She pulled a hairpin from her hair and stabbed it into her arm. The man was terrified. Cousin's sister, what are you doing? Wuyong, now fully conscious, let out a cold laugh. What am I doing? I'm going to take your life, you disgusting creature. You think you can take advantage of me? The man raised his hand to strike back, but Wuyong glared at him. With a single kick, she straddled him and finished him off. Wuyong looked at the man's corpse. Just an insect, not worth the effort. As darkness fell, she stumbled into a small grove of trees. The drug's effects hadn't worn off. All she wanted was to find a man to hold. But as far as the eye could see, there wasn't a man, not even a male animal. She looked at her reflection in the water and was quite pleased. She asked her reflection, that man called me Wuyong. My name is Shangwan Wuyong. As if remembering something, a splitting headache suddenly struck her. She lost her footing and fell into the water, unintentionally releasing her medicinal spiritual energy. At that moment, a man with a dragon's tail and a human torso was healing his wounds underwater. Wuyong's medicinal spiritual energy inadvertently saved him. Unaware of his rescuer, the man noticed Wuyong in the water and pulled her out. He realized the medicinal spiritual energy came from this woman. As he reached out to feel this power again, Wuyong grabbed his hand. Wuyong leaned in, looking at the man before her. Wow, what a breathtakingly handsome man. Heaven knows I'm burning up, so it sent him to save me. The man, initially grateful for her saving him, was taken aback by her forwardness. Before he could react, Wuyong pushed him to the ground. The assaulted man was furious and tried to resist, but Wuyong told him, quiet. In times like these, you should just go with the flow. She had actually transmigrated to another world and was now seducing a dragon king. She, a top mercenary of the 21st century, had accidentally killed herself, and her soul had transmigrated into this drug body of Shangwan Wuyong. The Dragon King wasn't easily swayed. Simple seduction wouldn't arouse his desire. However, this woman's beauty and figure were undeniable. More importantly, he couldn't resist the medicinal spiritual energy emanating from her, especially in his current injured state. It was a godsend. Turning passive to active, the Dragon King explored every inch of her skin, claiming and devouring, until he broke through the final barrier. In a haze, her 21st century self and this current body merged into one. Memories of the original owner being bullied by her sister, abused by servants, even locked in an outhouse for countless days and nights, flooded her mind. She was almost made her cousin's plaything after being drugged. So this was the original owner's despair, the reason she didn't want to live anymore. The morning sun shone on the naked pair. The Dragon King slowly opened his eyes. Lying in the hall, the Dragon King suddenly remembered last night's passionate encounter. Damn it, what did he do last night? Looking at the marks all over the two of them, the Dragon King decided to get rid of this promiscuous woman. Wuyong was immersed in the original host's painful and indignant dream, pleading, please, let me go. The Dragon King paused, finally releasing Wuyong. Forget it, after all, he helped me detoxify. The Dragon King dressed and left silently. When the sun was high in the sky, Wuyong slowly woke up. He gently rubbed his head, confirming the drug's effects had worn off. Only the lingering pain on his body needed time to subside. Looking at such a handsome man, he really isn't gentle at all. At least he knew to cover me with a blanket. Having regained his senses, he finally sorted out his current situation. He, a top mercenary, had merged with the 16-year-old legitimate daughter of the Shangwan family. One with agile skills, the other with innate spiritual power. Although the original host was a refined young lady possessing spiritual power, her congenital nature led to her being bullied to death by her family. Now, he had to live anew, seeking revenge and justice for the original host. He went to another world and played cards with the Dragon King all night, and unexpectedly awakened the radiant spiritual power. The old man of the Shangwan family sensed the radiant spiritual power immediately. He then arranged for people to search for the long-neglected eldest daughter. Second Miss Shangwan Qingwan saw through everything and shouted to the family guards. Shangwan Wuyang, as the legitimate daughter of the Shangwan family, has a marriage contract yet behaves indecently, consorting with an outsider. She must be brought back immediately and punished according to family law. Inwardly, however, he was triumphant. After tonight, that marriage contract would be his. Arriving at the grove, he didn't see the naked man and woman he expected, but his cousin lying on the ground motionless. He went forward and checked his cousin's breathing, instantly startled. How could this be? I only wanted to sabotage Shangwan Wuyang's marriage and take her place. But now, how did the adulterer die? He shouted at the surroundings. Shangwan Wuyang, come out. Shangwan Wuyang sneered. As expected, you came early in the morning to catch us in the act. Disappointed you didn't, huh? Exposed, Shangwan Qingwan was speechless. Shangwan Wuyang continued, as the one who drugged me, aren't you the one who knows best? Shangwan Qingwan gritted his teeth. Since she knew everything, she couldn't be allowed to leave alive. He took a large step back and shouted, you are so cruel. You murdered cousin. You cannot be spared. He yelled at the family guards, quickly seized the eldest daughter. Slaughtering a family member is a crime punishable by death. Execute her on the spot according to family law. Wuyang's red lips parted, and she said coldly, I'd like to see who dares. Shangwan Qingwan backed away a few steps. When did Shangwan Wuyang learn to put on airs? He shouted at the guard again, what are you waiting for? Attack. The current Wuyang was no longer the same weak woman. Her title of top mercenary wasn't for nothing. In a few moves, she took down several guards. The others were too scared to approach. Shangwan Qingwan was also terrified. Was this still the Wuyang he knew? Too terrifying. Wuyang knew when to stop. Being new here, she wasn't familiar with the surroundings and hadn't fully grasped the situation. It was better to make a strategic retreat. In a blink, she arrived at the city gates. The Shangwan family was searching for her everywhere. To enter the city, she needed a disguise. A touch of lipstick, a rub of the eyes, and in moments, a glamorous and alluring woman emerged. How would you rate this glamorous and dashing older sister look? This charming and enchanting beauty was flirting with the Dragon King just moments ago. Now, to escape, she had to reveal her stunning figure to blend into the city. Inside the city, wanted posters of her were everywhere, along with lurking Shangwan family guards. Now, Wuyang could only slip through the cracks. She found an inn, planning to rest for the night and decide her next move. At this time, Shangwan Qingwan also entered the city with the guards. He had to eliminate her before his father found Shangwan Wuyang. Suddenly, his henchman got a lead on Wuyang, confirming she was at the inn. Shangwan Qingwan said with a vicious look, go search the rooms. Wuyang is inside. She had just settled down for a cup of tea, trying to relax. Since crossing over, things had been quite a ride. Before she could catch her breath, she saw Shangwan Qingwan had already caught up. Wuyang cursed inwardly, damn, did he ride a motorcycle here? She opened the door and peeked outside. The Shangwan family guards had blocked every possible escape route from the inn. Just then, the guards started searching the rooms one by one. Fortunately, the occupants of the next room weren't pushovers either. Just then, Wuyang spotted a couple flirting in the hallway. An idea struck her. She walked up to the patrolling guard and greeted him. The guard reached out to Wuyang, seeing her veiled face. Seeing him take the bait, Wuyang deliberately stumbled backward into the couple. She cried out, how can a weak woman like me withstand such rough treatment? The guard, still unaware he'd been tricked, started to argue with Wuyang. But then he stepped on a banana peel, lost his balance, and instinctively grabbed the woman's clothes. This enraged the woman's boyfriend, and a fight broke out between the two men. Wuyang seized the opportunity to escape, jumping out the window. Unfortunately, she ran into Shangwan Qingwan's men. Another chase ensued. Outnumbered, Wuyang jumped off a bridge to avoid further trouble. She unintentionally landed in the three-leaf maple forest, a place riddled with danger. Shangwan Qingwan knew about the forest dangers, but the newly arrived Wuyang did not. Finally shaking off her pursuers, Wuyang decided to rest. The silence was eerie. She brushed a leaf off her head, and a strange shadow suddenly appeared before her. Oh no, Wu Yang exclaimed. Look, a giant purple python, jaws wide open, basked in its apparent victory. Its dripping saliva was corrosive enough to melt stone. This was trouble. Wu Yang decided to steer clear. Meanwhile, a young man struggled in the python's coils. He drew a dagger and plunged it into the snake's body. The python roared in pain, thrashing its body. A falling branch landed near Wu Yang's feet. Startled, she cried out, "Oh my God, my soul almost left my body. Thinks it's so great going berserk like that." Wu Yang couldn't be bothered. Survival was paramount. She grabbed a rock. Jumping onto the python's head, she brought the rock down hard. The python howled again. The trapped young man was flung free. Only then did Wu Yang realize there was another person. She leaped forward and caught him, a question forming in her mind. He's quite handsome, she thought, placing him by a large tree. Why would he be in such a dangerous place? The python hissed behind her. Its eyes and body glowed with spiritual light as it glared defiantly at Wu Yang. Wu Yang clenched her fists. "So you won't leave me alone today? Then don't blame me for being ruthless." She launched herself upwards. Before she could attack, the python, sensing the medicinal spiritual energy emanating from Wu Yang, suddenly shrunk to a fraction of its size. It nuzzled against Wu Yang affectionately. Before Wu Yang could understand what was happening, the python slithered away. No longer hostile, the python seemed less repulsive. It must have smelled something to become so calm, she thought. This place isn't safe. I need to find a place for this young man. She studied his face. He looked familiar somehow. I can't let him know that he's the Dragon King I ditched yesterday. Voices approached. "The forest is full of poison gas," one said. "Our antidote pills will only last a while. We have to find Shangwan Wu Yang today." This original host sure made a lot of enemies. No wonder Shangwan Qingwan wouldn't come in here. So there's poison gas. That must be why the snake went crazy. But why am I not affected? There was no time to ponder. She had to get the young man to safety. He stirred, his eyes fluttering open. He found himself being carried by a woman. Who is this woman? He thought. I've seen plenty of people take advantage of me, but rarely so blatantly. Wu Yang had saved the young Dragon King from the python. Studying him, she sighed. Such a young boy, frowning in his sleep like a little old man. So ugly. Unbeknownst to her, he was feigning sleep. As she turned away, he opened his eyes and muttered, "Look at her, perfectly good eyes, but blind as a bat. I'm the most handsome in the Dragon Clan." Wu Yang left the cave and, with a few quick movements, constructed a well-concealed trap. When Wu Yang returned to the cave, the young man was already asleep. He stretched and lay down. As night fell, the poison in the young man's body acted up. In pain, he suffered from nightmares. Wu Yang's emanating spiritual energy drew him closer. Finally, he straddled Wu Yang and fell asleep. The soft, yielding feeling and the fragrant scent quickly lulled him into sweet dreams. He nuzzled and rubbed. The sensitive Wu Yang woke up with a start. She looked down at the small man in her arms, speechless. Had she just been taken advantage of? She wanted to get angry, but then she thought, he's still a child. She couldn't corrupt the pure heart of a young boy. Maybe he was just scared. She decided to just hold him closer and go back to sleep. The next day, the sun quietly climbed over the mountaintop. The young man drowsily opened his golden eyes. The sudden gale startled him awake. Wu Yang unceremoniously lifted his chin. "What? Want to study the pillow you've been lying on all night?" The young man blushed, sputtering indignantly. How shameless. Wu Yang laughed triumphantly. "Oh, so I'm shameless after you took advantage of me. That's rich. I know my charms are hard to resist. I'll let it slide this time, but next time, there's a fee." The young man, both embarrassed and angry, was about to retort when a crashing sound from outside the cave interrupted the charged atmosphere. Wu Yang, without hesitation, grabbed the young man and prepared to leave. Baizhua, the Medicine King's sect, blocked their way. Well, what a find. And a bonus prize, too. This beast man will make a fine addition to my collection of medicinal ingredients. Wu Yang looked at the young man. Was this beast man they were talking about this young boy? Baizhua ordered his men to seize them. Wu Yang adjusted the young man's clothes and reassured him, "Wait here for me. Don't move." However, while Wu Yang was fighting the men, Baizhua played dirty and captured the young man. Seeing Wu Yang at a disadvantage, a rustling sound came from the jungle. The giant python she had injured earlier reappeared. It positioned itself behind Wu Yang, ready to obey her commands. Wu Yang announced her name. "Remember this. My name is Jueyu." The next second, the python lunged at Baizhua and his men. Wu Yang seized the opportunity, scooped up the young man, and fled. She wondered why the python had appeared so timely. Was there something about the young man that attracted it? Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath Wuyong's feet, and they plunged downwards. The Dragon King must have saved the galaxy in a past life. Even when he had nightmares, he managed to cuddle up to his future wife, and then she held him while he slept. In times of danger, his wife's first thought was to protect him. The way she acted, all innocent, even though she was the one taking advantage. So infuriatingly cute. Their misfortune turned into a blessing as they landed in an underground cavern. Wuyong, still excited from her recent shire, wanted to explore, but the Dragon King stopped her. But it was too late. The Guardian Stone lions grew larger, transforming into spirit beasts and attacking them. During the fierce battle, just as the Dragon King was about to become a meal, Wuyong kicked the beast away, saving him. Wuyong asked with concern, "Are you all right?" The Dragon King, inwardly touched, replied with feigned indifference, "I'm fine." Fully recovered, he darted around the two giant spirit beasts, quickly confusing them. Wuyong seized the opportunity to bind the beasts. The Dragon King relentlessly pummeled the spirit beasts. The battered beasts began to shrink. One of them coughed up a blood-red pellet. Wuyong poked it. They look so tough, but they're surprisingly weak. She picked up the pellet and examined it. Just then, the other spirit beast rallied. The Dragon King quickly pushed Wuyong aside, snatched the pellet, and swallowed it. Wuyong panicked. "You can't eat that. Spit it out." The next second, the spirit beast spat a giant fireball at them. Without hesitation, Wuyong shielded the Dragon King from the flames with her own body. The Dragon King's golden eyes snapped open. A golden dragon then swam behind him. Upon seeing this, the spirit beast immediately became docile, bowing before the Dragon King in submission. Ordinary humans, however, could not see the dragon. Wuyong was confused. Just a moment ago, it had been a fearsome, fire-breathing monster. How had it suddenly become so scared? The Dragon King approached the spirit beast, and it slowly shrank. Wuyong seemed to understand. The spirit beast was afraid of him. It seemed this young man was no ordinary person. But what she was even more curious about was how the monster could grow and shrink at will. The humiliated spirit beast tried to intimidate her again, making Wuyong's jaw nearly drop to the ground. Wuyong glared fiercely at the spirit beast. "If you try to scare me again, I'll have him eat your beast core too. But if you tell me where this is, I'll take you as my little brother." The spirit beast was clearly Bu Fu Cheat, but it was also afraid of the Dragon King's power. It had no choice but to answer obediently. "This is the Antelope Immortal's Cave. It's not a place mortals like you should enter." The Dragon King spoke thoughtfully. "Rumor has it that the Antelope Immortal's Cave contains many rare treasures and wonders. It's a treasure trove that many cultivators dream of." Wuyong looked at her hands. She couldn't even control her own spiritual power right now. Those treasures would be useless to her. Seeing her disappointment, the Dragon King immediately comforted her. "Perhaps there's a secret manual inside the cave that can help you control the spiritual power within your body." Wuyong smiled at the Dragon King. "I see, you don't usually talk much, but it turns out you're a bit of a smooth talker. Dragon King, you're so sweet. I'm really smitten." By chance, the two arrived at the Antelope Immortal's Cave. Just as Wuyong was curiously examining all the novelties inside, that the Dragon King suddenly fainted. Wuyong was startled. This kid is too delicate. Why does he keep fainting? So she helped the Dragon King to a bed and sat him down to rest. She then went to search for a secret manual that could open his run and do meridians. She accidentally got hit in the back by a book falling from a high shelf. Only then did she realize she had been burned during her fight with the Jinshou. She pulled down her shoulder strap, preparing to apply some medicine. The Dragon King was roused by Wuyong's flurry of movements. He opened his eyes and saw Wuyong partially undressed. Certain images flashed through his mind, instantly making him blush. Nearly nosebleeding, he pointed at Wuyong and yelled, "You're so shameless. Put your clothes on." Wuyong, who needed help, didn't pay attention to the Dragon King's accusations. "Oh, you're awake. Come and help me apply some medicine. I can't reach my back. Please." Wuyong waited, but the Dragon King didn't respond. She looked back and saw the Dragon King squeezing his eyes shut, seemingly struggling. She almost forgot that this wasn't the 21st century. Even a child would be sensitive about this. She was about to give up and try to apply the medicine herself when the Dragon King snatched the medicine bottle. He carefully applied the medicine to her wound. Looking at the deep gash, the Dragon King softly asked, "Does it hurt?" Wuyong smiled and replied, "This little injury is nothing. It was worth it to save your life." The Dragon Dragon King remembered how this woman had risked her life for him multiple times. His heart was deeply touched. His gaze was fixed on Wu Yang's wound. The next second, he leaned down and licked the wound a few times. Wu Yang, already sensitive, was startled by the Dragon King's action. She turned to look at the Dragon King in surprise and saw him looking like a devoted puppy. Wu Yang backed away several steps and shouted, "What are you doing?" The Dragon King said proudly, "I'm healing you. My saliva is much more effective than those bottles and jars." After he said that, Wu Yang realized the wound did feel different. There wasn't even a scar. Wu Yang said with admiration, "Wow, it's true. Look, I still have some other wounds. Why don't you lick them for me too, big sister?" Wu Yang looked at him expectantly, but the Dragon King became haughty. "No way. My saliva is precious." Wu Yang picked up the medicine dejectedly. "Oh well, I guess I'll just stick to applying medicine. At least it has a placebo effect." After diligently practicing the mental techniques, Wu Yang's spiritual power quickly improved. "This is amazing. It's like magic." She excitedly showed off to the Dragon King over and over. After a while, exhausted, she collapsed and fell asleep. The quietly flirtatious Dragon King didn't say much. He just quietly did big things. He checked the wounds on Wu Yang's body and licked them a few times. Then he began his own mission. So this was the Dragon King's purpose all along. The young Dragon King entered the dangerous three-leaf maple forest alone. If it weren't for Wu Yang, he probably would have lost all 9 of his lives. After Wu Yang fell asleep, the Dragon King went to the cave in the back mountain alone. Having just consumed the beast core, he could sense the immense energy of the ascending dragon pill before him. At this moment, all he could think about was his mother being captured and used as a medicine slave for the half-beasts. Ultimately, she died from her body exploding. As a young boy, he watched his mother die, powerless to help. Since then, his only goal in life has been to avenge his mother. This ascending dragon pill is the lifeblood of the entire immortal cave. Consuming it would greatly increase his cultivation. However, taking the ascending dragon pill would cause the entire cave to collapse. The Dragon King suddenly withdrew his hand. If it collapses, what would happen to that woman? Ultimately, the desire for revenge consumed his consciousness. He had to become stronger to protect those he wanted to protect. Liang, who had been following him, stood outside the cave, observing the Dragon King. "What is this kid doing here in the middle of the night?" As the Dragon King took the ascending dragon pill, the entire cave began to shake. Wu Yang shouted, "Put it back." "As soon as you took that thing, the ground started shaking. This place is going to collapse. Do you want to die?" The Dragon King's mind was consumed by desire. He couldn't hear the warning. Wu Yang anxiously tried to pull the Dragon King out of the cave. The Dragon King forcefully swallowed the immortal pill. In the next second, his pupils dilated. His eyes glowed with an eerie red. He swatted Wu Yang's hand away and let out a painful cry. Wu Yang watched as the kid seemed beyond saving, transformed after consuming the pill. Wu Yang, having escaped the cave, watched as it collapsed. Just as she decided to go back and save the Dragon King, he suddenly burst out of the pit. He was radiating spiritual power, but he couldn't control it. In his agony, he roared. Wu Yang yelled, "Wake up! Don't let it control you." In the next second, Wu Yang was blasted away by the Dragon King's spiritual power. He had been completely overtaken by the immortal pill. "At this rate, I'm going to die here too," she thought. Wu Yang decided to leave and figure things out later. She had only taken a few steps when she ran into Bai Zhuo and his group. Seeing Wu Yang alone, Bai Zhuo immediately ordered his men to seize her. Just then, the nearly demonic Dragon King sensed Wu Yang's predicament. He's in danger. The Dragon King had consumed the immortal pill, but had become possessed. Consumed by his demonic nature, he accidentally injured the woman most important to him. Seeing the Dragon King's demonic state, Wu Yang decided to flee the remote cave. A sliver of lucidity remained within the Dragon King. He sensed Wu Yang was in danger. When he sensed her location, it was coincidentally the Medicine King sect again. That tattoo was too familiar. It was these hypocrites who killed his mother all those years ago. "No one escapes today," he roared. He clenched his hands, conjuring a silver ice dragon. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He coldly spat out 2 words, "You're dead." He raised his hands, and the long-lost Shishin great technique appeared. Within 3 seconds, Bai Zhuo and his group were annihilated. Wu Yang was startled by this display of power. This kid's power had suddenly surged after consuming the immortal pill. This wasn't the same dizzy, childish kid anymore. Panting heavily, the Dragon King struggled to contain the immense power within him. Wu Yang quietly approached the Dragon King and knocked him unconscious with a single blow. "I'm sorry," she said. "I just don't want you to hurt me accidentally." As soon as she finished speaking, the cute Jun beast came padding over. However, it seemed to be running in the wrong direction. Weong said, "Kindly, little guy, you've come just in time." The Dragon King thought, "I should have stayed buried a little longer." The poor Dragon King ended up carrying the two of them as they fled. On the way, they ran into Shangwan Qingwan, a real party pooper. The villain's persistence was truly impressive. He was like a bad penny. Weong hid the unconscious Dragon King in a cave. Only by leading the Shangwan family away could this child be safe. Just as she was about to leave, the Dragon King grabbed her clothes and whispered, "Don't go. Don't go." Weong looked back. He was still just a child. She tore a piece of her clothing free. Without looking back, she rushed out. The Shangwan family quickly found Weong. They cornered her at the edge of a cliff. Weong said to Shangwan Qingwan, "Don't you want the marriage agreement with the martial Dao sect? Let me go, and the agreement is yours." Shangwan Qingwan stepped closer. "How interesting, sister. You killed my cousin's family. You're a criminal. Come back with me obediently, and maybe you can retain some power." Weong raised her hand and slapped Shangwan Qingwan to the ground. Shangwan Qingwan was incredulous. How dare this good-for-nothing be so bold? As the legitimate daughter, it's only natural for me to discipline an ill-mannered young lady in place of the head of the family. Have you forgotten how you and my cousin harmed me? Shangwan Qingwan immediately retaliated. "You forced me to do this." Weong thought, "I just happen to need someone to practice on. Now I can try out the cultivation techniques I practiced in the cave." She and the Dragon King had a one-night stand in the sea. The Dragon King was also cured of his poison because of the medicinal spiritual power emanating from her. Although the poison was cured, he reverted to his youthful appearance, and his memories disappeared. Weong, who was being pursued, saved the young Dragon King by chance. Their shared experience of hardship took root in the Dragon King's heart. Just as the Dragon King's spiritual power surged, Weong was pushed off a cliff by Shumi. Shangwan Qingwan, having lost an eye, watched Weong fall off the cliff, the hatred in his heart still unresolved. The Dragon King, who came looking for Weong, heard about Shangwan Qingwan's actions. Rage instantly surged in his heart. He roared furiously. "Where is she?" Shangwan Qingwan was struck by the Dragon King's explosive power. The Dragon King's entire body radiated dragon power, threatening to shatter the entire mountain range. "I'll ask you again, where is that woman from just now?" Suddenly, his gaze fell on a corner of the cliff. That's Weong's clothing. He struck at Shangwan Qingwan with a palm, but Shangwan's steward released poisonous gas and fled. Free from a woman's entanglement, the Dragon King began to strengthen the Dragon Clan. At this time, Liu, the leader of Spirit Beast Island, sensed someone trespassing. He used his copper divination technique to check and found it was an injured woman, able to dispel bloating and attract tombs. Such excitement, undoubtedly a Yao Ling body. He checked Weong's condition. Liu beckoned two bear beasts and ordered, "Take her away." As the bear paws were about to touch Weong, she reacted as if electrocuted. "She's quite sensitive. I haven't had this much excitement in a while." Liu examined her closely. It seems she's not only a Yao Ling body, but also has a dragon seed within her. A rare alchemy vessel. Upon hearing this, Lin Lu couldn't help but whimper. Li Yue, seeing his pitiful appearance, raised an eyebrow and said, "It seems you have an objection. I have a medicine that just happens to be missing deer antlers." Lin Lu quickly shook his head. Li Yue helped Weong up. Weong slowly opened her eyes. Her survival instincts kicked in, and she grabbed Li Yu, pleading, "Save me." With just that effort, her body instantly went limp. Weong still clung tightly to her lifeline, collapsing on Li Yu. Li Yu, who had never touched a woman, was a bit flustered. He was allergic to women. However, his body didn't react. Li Yu picked up Weong. "In that case, let's take her back for now." She had a one-night stand with the Dragon King in the sea, before she could see the man's face clearly. He reverted to a youthful appearance and forgot her. She was pushed off a cliff by Shumi. Fortunately, she was rescued by Li Yu, the leader of Spirit Beast Island. Li Yu is revered as a legendary alchemist. Any strange poison in the world could be cured or created by him. At this moment, Li Yu is carefully observing his newly acquired alchemy vessel. The rate at which she absorbs medicine is truly rare. A few days later, Weong just regained consciousness. A charming voice reached her ears. "You're awake." Weong turned her head and exclaimed, "Wow, I can still see a beautiful person even after dying. I must have accumulated a lot of good karma in my past life." Li Yu handed her a bowl of medicine. "Drink this. Muchun grass seeds can stabilize the pregnancy." From Li Yu's words, she was still alive. "Wait, what? This is medicine for pregnancy." Weong almost dropped the bowl. "You're saying I'm pregnant. As the child's mother, you don't even know. If it weren't for this child, you would have died long ago." She, a special skills mercenary from the 21st century, had transmigrated and was now pregnant. Recalling the intimate intimacy of that night. Weiyang blushed. She had barely escaped being hunted down and thought she could finally start a carefree cultivation journey. Unexpectedly, the hidden skill she had activated was childcare. Liu, standing to the side, watched Weiyang's roller coaster of emotions. He truly didn't understand this constitution of hers. It was something others would desperately seek, yet she didn't want it. Truly troublesome. Liu spoke. If it weren't for this child, you would likely be a floating corpse by now. Weiyang still struggled to accept the sudden arrival of the child. Liu had originally taken interest in Weiyang's medicinal spirit body, intending to bring her back to the Medicine King sect and turn her into an alchemic vessel. Now that she possessed the Dragon King's power, he couldn't resist the urge to study her. He hadn't expected this woman to reject such a windfall. So he leaned closer and said, "A spirit fetus that protects its mother from the embryonic stage is rare. If you don't want it, you might as well give it to me." Weiyang touched her abdomen and murmured, "Is it really you protecting me?" At that moment, her belly emitted a warm, bright light. Weiyang wondered, "Is this the baby responding to me?" Weiyang instantly decided, "I'll keep it." She slowly got out of bed. "Thank you for your help. I will repay this kindness in the future. Farewell." Liu didn't say anything more, simply replying softly, "Be careful on your journey." Everything was proceeding according to his plan. The woman carried the Dragon King's offspring, but someone had their eyes on it, plotting to seize it. To protect her child, the woman decided to leave Spirit Beast Island quickly. But she had been wandering the island for 6 hours and still couldn't find a way out. From time to time, she heard the resonant roars of human and beast battles. Occasionally, beasts would invite Weiyang to participate in the games of human-beast combat. Ferocious beasts were everywhere. Weiyang's belly emitted a frightened glow. Weiyang knew it was the baby worrying about her. If she continued to rush forward recklessly, she would only face greater danger. To protect her child, she needed to take a calculated risk. The next morning, Weiyang returned to Li Yu's residence. Upstairs, the master and servant were using Weiyang as a wager. Baizhua was completely convinced. The spirit beasts in the jungle were incredibly ferocious, but Weiyang was unexpectedly an exception. At this moment, a female slave who had made a mistake was begging for her life. She attempted to use her beauty to get close to Li Yu. Baizhua slapped the female slave away. Li Yu looked at her with disdain. "You don't understand the rules at all. Take her to feed the spirit beasts." In the next second, with a single palm strike from Baizhua, the female slave instantly reverted to her original form. A small purple snake fell to the ground. Weiyang witnessed all of this from the doorway. It seemed the silver-haired man was the boss here. She had to cling tightly to this powerful figure. Liu looked at the table full of delicacies. This cooking style was clearly not something the island's chefs could produce. He waved his hand towards the window and said coldly, "Come out." Weiyang climbed through the window, thinking about how to flatter this powerful figure. Shangguan Weiyang greets her benefactor. "This meal is offered as an apology." Liu looked down at her. "You're quite bold. Didn't you see what happened to those who approach me without understanding the rules? Or are you worried I'll use you for alchemy?" Shangguan Weiyang audaciously wishes to become the island lord's disciple. Weiyang followed Liu to the alchemy room. He handed her formula. "Refine this pill within 3 days, and I'll consider taking you as my disciple." Weiyang resolved to survive. She had to succeed. However, she didn't notice that before leaving, Liu secretly installed a monitoring device on the alchemy furnace. Weiyang, who had always been a poor student, looked at everything in front of her as if it were a foreign language. Now, all she could do was rely on blind luck. With a bang, there was an explosion. She actually got lucky. The world of a genius was nothing more than this. Weiyang brandished the alchemy furnace in front of her. In less than a day, she had actually succeeded. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Liu observed Weiyang. His expression fluctuated. He had given her all first-grade materials, yet this woman had refined a second-grade pill. It was truly rare. The woman carried the Dragon King's offspring. Facing numerous dangers, she chose to take a calculated risk. She had to cling tightly to this powerful figure to survive. Watching the woman's godlike performance in the alchemy room, Liu decided to accept this disciple. The apprenticeship ceremony was very grand. This also aroused the dissatisfaction of many disciples. Seeds of jealousy began to spread. 3 months later, one day, Xiaoyao stared at Liu's carefully cultivated yuanlei for 3 years. If Shangguan Weiyang destroyed it, the island lord would definitely kill her. Then, without looking back, he struck the yuanlei with a full-force blow. The next day, he led Baizhua to the yuanlei. He deliberately pointed out that Weiyang had damaged it. When he followed the finger and looked over, he found yuanlei completely unharmed. Xiaoyao was incredulous. He had clearly struck hard. A black insect silently bit him. Xiaoyao cried out in pain. Weiyang slowly walked out from behind. I was wondering who touched Master's herbs. So was you. Xiao Yao hid guiltily behind Bai Zhua. Don't slander me. Wu Yang chuckled. You weren't thorough enough last night. I used a special method to save it a bit. These little black bugs are harmless to the Yuanlei plant, but they will, in turn, destroy the person who harmed it. So, Miss Xiao Yao, you might have to suffer for a while. Although this bug isn't fatal, it's quite uncomfortable to harbor. After saying this, Wu Yang left. Xiao Yao's body was covered in red welts. Furious, she complained incessantly. Having watched the drama unfold, Bai Zhua shook his head helplessly. You brought this upon yourself. I'm going to check on the black bear. It's injured several medicine slaves in the past few days. It's too ferocious. Hearing these words, Xiao Yao's face suddenly became Jing. Taking advantage of the absence of others, Xiao Yao lured the black bear and poisoned it. The black bear's eyes immediately glowed red, and it lost consciousness. It lumbered towards Wu Yang. The ferocious black bear lunged at Wu Yang with a sharp claw. Wu Yang alertly dodged quickly. This is Xiao Yao's scent. She really can't stay still. Lucky you today. I'll give you all the good stuff I've been practicing. Xiao Yao, who had been waiting for a long time, didn't hear anything. This black bear could have been poisoned to death by Wu Yang. She quietly hid behind a nearby haystack. She saw Wu Yang and the black bear getting along harmoniously, chatting and laughing. Xiao Yao, watching from the side, was fuming with rage. One day, I will destroy Shangwan Wu Yang. The man took interest in the woman's inherent spiritual physique and the dragon fetus she carried. He originally intended to use the woman for experiments, but a moment of compassion moved him, and he unexpectedly took her as a disciple. Wu Yang, a gold medal assassin in her past life, was agile. Wherever she went, there was excitement. Inside the flower garden, Liu looked distressfully at the meticulously cultivated medicinal herbs. He glanced at Wu Yang beside him, and then at the lump of pastries made from medicinal herbs. There were still crumbs of the pastries on the corner of Wu Yang's mouth. Master, these were left over from your alchemy. It seemed a shame to throw them away. Anyway, Master is above worldly concerns and certainly wouldn't look favorably upon these. Master, if you don't mind, this half is for you. Liu expressed his disgust without reservation and walked away. Filthy. Wu Yang finished eating everything and clapped her hands. By the way, Master, I have a surprise for you. Liu frowned. Surprise. Why did he have a bad feeling? Wu Yang, using the magic she had just learned, conjured 2 leaves and covered Liu's eyes. With different feelings in their hearts, the two arrived at the alchemy room. A series of rumbling sounds erupted. The alchemy furnace spewed out countless brilliant fireworks. Wu Yang was so startled that the leaves in her hands fell. Liu suppressed his anger. He gritted his teeth and said, Shangwan Wu Yang. Wu Yang instantly dodged behind a pillar, leaving only a sentence. I'm sorry, Master. I don't know why. It exploded. I'll fix it for you right away. Please forgive me. Wu Yang accidentally overheard news from outside the island. It was said that the master of a newly rising power was of the Dragon Clan. At this time, Wu Yang didn't know that she was carrying a dragon child. Several months passed in a flash. Li gradually got used to Wu Yang's various mishaps. This time, she had burned down the herb room again. Watching Wu Yang frantically trying to put out the fire, Liu quickly went to Wu Yang's side. He condensed his water, spiritual energy, and extinguished the flames. Startled by the commotion, Wu Yang lost her footing. She stumbled forward. Liu immediately caught her. Looking at Wu Yang's beautiful face, Liu was momentarily stunned. Then he let go of her and said exasperatedly, You really don't act like my disciple. You're more like someone here for revenge. Wu Yang felt extremely wronged. I just wanted to refine high-grade Danyao. There are always bound to be some minor accidents, right? Clean this up. I'm going into seclusion starting tomorrow. Don't cause any more trouble. Understood, Master. Don't be angry. I'll make you some sweet osmanthus cake. Liu sighed. He still had to look after his disciple. Neither of them noticed. There was another person hiding in the room, fuming with anger. A woman endures 10 months of hardship during pregnancy. He only knew that it was a man who cured him of the love poison. But he didn't expect the baby in the belly to be a dragon child. The birth was imminent, and his master was in secluded cultivation. Wu Yang always used the most conservative methods when refining pills. While Wu Yang was unguarded, a wisp of red smoke drifted into his alchemy furnace. After the preparations were complete, Wu Yang began his daily refining. Today, the pill was finished. Wu Yang showed a happy expression. In the next second, the alchemy furnace exploded, throwing him into the corner. The huge impact caused Wu Yang unbearable abdominal pain. The flames in the room continued to spread. With no phone and no emergency services, Wu Yang could only save himself. But when he used water magic to extinguish the fire, the flames grew even stronger. Suddenly, his abdomen signaled. Wu Yang fell to his knees. This was bad. He was going to labor. At this moment, he could only think of how to protect the child. He relaxed and chanted a mantra. The fetus in his abdomen was also constantly searching for a way out. With a groan, the little dragon baby was born. At this time, Li Yu, who was in secluded cultivation, sensed Wu Yang giving birth. He looked at the monitor beside him and anxiously said, "This is bad. Something's happened." Li Yu hurried to the alchemy room. He saw Wu Yang and his child in the midst of the fire, weak and powerless. Seeing Li Yu, Wu Yang opened his eyes with difficulty. His heart calmed down. Li Yu conjured a water spirit orb and observed the surroundings. "How could this happen? Your spiritual power won't be." Before he finished speaking, Wu Yang's eyes suddenly widened. Before he lost consciousness, he seemed to have seen that red-tailed fish. Enraged, he picked up the child and was about to go for revenge. Li Yu stopped him. "You just given birth. You should rest." Wu Yang resolutely walked outwards. "Master, I have more important matters to attend to now." In the pond, Xiaoyao was swimming leisurely. In a good mood, he occasionally glanced towards a sea of fire. He wondered if Wu Yang was dead. An angry voice interrupted his thoughts. "I've always tolerated you. I didn't expect you would try to kill me and my child. Even if I exhaust my last bit of spiritual power, I will make you taste the pain of messing with me." With that said, Wu Yang lunged at Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao was instantly forced back into his half-human, half-beast form and fell heavily to the ground. Countless flames burned his stomach. Xiaoyao cried out for help. Wu Yang scoffed, "Eureka fish." Xiaoyao cried out in pain, "Help me. Help you. I'd rather kill you right now." After saying that, he was about to strike Xiaoyao again, but his depleted spiritual power caused him to collapse. Li Yu had been following Wu Yang. He immediately stepped forward and picked him up. "Thank you, Island Leader, for saving Xiaoyao." At this moment, Xiaoyao still held a sliver of hope for Li Yu. Li Yu gave him a disgusted look. "What a waste of this flower garden. From today onwards, you are banished from Spirit Beast Island and exiled to the Medicine King sect." After saying that, he carried Wu Yang away. Xiaoyao was filled with fear. "Island Leader, please don't send me to the Medicine King sect. They will devour me alive." A woman endures 10 months of hardship during pregnancy. Unexpectedly, she gave birth to a half-human, half-beast poison spawn. He didn't have time to think about what kind of creature the man he had spent the night with was. The ordeal of childbirth caused him to faint. Li Yu carried the unconscious Wu Yang and his child back to the room. Unbeknownst to him, the seed of love was quietly sprouting in his heart. Seeing Wu Yang in such discomfort, he felt the same pain. Even he, who was always indifferent, almost lost control of his emotions. He didn't dare to think further and turned to leave. 5 years passed in a blink of an eye. Li Yu was grinding medicine and having people test it. A group of half-beast children were filled with a mixture of anger and fear. Shangguan Weiyang's child is also a half-beast. Why doesn't he have to test the medicine? On the surface, he's the island leader's disciple, but behind the scenes, who knows what tricks he used to bewitch the island leader? Just then, the little beast child who spoke felt a sudden heat behind him. His tail was on fire. Shangguan Lin, holding a flaming stick, angrily said, "Don't you dare speak ill of my mother." The children huddled together. Shangguan Lin had made preparations beforehand. Just as the unruly children were about to tie up Shangguan Lin and force him to take the medicine, Shangguan Lin spat at them and threw the stones he had prepared earlier. Still under the other brats' feet, the two of them tumbled to the ground. Shangguan Lin seized the opportunity to hop onto the cloud chariot and slip away. The furious brats realized if they had also gotten on the chariot, the island lord would have skinned them alive. Meanwhile, Wu Yang was lost in thought when someone suddenly lunged at her. Wu Yang said sternly, "How many times have I told you? This cloud chariot isn't for people. It's a transport tool for quickly delivering spiritual herbs to the alchemy lab. You said this so many times yourself. Besides, didn't you make this thing because you were too lazy to run back and forth?" Li Yu, currently in seclusion, watched the surveillance monitor, a genuine smile spreading across his face. They bicker day in and day out. This kind of life isn't bad either. "Gotcha, Linger. 5 years, and you're still so slow." Wu Yang's eyes landed on Linger's dragon horns, and she flinched. "Linger, you secretly cut them again, didn't you? But they always grow back. I hate them." Linger ran off, heartbroken. Wu Yang resolved to find a way to change Linger's half-beast appearance. The woman, after enduring great hardship, gave birth to the Dragon Prince. The long-awaited male protagonist finally appeared. The Dragon King's first objective was to conquer Spirit Beast Island. He only knew that his beloved had fallen into the abyss years ago, her fate unknown. Finally possessing the power to investigate, and as the sponsor of the Decennial Alchemist competition, he appointed Li Yu, the Lord of Spirit Beast Island, as the competition's judge. Without Liu, conquering Spirit Beast Island would be as easy as turning one's hand. At this moment, Liu was training with Wuyong. Unable to find a way to change Linger's half-beast form, Wuyong intensified her training. Just then, Liu received the Dragon King's invitation to the competition. Uninterested in participating, he refused without a second thought. Hearing about the alchemist competition, Wuyong began to scheme. Liu, somewhat displeased, asked, "Want to go out?" Wuyong answered truthfully, "Yes. I've been on Spirit Beast Island for 6 years, and I still don't know what my abilities are." Bai Zhua, standing nearby, added, "The alchemist competition is the only competition recognized by the Kanglan continent. The winner even has the chance to receive guidance from the strongest venerable." Liu angrily interrupted Bai Zhua. Wuyong had made up her mind. "Master, don't worry. I'll come back to visit you often." Liu brushed Wuyong off. "Do as you please." He then stormed off in a huff. Shangwan Lin, hiding by the pool, was trying to find a way to conceal his dragon horns when he heard Wuyong's voice. Linger quickly hid his conical hat. Wuyong sighed. "Linger, covering them up is just a temporary solution. Maybe there's a new method out there. I want to participate in the alchemist competition. Maybe I can find a way to change your appearance." Linger, thrilled at the prospect of leaving, was overjoyed. He hurried to pack his belongings. Liu looked at the pouch of silver he had prepared for Wuyong, puzzled. Why did he feel so reluctant to let her leave? Then, Wuyong's voice came from outside. "Master, your disciple, Wuyong, along with Linger, has come to bid you farewell." "Take care, master." Wuyong was about to turn and leave when she heard Liu open the door. Wuyong followed behind Liu, confused as to why he had suddenly changed his mind and decided to come along. The man had raised the woman for 6 years. Now, the woman was leaving with his son. Unable to bear the separation, he decided to accompany them. The Dragon King stealthily arrived at Spirit Beast Island. Observing the weak formations, he guessed that Liu must have left. Putting on a mask, he flew towards the center of the island. At that moment, Liu was preparing to accompany Wuyong to the alchemist competition. A golden light flashed. Liu was startled. Someone had breached the barrier. Without hesitation, he pursued the golden light. The Dragon King struck the barrier with force, but its resilience far exceeded his expectations. Just then, he noticed Liu approaching and hastily retreated. Looking at the damaged barrier, Liu realized the invitation to be a judge was merely a ploy to lure him away. Wuyong and her son rushed towards the scene, narrowly missing the Dragon King. Wuyong paused, a strange sense of familiarity washing over her. "I need to stay and repair the barrier, find out who intruded today, and eliminate the threat." Liu spoke as she took out a jade pendant and handed it to Wuyong. "While I'm away, this jade pendant will protect you." Wuyong felt an indescribable gratitude and reluctance. Linger impatiently pulled Wuyong, urging her to leave. After bidding farewell to her master, Wuyong left. Watching Wuyong's receding figure, Bai Zhuo worriedly asked, "Island leader, are you just going to let Wuyong leave like this?" The restrictions on the jade pendant won't let her stray too far. Follow them discreetly as they leave the island. Protect them. Leaving Spirit Beast Island, Wuyong is full of naivety about the outside world. Wuyong first found the registration area to sign up. Suddenly, someone behind her snatched the pen from her hand. It was Shiwilian, the spoiled daughter of the Medicine King sect. "What? Now any stray cat or dog can enter the competition. This thing is so unsightly it's disgusting just to look at." Linger trembled with anger. "Medicine King sect, spoiled brat. You were the one who cut in line." Before she could finish speaking, Shiwilian slapped her. "How dare you point fingers at me? You're nothing but a lowly outcast." Wuyong helped Linger up, discreetly taking out a pill from behind her back. Shiwilian looked at Wuyong disapprovingly. "What are you looking at?" "Don't worry, I just don't want your filth to stain my noble clothes." As she spoke, the pill dissolved unnoticed into Shiwilian's body. "Don't touch me with your filthy hands." Wuyong feigned surprise. "Oh my, what's that?" A long tail had sprouted from Shiwilian's backside. "Miss Shiwilian, you were just saying stray cats and dogs couldn't compete. What are you going to do now?" Shiwilian was furious and ordered her servants to seize Wuyong. Wuyong was just about to test out a smoke bomb. She had just thrown a couple when a mighty sound approached from the distance. Wuyong seized the opportunity to escape with Linger. The Dragon King watched Wuyong's retreating figure. This woman resembled the woman in his dreams. A young boy, carrying his mother on his back, was searching for his father. The Dragon King, sharing the same bloodline, became the undeniable candidate. This clever little boy devised a plan for his mother to seek help from his father. Just now, he and his mother had gone out for a stroll and encountered commotion. At the critical moment, a grand procession passed by. His mother took him and fled the crowd. He secretly inquired about the impressive procession. The waiter explained that Dragon Abyss Manor held considerable power, and its master was of the Dragon Clan. Looking at her own dragon horns, a coldness rose in Wuyong's eyes. The Dragon Clan Could it be? Is he the heartless man who abandoned my mother? Wu Yang went to a pharmacy, intending to buy medicinal herbs to remove Linger's horns. Unbeknownst to her, she was being watched. Wu Yang took a liking to 1,000-year-old ginseng. Just as she was about to buy it, Xuelian snatched it. Miss Xuelian, don't you understand the concept of first come, first served? Xuelian retorted without hesitation. First come, first served depends on what the owner says. I'll buy this ginseng for 5,000 gold pieces. Owner, tell me, who does this herb belong to? The owner, looking at the gold, seemed unsure. Wu Yang immediately responded, I'll offer 50,000 gold pieces. Xuelian continued, 100,000. Wu Yang's face darkened, her voice stammering slightly. I advise you not to waste your effort. You're so keen on this herb. Are you trying to use the alchemist competition to get close to the Dragon Abyss Manor Master? I'm afraid you won't even get to see his face. Enraged, Wu Yang gritted her teeth and said, 150,000. Seeing how much Wu Yang wanted the ginseng, Xuelian guessed it must be valuable. Slamming the table, she blurted out, 200,000. Since Miss Xuelian desires this treasure so much, I won't fight you for it. It's yours. Wu Yang discreetly switched the ginseng. Xuelian smugly watched Wu Yang leave. Such a vulgar person doesn't deserve this kind of spiritual herb. Once alone, Wu Yang took out the ginseng and examined it carefully. I wonder how the young miss will feel when she discovers she spent 200,000 on a worthless ginseng. Elsewhere, Xuelian was furious. That snake tricked me. I won't let her get away with this. That night, Wu Yang sighed softly. Things in the city are so expensive. The gold my master gave me is almost gone. Looks like my son and I will have to eat dirt. Suddenly, Linger shook his head thoughtfully. Remember that impressive procession we saw on the street today? Wu Yang recalled its grandeur. What does that have to do with anything? Suddenly, it dawned on her. Son, are you suggesting I latch onto a wealthy benefactor? The man and woman felt a spark the moment they met. It turns out it was the after effect of a passionate night under the sea. The woman, impoverished, ate dirt daily with her son. The man, however, led the dragon clan to soaring heights. The clever son, from the moment he arrived, knew his father was a big shot. He tried every means to give his mother her rightful place. It turned out the Dragon King was hosting a banquet tonight. The High family even offered a group of beautiful women to dance for the occasion. The schemed mother was completely unaware of her son's plan. In order to eat meat, he was going all out. Thankfully, he learned lock-picking from his master. Otherwise, he really would have suffocated in this box. At this moment, a beautiful woman walked towards him. Wait for me. I need to adjust my clothes. Wu Yang seized the opportunity and knocked the beauty unconscious. She then switched places with the unconscious woman. Wu Yang quietly slipped into the ranks of the dancers. While swaying, she listened to the commotion ahead. Unexpectedly, the Dragon Abyss Manor Master was both wealthy and powerful. He also seemed to have a fondness for women. Getting closer and closer to the Dragon King, Wu Yang clearly saw the Dragon King's features. Wu Yang was stunned. Wasn't this the scoundrel who slept with her for a night and then ran off? Seeing Wu Yang motionless, the dancer behind her kicked her. Wu Yang lost her footing and immediately became the center of attention. The Dragon King was taken aback, clearly recognizing Wu Yang. The man behind him said smugly, Well, Manor Master, have you ever seen such a refreshing dance? These Western region dancers, each one more alluring than the last. Does the Manor Master have his eye on any particular beauty? The Dragon King chuckled. It is quite refreshing indeed. Save me. Wu Yang panicked as the Dragon King pointed at her. Could he have recognized me? Wu Yang nearly wet herself upon hearing the Dragon King's next words. I want her to stay and serve me. The High family man left with the group of dancers, though a few persistent women still wanted to try their luck. I'll only keep her. Everyone else, leave. Seeing the women hesitate, the Dragon King tossed them a money pouch and sent them away. Wu Yang grew even more nervous. Keeping only me. What for? So clueless about the rules. How can you serve? I owe you, teacher. Wu Yang clenched her fists, comforting herself. It's okay. It's been so long. Maybe I'm mistaken. He's a womanizer. Maybe he's forgotten. As Wu Yang hesitated, the Dragon King reached out, and a surge of spiritual energy drew Wu Yang into his arms. Wu Yang's heart raced. She was even more certain that this man was Linger's father. The man and woman had a one-night stand under the sea. After 6 years apart, in a vast sea of people, the man recognized the woman at a glance. Tonight, the woman appeared before him, disguised as a dancer. The man wanted to relive their underwater encounter. Suddenly, a medicinal spiritual energy emanated from the woman, reminding him of how that same energy had once healed him, rejuvenating him and causing him to lose his memory. The man was terrified. He feared returning to that vulnerable youth, especially now that the woman who had shared his hardships was gone. Irritated, he pushed Wu Yang away. Weiyang wanted nothing more than to get away from this man. Just as she was about to leave, the Dragon King spoke, "You're not a dancer." The allure of the medicinal spiritual energy made him reluctant to let her go. "I saw your quarrel with the Medicine King's sex daughter in the streets. What's your purpose in approaching me?" Weiyang was furious. He was the one who made her stay. "Forget it. Just endure it. The Manor Master is not satisfied with my service. I'll take my leave." She had only taken a few steps when the Dragon King noticed the spies outside and grabbed her. With a forceful tug, he pulled Weiyang into his arms. "There are spies from a Medicine King sect and various other prominent families outside. You'd best cooperate and play along." Weiyang was taken aback. Spies outside. What did that have to do with her? Just as she was about to pull away, the Dragon King's robe caught on the chair, and he fell backward. He landed on top of Weiyang. The close contact made the medicinal spiritual energy even more irresistible, especially as the medicinal spiritual energy rapidly healed the wound on his chest. The Dragon King quickly straightened his clothes and snapped, "Take your payment and leave. Your skills in serving people are truly terrible." Weiyang was furious. "Goodbye, Manor Lord. It's best we never meet again." The Dragon King behind her rubbed his head in annoyance. He was too greedy for spiritual power. He had to stay away from this woman. Weiyang, having earned a large sum, returned to the inn contentedly. She almost didn't recognize her own son. "Mommy, he hit you." Weiyang then noticed that inadvertently, the Dragon King's blood from his chest had gotten onto her face. Weiyang hurriedly explained, "This isn't my blood. It's the Dragon Manor Lord's blood." Shangguan Lin smelled a familiar scent. "Wow, such familiar dragon blood. This is a great opportunity for a paternity test." "Mommy, don't touch it. Linger will wipe it clean for you. It's more hygienic." This little dragon actually wanted to do a blood recognition test. Having grown up without a father, he suddenly yearned for one. Just now, Linger had tricked his mother into finding a rich benefactor. Weiyang never expected that the big catch would turn out to be the jerk she slept with last night. Having made a killing, Weiyang returned to the inn in high spirits. Seeing the bloodstains on her mother's face, Linger thought his mother had been wrong. Weiyang quickly explained that it was the Dragon King's blood. Linger diligently wiped the bloodstains off his mother's face and told her to rest early after a long day. Weiyang, though puzzled, was mostly gratified. Lying in bed, Weiyang stared at the money pouch given by the Dragon King. She couldn't sleep. They had almost indulged in unrestrained passion. Just thinking about it made Weiyang blush and feel short of breath. She immediately threw the money away, secretly resolving never to have anything to do with the Dragon King again. In the middle of the night, Linger quietly sat up and found his mother fast asleep. He tiptoed to the window. By the moonlight, he wanted to see if this remarkable big shot was really his father. Linger pricked his finger and dripped his blood onto the Dragon King's bloodstains. Linger felt a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. When he saw the blood merge, Linger became even more certain that he was a rich man's son. He looked at his sleeping mother, thinking of the hardships his mother had endured over the years. Even if he was his father, he was still a heartless man who had abandoned her. He forcefully threw the shell out the window and then snuggled into his mother's blanket. "Don't worry, Mommy. Even if he is my father, I won't acknowledge him." On the day of the alchemist competition, the Dragon King sat in the highest seat, overlooking everything. When he saw Weiyang enter the arena, his eyes lit up. He was curious to see what other surprises this woman had in store for him. The competition began. The alchemists needed to announce their lineage. Weiyang wrote down her master's name. Everyone was instantly stunned. Immediately, the surroundings were filled with envy and awe. Shangguan Qingluan's face was filled with malice. He wouldn't believe that Shangguan Weiyang was so lucky as to be associated with Li Yu. "Since you didn't die falling off the cliff that day, I'll make sure you die today." He hadn't removed his son's dragon horns. He secretly entered the alchemist competition. Who knew the competition would be filled with schemes? The first place winner could choose the herbs first. Maintaining a human form required special herbs. Weiyang had to secure the right to choose first. Shangguan Qingluan, standing to the side, kept staring at her with hostile eyes. He had probably forgotten what she had done to him before. She would settle the score with him after the exam. After the written exam, the written portion concluded. Weiyang successfully won first place. As she walked out of the pharmacy with an armful of herbs, she heard a chorus of mocking voices. Truly a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. She actually picked those flashy but useless scraps. Weiyang ignored these voices. She returned to her alchemy station, took out her alchemy furnace, and began refining. The crowd gasped. Isn't that elderly Yu's alchemy furnace? It seems that the rumor of her being elderly Yu's closed-door disciple is true. When the Dragon King saw the furnace, a flash of hatred crossed his eyes. Shangwan Qingluan's eyes held a murderous look. So what if she has Li Yu? She's nothing more than a thorn in the Shangwan family side. While Wuyong wasn't paying attention, Shangwan Qingluan blew a gust of spiritual energy towards her alchemy furnace. Then the single furnace's flame won't ignite. Let's see how Wuyong will still be so smug. The written portion of the alchemy exam officially begins. Wuyong sends spiritual energy into the top of the furnace. But the top of the furnace shows no reaction. Wuyong becomes anxious. What's going on? Shangwan Qingluan sneers from the side. What a bookworm. All theory and no practice. What a waste of such good alchemic foundations. Wuyong calms down and increases the flow of spiritual energy. With a loud shout, the single furnace bursts into flames. Countless golden flowers drift outwards. The flames follow the golden flowers towards Shangwan Qingluan. He, Wuyong, is no longer the weakling anyone can bully. Wuyong takes out medicinal ingredients to prepare for alchemy. Suddenly, he remembers the Guai Guai he captured with great effort. Today, it can finally be put to use. The crowd gasps again. That's elderly Yu of Nine Serpent Island's beloved pet. As expected of her disciple, truly formidable. Xuelian fumes. Who knows how he got those things? Perhaps he used some underhanded tricks to beguile elderly Yu. Xuelian, are you suggesting my master resorts to underhanded tricks? I was unaware my master had such a poor reputation. A chorus of condemnation erupts from behind. Elderly Yu's reputation is well established. How can she be subjected to such slander? Despite Xuelian's protests, the whispers continue. Wuyong continues with the alchemy. Then Xuelian sees Wuyong place a stone into the furnace. She immediately shouts towards the competition judges, Wuyong is cheating. He put a stone into the furnace. Unexpectedly, he refines a top-grade golden pill. This scene is witnessed by the observant Xuelian. Xuelian immediately reports to the competition committee. The judges are all startled. Isn't that stone a spirit stone? The influential figure, Long Chun, signals for the competition to continue. This woman continues to surprise him. The other participants are indignant. How can a spirit stone appear here? Isn't this blatant cheating? Xuelian continues. It must be Li Yu who gave him special treatment, letting him know the competition details in advance. Wuyong completely disregards her. You accuse me of cheating. Evidence. Xuelian retorts, then tell me, where did you get that stone? Oh, you mean the spirit stone. Wasn't that among the materials we were allowed to choose? Someone even called it useless junk. Xuelian explodes in anger. I didn't see that small stone. Who knows if you took first place just to get the materials for cheating in advance? Wuyong innocently gestures towards the judges' panel. Are you implying they're biased? That they gave me first place so I could get the small stone? With this statement, everyone starts accusing Xuelian of disrespecting the judges. Are those words fit for a lady? Her upbringing is truly questionable. Enraged, Xuelian tries to hit Wuyong. Long Chun slams his hand on the chair. Enough, he says impatiently. Long Chun's power instantly fills the arena, silencing everyone. While Xuelian and Wuyong are causing a commotion, Shangwan Qingluan is busy with his own schemes. With a whoosh, a spiritual pill emerges from Shangwan Qingluan's furnace. Someone exclaims, so fast, worthy of the Shangwan family. That fire phoenix earlier was amazing. Others also finish refining their spiritual pills. Time is running out. Wuyong is still concentrating on refining. Shangwan Qingluan and Xuelian sneer at him. Wuyong will lose face this time. Just as the incense burns out, a golden pill rises into the air. Everyone is stunned. It's a 9-serpent pill. Even in Facier, it's incredibly rare. An ancient voice announces Wuyong wins. The third trial will be held at Yaoling Mountain. Yaoling Mountain is sponsored by the Longyuan Pavilion. It's fraught with danger. Enter at your own risk. Next episode, Long Chun senses his son's presence. He suspects Wuyong might be the goddess of his heart. This man has yearned for over 20 years, desperate to meet the goddess of his youth again. And tonight, he unexpectedly learns he has a son, and the goddess was always by his side. At the alchemist competition, Wuyong refined the rare 9-serpent pill. He wanted to give the pill to Linger to suppress her appearance. On Wuyong's way back to the inn, he was stopped. A man offered to buy the pill at a high price. Wu Yong refused directly. The man was startled. This girl didn't even care about a deal from the Dragon Abyss Pavilion. Inside the inn, Linger took the pill. Wu Yong was filled with anticipation, mixed with a little nervousness. The next second, Linger broke out in a cold sweat and clutched his stomach. He let out an uncontrolled roar. Everyone in the inn was startled. What was that sound? It sounded like a dragon's roar. At that moment, the Dragon King, who was enjoying the moon on the roof, sensed a familiar aura. It was Dragon's breath. Who else besides him had Dragon's breath in this world? Many people were attracted to Wu Yong's door by the sound. Wu Yong had a bad feeling. Linger's commotion was too loud. It would be troublesome if someone found out. She put a cloak on Linger and cast a concealment spell. She told her son to be good and go outside to distract the people. Seeing her son calm down, Wu Yong left with relief. Just as she was about to walk out the door, the Dragon King jumped in through the window. He hadn't expected the dragon's breath to be coming from the child beside Wu Yong. He was about to reach out and sense the dragon's breath on the child again. But Wu Yong noticed him. She struck the Dragon King with a palm, sending him flying. Looking at Wu Yong's movements, the Dragon King was startled. Why were this woman's moves exactly like Zhueyu's? He grabbed Wu Yong excitedly and asked, "What is your relationship with her?" Wu Yong was stunned. Who? Overwhelmed with excitement, the Dragon King unconsciously tightened his grip. Wu Yong was in so much pain that she was sweating. If he recognized Linger, it would be disastrous. Thinking quickly, she lunged at the Dragon King and shouted, "Let me tell you, she and I are actually... Help! Thief! Help!" Her cries were shrill and piercing. The Dragon King suddenly understood. He had been tricked. Angrily, he grabbed Wu Yong's neck threateningly. The Dragon Abyss Pavilion Master appearing in someone else's room in the middle of the night. If word gets out, how will you remain Pavilion Master? Wu Yong slapped the Dragon King's hand away. The next second, the innkeeper's voice came from outside the door. "Are you all right, guest?" The Dragon King left with questions. He had to find out the relationship between Wu Yong and Zhueyu. Seeing him leave, Wu Yong breathed a sigh of relief. Who was the her this man kept mentioning? It made him seem like a completely different person. This man had been yearning for over 20 years to meet the goddess of his dreams from his youth. When he saw a trace of the goddess in Wu Yong, he couldn't resist the desire in his heart and tried every means to get close to her. So, at the alchemist competition, he pulled strings to take over the third round. With a grand entrance, everyone looked on with anticipation as the impressive and imposing Dragon King appeared. It is said that typing the first word that comes to mind in the comment section can reveal your inner thoughts. It's incredibly accurate. The Dragon King pointed with his folding fan, and a huge spatial portal instantly appeared in front of him. Looking at Wu Yong's back, the Dragon King became even more convinced that she had a special connection to the goddess. Wu Yong felt the Dragon King's gaze and worried. Was he going to try and steal her son? Medicine Spirit Mountain was full of treasures. Wu Yong casually picked up a spatial ring. Her eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but marvel at the Dragon King's extravagance. As she continued to gather herbs, she was suddenly interrupted by a burst of spiritual energy. Xuelian stood before her, haughty and arrogant. "Did you think I would let you succeed so easily? I'm telling you, no matter what tricks you try, you have to get past me first." Wu Yong looked at her as if she were a clown and turned to leave. A gentle breeze blew past, as if mocking Xuelian. Infuriated, Xuelian raged. "She ignored me." She shoved the nearby Zifu. "Hurry up and follow her." Zifu timidly ran off, following Wu Yong. Zifu followed Wu Yong to a dense forest. He was curious why Wu Yong wasn't picking anything, but was walking straight into the forest. Was there something she wanted inside? After walking for a long time, Wu Yong finally stopped. She looked at the waterfall in front of her. The dragon spirit fruit and stream she was looking for must be here. With the dragon spirit fruit, she could make soaring dragon pills for Linger. With a single leap, she jumped in front of the waterfall and reached out to search for the dragon spirit fruit. And at this moment, the Dragon King, who had been following him, narrowed his eyes fiercely. It's dragon spirit fruit in the stream. What does he want with this medicinal ingredient related to the dragon pearl? To avoid trouble, Zifu reported Wu Yong's whereabouts to Xuelian. At this time, Wu Yong's face lit up with joy. Heaven rewards the diligent. He actually found it. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Wu Yong. Zifu pushed Wu Yong out of the way and plucked the dragon scale bone from the water. In the next second, Xuelian appeared in front of the two. "I wondered what sneaky little tricks you were up to." So it was for this. She took the dragon spirit fruit, her face full of provocation towards Wu Yong. "The treasure you want is now in my hands. What are you going to do?" Wu Yong sneered, truly ignorant. Wu Yong snatched the dragon spirit fruit from Xuelian's hand, her mouth overflowing with sharp words. Xuelian, not only not angry, but mocked Wu Yong's ignorance. You have to know, these tricks are all leftovers from her 21st century playbook. The next second, Shuilian cried out, "Sister, your hand." Belatedly realizing what happened, Shuilian looked at her palm. She hurriedly threw away the contaminated item, but it was too late. Both sisters' hands were covered in blisters. Shuilian pointed at Wu Yang angrily. "Good, very good. You, Shangguan Wu Yang, you actually dared to poison the fruit." Wu Yang shook her head and pulled a piece of cloth from her sleeve. "For goodness sake, you're from the Medicine King sect. How could you not even know the common knowledge that dragon spirit fruit can't be picked with bare hands?" Wu Yang carefully picked up the dragon spirit fruit. This skillful maneuver opened the sisters' eyes. Seeing the dragon spirit fruit's skin peeled away, shame was evident on the Shuilian sisters' faces. The Dragon King, who had been secretly observing, was greatly impressed by this. This woman was becoming more and more interesting to him. After the shame subsided, Shuilian was still relentless. "It must be you. You deliberately lured us to pick the fruit so that we would be poisoned." Wu Yang didn't want to waste any more time and turned to leave. "You reap what you sow. You can't blame others." Seeing Shangguan Wu Yang leave, Shuilian was furious. Shangguan Qingluan was also hiding in the shadows. She cursed Shuilian countless times in her heart. These sisters were truly idiots. They couldn't even handle Shangguan Wu Yang. Just as Shuilian was pacing anxiously, Shangguan Qingluan walked over, feigning surprise. Who is so malicious to do such a thing? Shuilian angrily recounted how Wu Yang had harmed her. Shangguan Qingluan put on an act. If the poison of the dragon scale fruit isn't treated in time, then it will rot to the bone. It can kill a person in just half an hour. Hearing this, Shuilian's legs went weak. A glint of cunning flashed in Shangguan Qingluan's eyes. "I have stiff-leg goggle-eye pills that could detoxify it." Three women make a drama. The more they chatted, the more animated they became. Shangguan Qingluan took the opportunity to pull Shuilian into her scheme. "Later, we'll all be refining medicine in the same cauldron. If Shangguan Wu Yang distracts me and causes the refining to fail." Before she could finish, Shuilian interrupted with a question. "But then, if she can make Shangguan Wu Yang fail, couldn't she also make me fail?" The Dragon King, single for over 20 years, suddenly had an idea for a wife. His method of pursuing her was like a game of hide-and-seek. To avoid being discovered, the Dragon King used astral projection to secretly follow Wu Yang. Wu Yang's enigmatic behavior puzzled him. Returning to his body, he announced, "The third round of the alchemy competition will continue." Looking at Wu Yang's back, the Dragon King felt a bias towards her in his heart. He hoped she would win the competition. Wu Yang was determined to change Linger's appearance. She threw the freshly picked dragon scale fruit into the cauldron and began refining. Unbeknownst to her, Shangguan Qingluan and Shuilian were secretly plotting behind her back. Inside the cauldron, Shangguan Qingluan's alchemical pearl collided with Wu Yang's. Wu Yang was already wary of Shangguan Qingluan. Just as she was reacting, Shuilian's alchemical pearl also crashed into hers. Wu Yang just wanted to quickly finish refining. The immense impact momentarily stunned her. Seeing that Wu Yang was about to lose control, Shangguan Qingluan seized the opportunity and secretly extended a sinister hand towards Wu Yang. At that moment, a powerful force flung Shangguan Qingluan away. The Dragon King slowly withdrew his hand, his voice dark and cold. During the competition, no one is allowed to cheat. Shangguan Qingluan's entire body trembled. Why did the Dragon Abyss Pavilion Master feel so familiar? He seemed like a young man from 6 years ago. In a daze, she fainted. The Dragon King glanced at the struggling Wu Yang. Unable to resist, he intervened. The chaotic energy dispersed. Wu Yang gradually recovered. Wu Yang was secretly delighted. She hadn't expected the chant Dragon King whispered in her ear to be so effective, allowing her to quickly clear her mind. Her cultivation even increased to the Golden Core stage. Ultimately, Wu Yang won the alchemy competition with the best score in history. Shuilian, due to her underhanded tactics, fell behind and failed in her alchemy attempt. Zifu unexpectedly achieved third place. Unreconciled, Shuilian stealthily followed Wu Yang. When they reached a deserted area, Shuilian reached out with malicious intent. Wu Yang had already noticed, but didn't want to bother with her. Wu Yang rolled her eyes. "Oh dear, I'm fainting. Only an idiot would fight you." She'd rather cultivate and stabilize her unstable post-breakthrough aura. This scene happened to be witnessed by the Dragon King, who caught the falling Wu Yang just in time. Wu Yang, peeking, saw the indifferent face of the Dragon King. He wasn't someone easy to deal with either, so she decided to continue feigning unconsciousness. The Dragon King, single for over 20 years, finally decided to pursue a wife, only to learn she was the daughter of his enemy. His love life was truly fleeting. Just moments ago, Wu Yang had won first place in the alchemy competition. The disgruntled Shiwilian launched a sneak attack on Wu Yang. Wu Yang, too lazy to play games, simply pretended to faint. At the critical moment, the Dragon King performed a heroic rescue, holding Wu Yang in his arms. In Wu Yang's eyes, this man was also troublesome. She decided to commit to the act. The Dragon King glared at Shiwilian. Haven't you learned your lesson from the alchemy competition? She just broke through, and you attack her while she's weak. Is this the upbringing of the Medicine King sect? Shiwilian turned pale. The Dragon King picked up Wu Yang and left. Just then, a deep, resonant voice called out to him. Sect leader, you misunderstand. Shangguan Wu Yang is our Shangguan family's eldest miss, who has been traveling abroad. The speaker was the original Wu Yang's unreliable grandfather. Hearing this, Wu Yang felt the old man's shamelessness was truly astounding. After speaking, the old man ordered someone to bring Wu Yang over. A glint of malice appeared in the Dragon King's eyes. She's from your Shangguan family. Wu Yang had won first place, and the old man was quite proud. The Dragon King sneered. He spread his hands and tossed Wu Yang out. The sudden action caught Wu Yang off guard. What was going on? Was he trying to kill her? This Dragon King was truly unpredictable. The next moment, the Dragon King said coldly, "Had I known she was from the Shangguan family, I wouldn't have interfered in the competition." He spoke while disdainfully using a handkerchief to disinfect his hands. Though seemingly a casual toss, he had accurately landed the handkerchief on Wu Yang's face. The departing Dragon King was furious. He ordered his guards to begin closing the net on the Shangguan family. Meanwhile, Wu Yang, still pretending to be unconscious, found herself in an awkward situation. The old man intended to have another man carry her home. Wu Yang clutched her backside and wailed, "My bottom hurts." When she opened her eyes, she saw the old man's benevolent face. He sincerely offered to take her home. Wu Yang excused herself, saying she needed to return to the inn to pack. She needed time to consider whether to return. The original Wu Yang had complained. By chance, she had been reborn into this body. Now that she was the master of this body, she felt obligated to seek justice for the original Wu Yang. The Dragon King recalled the words of his superior. He had clearly detected it on the child beside Shangguan Wu Yang. He needed to investigate the child's identity. No matter what, he couldn't allow anyone related to the Dragon Clan to fall into the hands of the Shangguan family. Feng Shi was ordered to have someone follow Shangguan Wu Yang. What was it like to have a clever and mischievous son? A single gesture from his mother, and he instantly understood. After a day and night of arduous travel, Linger was half dead from motion sickness, crying for his mother to hold him. Shangguan Qinghuan froze. He hadn't expected this strange child to be Shangguan Wu Yang's son. Just then, the wheel hit a rock. The next moment, Linger vomited a rainbow of colors onto Shangguan Qinghuan. Shangguan Qinghuan's heart-wrenching screams instantly filled the carriage. Wu Yang quickly helped her son out of the carriage to recover. Shangguan Qinghuan said angrily, "Where did this freak come from? He's delaying our return to the city." Wu Yang glared at him. "You better shut up." Shangguan Qinghuan, feeling wronged, poured out all his complaints. Wu Yang's confidence grew. "It was your family head who invited me back. I not only want Shangguan Lin, but I also want to acknowledge my son and slap you in the face." Just then, Wu Yang saw a servant girl carrying snacks walking towards them. An idea struck Wu Yang. She walked straight ahead and stealthily sprinkled medicine powder on Shangguan Qinghuan. She still hid her actions along the way. She didn't want to hear Shangguan Qinghuan's ranting and raving again. Shangguan Lin saw this small action and immediately understood his mother's intention. "Mother, wait for me." Linger deliberately bumped into Shangguan Qinghuan. Enraged, Shangguan Qinghuan was about to rush forward and give Lin a beating. The servant girl stopped him in time. "Miss, there's still a long way to go. Have some rose cakes first." The head of the family is watching from the sedan chair behind. "Don't cause trouble." Shangguan Qinghuan swallowed her anger. She couldn't be impulsive. Picking up a rose cake, she saw Linner smiling happily. Wu Yang raised an eyebrow and looked at Lin. "Mother, I saw everything." Wu Yang suddenly understood. "So you also added something." In less than 3 minutes, Shangguan Qinghuan felt itchy all over. The servant girl panicked and dropped the plate in her hands. She handed over a mirror. "Miss, your face." In the mirror, Shangguan Qinghuan's face was covered in sores. Lin, who was at the side, was still mocking her. "She looks like an old witch with red measles." Furious, Shangguan Qinghuan pointed at Wu Yang and yelled, "It's you. You did this." "You." Mid-sentence, she found she couldn't speak. "It must be them." Shangguan Qinghuan raised her hand, about to attack Wu Yang and her son. Wu Yang sensed danger. She had to protect Linger. Just then, a large hand grabbed the two of them. "How dare you attack your older sister? Is this how Jia Gui taught you?" Shangguan Qinghuan's father glared at her. He glanced at Wu Yang. before stripping her of her medicinal spirit power. He had to protect this medicinal body. The two sisters were fighting. When their father saw this, he immediately scolded the younger sister without hesitation and gently asked the older sister if she was hurt. He ordered someone to take good care of his eldest daughter and promised Weiyang that after he finished his closed-door cultivation, he would announce her as the heir to the Shangwan family. To outsiders, it seemed like the father doted on and favored Weiyang, but they didn't know that there was a huge conspiracy hidden within. Back at the Shangwan residence, Weiyang and her son's living quarters were desolate and bare. Shangwan Lin couldn't believe it. Is this the legendary favoritism? God helps those who help themselves. To create lasting childhood memories for her son, Weiyang pulled herself together and started working hard with him. 2 hours later, the room was completely renewed, and the mother and son looked like young nobles. While the two were playing around, the courtyard gate was kicked open. It was Shangwan Qingluan's mother's personal maid. She invited Weiyang to the main hall for a talk. Weiyang saw the maid's aggressive posture and knew this wasn't going to be good. But even if it was a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, she had to take this step. As soon as she entered the main hall, a sharp, kabua voice rang out. "Oh, where did this little bastard come from? My dear niece, how could you do such a shameless thing?" It was Xue Shi, the original owner's aunt. With a raised eyebrow and the demeanor of the matriarch, she continued, "Weiyang committed this disgraceful act of having a child out of wedlock. I have no choice but to punish her according to family law." Weiyang shielded Linger behind her. It seemed that Shangwan Qingluan had already conspired with them. With a loud slap, she slammed her hand on the table. She shouted, "Bring the family rules." Weiyang's eyes widened, and a golden light emanated from her. All the doors and windows of the house slammed shut. Shangwan Qingluan was on her way to watch the show. When she arrived, she heard the sound of the doors closing. She knocked hard, but was thrown back by the barrier on the door. Shangwan Qingluan started to feel uneasy. When Shangwan Qingluan was about to lose her composure, Weiyang opened the door. Shangwan Qingluan quickly ran inside. She saw her mother and aunt, both sound asleep. Weiyang said coldly, "I hope Xue Shi will return my mother's dowry to my courtyard, untouched. Anything that's been used up should be compensated in cash. Otherwise, I won't be able to undo the poison." Hearing this, Shangwan Qingluan's resolve crumbled again. "You're so vicious. You actually poisoned my mother. Well, the poison could be fatal at any moment. Don't make me wait too long. You should have thought about this day when you harmed the original owner. The Dragon King's wife and son are in danger." The Dragon King was in a predicament, hesitating whether to pursue his wife. This was practically pushing himself into a fiery furnace. In the Shangwan family's secret underground chamber, the elder Shangwan was facing a conspiracy. Everything was ready. They were just waiting for Weiyang's arrival. Unaware, Weiyang was seeking justice for the original owner of her body. Shangwan Qingluan repaid everything he owed Weiyang. Only then did Weiyang give him the antidote. Weiyang then issued a challenge. Shangwan Qingluan refused to let it go. Gathering his spiritual energy, he was about to give Weiyang a beating. Just then, a servant announced that the family head requested Weiyang's presence in the underground chamber. Weiyang impatiently shooed Shangwan Qingluan away. Linger worriedly asked Weiyang, "Mother, where are you going?" "I want to go too." Weiyang comforted her son, telling him to wait for her and instructing him not to leave the courtyard under any circumstances. As a precaution, Weiyang summoned 2 gluttonous dream eaters and added another layer of protection to the courtyard. Only then did Weiyang leave with peace of mind. Shangwan Qingluan hid behind a tree, waiting for her departure. He quietly entered Weiyang's courtyard. At that moment, the 2 dream eaters instantly swelled, transforming into 2 giant beasts and roaring at Shangwan Qingluan. Startled, Shangwan Qingluan immediately retreated. He stealthily approached the back door. The back door was also sealed with a barrier. He took out the artifact Elder Shangwan had given him to break barriers. He gently inserted it. In the next second, the door easily opened. Shangwan Qingluan blew sleeping gas inside. Meanwhile, Linger, watching the 2 small beasts, was still praising his mother's foresight. Then he noticed the sleeping gas. He took out his fan, intending to waft it away. A silver needle pierced his arm. Linger finally fainted. Shangwan Qingluan handed Linger to a servant girl, ordering her to deliver this gift to Xu Yin of the Medicine King sect. All of this was witnessed by Bai Zhua, who had been silently following Weiyang. He immediately flew off to report the situation to Li Yu. He then discreetly followed Shangwan Qingluan's carriage. Li Yu, who was cultivating, immediately checked upon receiving the news. She monitored the Medicine King sect through her deployed network. For now, she could only leave the matter to the Medicine King's sect to resolve. Outside the city, Zifu, cloaked in a veil, rode swiftly. He used Shuilian's token to take custody of Linger. He placed a barrier on the carriage. Baizhuo was immediately unable to continue tracking. He could only relay the information to Li Yu again. The Dragon King was finally about to reunite with his son. Notice how this woman drugged the Dragon King's son. She sent him as a gift to the Beast Laboratory. The person from the Medicine King sect who came to take him was Zifu. Zifu admired the Dragon King and had always been helping Dragon Abyss Pavilion rescue beasts sent to the Medicine King sect. When Linger awoke, he saw it wasn't the annoying Shangguan Qingguan. He remembered his mother's teaching. When unsure of the situation, play dead. Not long after, Linger felt himself being carried to a quiet place. He secretly opened his eyes. A sudden burst of light momentarily blinded him. The extravagant decorations were inhumane. It seemed this was his father's ridiculously lavish Dragon Abyss Pavilion. Then Linger heard footsteps. He heard Zifu respectfully say, "Pavilion Master, this is the beast I intercepted on the road. I thought you would like it." The Dragon King chuckled softly. "You're quite the guesser." When he saw the boy's face, before he could think further, he heard Zifu say, "This is Wu Yang's most prized possession. She takes him everywhere. If I had intercepted him first, who knows what the Medicine King sect would have done with him." Before he could finish, the Dragon King dismissed him. A daring thought crossed the Dragon King's mind. He touched Linger's dragon horns. They were exactly like his own, were at age 6. He suddenly recalled his passionate night with Wu Yang 6 years ago. Could it be? Meanwhile, Wu Yang was taken to the underground chamber. The gloomy atmosphere made Wu Yang's hair stand on end. Old man Shangguan revealed a sinister smirk. He falsely offered Wu Yang the inheritance of the Shangguan family fortune, claiming their generosity, and said he needed to verify her aptitude before the inheritance ceremony could proceed. Seeing Wu Yang's hesitation, the elder behind him promptly signaled to an attendant. Receiving the signal, the attendant immediately brought over a lotus flower imbued with a spell and asked Wu Yang to offer a drop of blood for verification. At this point, Wu Yang felt compelled to act. She bit her finger and dripped blood onto the lotus flower. The lotus instantly reflected countless golden rays of light, reacting with the structure of the entire chamber. Wu Yang sensed something was amiss. She recalled Li Yu's warning about her special constitution and the need to be wary of those who might exploit it. Suddenly, it dawned on her. The old man was trying to steal her spiritual essence. The next moment, Wu Yang began vomiting blood uncontrollably. The strange elders were shocked and bewildered. What was going on? Wu Yang, weak and trembling, wondered if she would make it out alive. This man had been single for 20 years, yet today he suddenly had a son. His thoughts immediately flew back to 6 years ago. His dragon tail was injured, and he couldn't resist the medicinal aura emanating from the woman. He'd spent a night of pleasure with her. This boy must be the result of that encounter. The man picked up Linger and walked outside. While Linger feigned unconsciousness, he debated whether or not to wake up. The Dragon King, loosening his grip, tossed him into the Dragon Abyss pool. Panicked, Linger cried out for help. But then, as he struggled, the mark of a dragon gradually appeared on him. The Dragon King's eyes lit up. This boy was indeed of dragon lineage. He pulled Linger out. Now, only one thing remained to be verified. He pricked Linger's finger and drew a drop of blood. Then he drew his own blood. This old man was ruthless. Linger had also secretly tried a blood recognition test, but the Dragon King actually drew his blood. This old man was truly unreliable. The Dragon King held a glimmer of hope. Would it be as he thought? The next moment, the blood fused, confirming a 99.99% paternal match. Linger, looking at his cut finger, yelled someone. He's trying to murder his own son. The Dragon King's gaze towards his son instantly softened. "So, you knew I was your father all along." Linger shifted back nervously. "So what? I don't want to acknowledge you, you heartless man, as my father." Suddenly, he slipped. He was about to fall into the water again, but the Dragon King caught him just in time. "A member of the dragon race, yet you can't swim." He was already planning swimming lessons for his son. Linger seemed to sense this. He pushed the Dragon King away and ran. "I'm going back to the Shangguan family to find my mother." Meanwhile, Wu Yang was facing the prospect of having her spiritual essence stolen. Old man Shangguan had deceived her with the promise of inheriting the Shangguan family fortune. If her spiritual essence was taken, she would die. Wu Yang, thinking quickly, continued to bleed profusely. She excused herself, claiming she had just broken through to the Golden Core stage and her energy was unstable, requiring immediate cultivation. With that, she quickly fled the chamber. If she didn't cooperate, her spiritual essence would wither and die. Returning to the courtyard, Wu Yang smelled a soporific. A woman's intuition told her something had happened to Linger. She rushed to open the door. The courtyard was indeed in disarray, and Linger was nowhere to be seen. This little dragon had been forced into a paternity test, but he didn't have much affection for his father. He pushed his father away, refusing to go look for his mother. But the next second, a thick rope bound him tightly. "Don't you care about your son's dignity?" he shouted at his father. "Is it fun to tie up your own son like this?" Seeing the Dragon King's unmoved and haughty demeanor, Linger continued, "You don't know my mother's temper. If she doesn't see me at the Shangwan house, she'll do something terrible." The Dragon King was puzzled. "Isn't she the eldest daughter of the Shangwan family? Why would she need to come personally to find you?" Linger hopped backward several steps until he bumped into the stone wall. "What would you, a heartless man, know? My mother is powerful, but he couldn't withstand the Shangwan family's overwhelming numbers." The more he spoke, the more exaggerated his theatrical performance became. "Not only did they make my mother and me live in a broken-down woodshed, but they also made her do chores every day. My kind and beautiful mother, in order to take care of me, could only endure their bullying. Sob, it's all my fault." Hearing these words, the Dragon King's heart immediately softened. "All right, stop crying. Go and tidy yourself up. For the sake of her being your birth mother, I will bring her over from the Shangwan family." Having said that, he ordered someone to take Linger away. Linger silently watched the Dragon King. His acting was so superb. His foolish father should bring his mother over, right? The Dragon King asked Feng Shi, "What's happening with the Shangwan family?" "Feng Shi replied, after Wu Yong caused a scene at the Shangwan residence. She is currently on her way to the Medicine King sect. The Xiao family is also on their way to the Shangwan residence to propose marriage." Hearing this, the Dragon King became inexplicably angry. The nearby Shurchong immediately suffered the consequences. He coldly uttered 2 words, "propose marriage." Feng Shi continued, "The Xiao family's young master is the eldest Miss Shangwan's fiancé. Whether this trip is to propose to the eldest Miss Shangwan is yet to be seen." The Dragon King felt as if green grass was sprouting from his head. He had arranged for the news of the Shangwan family's secret medicine garden to be released just now. This man, born into a wealthy and influential family, had been betrothed since childhood in a prearranged marriage. He thought he would live a mundane life. But when he saw Wu Yong for the first time, he understood what love at first sight meant. After returning home and unable to find Linger, Wu Yong, burning with anxiety from the lingering spiritual energy left by Linger, realized that Shangwan Qingwan had kidnapped him. Wu Yong, showing no mercy, hung Shangwan Qingwan over a boiling oil cauldron. Xue Shi, distressed for her daughter, revealed that Linger had been sent to the Medicine King sect as a medicine slave. Wu Yong rushed towards the Medicine King sect on horseback. Just thinking about Linger's situation made her tremble with fear. The Xiao family's marriage proposal carriage was heading in the opposite direction. A servant asked which young lady the young master would propose to. Xiao Lingfeng said that although the eldest miss was in the limelight, he wasn't a superficial person. Compared to the eldest miss whom he didn't know at all, he naturally preferred Shangwan Xinruan. Just as Wu Yong was about to encounter the Xiao family's carriage procession, a woman came running towards them, crying and shouting for help. Xiao Lingfeng stopped the carriage to check the situation. He happened to see Wu Yong passing by. At this moment, his love at first sight for Wu Yong was fully displayed. Wu Yong hadn't gone far when she heard a child crying. She stopped her horse to check the situation and heard a rough, burly man say, "These are all big orders. We need to send these children to the Medicine King sect." Wu Yong was instantly filled with anger. Linger must be among this transported cargo. The spiritual energy emanating from Wu Yong alerted the guarding men. The men immediately grabbed their weapons and attacked. Wu Yong, in her powered-up state, quickly dealt with the 2 men. When the Xiao family's carriage procession arrived with the woman, they witnessed this scene. Just as they were wondering who had acted so swiftly, Xiao Lingfeng recognized her at once. It was the goddess he had fallen for at first sight. Truly a heroine. Just as he wanted to approach Wu Yong, she impatiently jumped onto the cart to search for her son. In a short while, she rescued more than 10 children disguised as beasts from the cart. Disappointment filled Wu Yong's eyes. She had searched everywhere, but couldn't find Linger. Xiao Lingfeng chattered incessantly beside her, but Wu Yong didn't hear a word. Linger must have already been sent to the Medicine King sect. Wu Yong looked at Xiao Lingfeng and said, "Please take these children to the mountains." After saying this, she took off the burly man's clothes and put them on herself. Xiao Lingfeng asked again, "It's dangerous for you to go alone. I don't even know your name, miss." Wu Yong smiled frankly. "Call me Zhueyu." Xiao Lingfeng watched Wu Yong's carriage disappear into the distance, vowing to meet again in the future. "This is the kind of person I want to marry," not the second Miss Shangwan. The attendant beside him, seeing his love-struck expression, twitched his mouth. Didn't you say you wouldn't be like your father? He ventured into the lion's den to save his son, unaware that his son was currently with his own father. What's even more pitiful is that the master who loved him most also missed him. Worried about Wu Yang, Li Yu arrived at the Medicine King sect. The atmosphere inside immediately became extremely tense. The sect leader nervously asked, "Elder Li Yu, what are your instructions?" Li Yu's handsome face was filled with anger. "Don't play coy. Where's Shiwelian?" The sect leader immediately pointed to Shiwelian Dahong waiting outside. "Impudent fool, why haven't you greeted Elder Li Yu?" Li Yu first asked Shiwelian, "Where's Shangwan Linger?" Shiwelian was momentarily at a loss. He stammered, "Shangwan Linger isn't with me." In the next second, Li Yu lifted Shiwelian with a single hand. He was hoisted into the air by powerful spiritual energy. Shiwelian still insisted, "He's really not with me." Seeing that Shiwelian was about to collapse, the sect leader immediately begged Li Yu for mercy and said he would handle the matter according to sect rules. With a wave of Li Yu's hand, Shiwelian immediately plummeted to the ground, then banished him to Linshou Island for hard labor and cultivation. With that, Li Yu flicked his sleeve and left. Shiwelian cried out, "No, not Linshou Island. There's definitely nothing good there." The barrier around Linshou Island hadn't been fully repaired, and Li Yu still needed to guard it. He instructed Bai Zhua to continue tracking Linger. Just then, Wu Yang, in disguise, passed by Li Yu. Without a token, the soldiers forbade Wu Yang from entering. Helpless, she pretended to have a desperate need to urinate, hoping to slip inside. At that moment, Shiwelian ran out crying. Zifu comforted him, saying, "Sister, this is already the lightest punishment Elder Li Yu could give. If you disobey his orders, it won't be as simple as hard labor and cultivation." Wu Yang overheard this. She thought happily, "So master has already been here." Zifu shouted towards Wu Yang, "You there, help the eldest miss back to her room to rest." The soldiers lowered their weapons and immediately ran over. Seeing that she had successfully infiltrated the Medicine King sect, Zifu smiled to herself. She had delivered Shangwan Linger to the sect leader, but the sect leader had been so indifferent. She wanted to see what kind of trouble Shangwan Wu Yang could stir up in the Medicine King sect. Wu Yang walked into the back courtyard. Someone called out to her. Wu Yang followed the man further inside. A strange smell continuously wafted out. This mixed smell was probably not just from those kidnapped children. A woman gave birth to a half-beast son and accidentally lost him. To save her son, she disguised herself and infiltrated the tiger's den. But she saw the entire process of beastmen being turned into medicine. Wu Yang followed the man to a secret chamber in the back mountain. The beastmen here were tortured beyond recognition. She knew the Medicine King sect was inhumane, but seeing it with her own eyes was still hard to believe. Seeing Wu Yang's reaction, the man's face was full of pride. "Are you new here? These are the ones we have no use for. Some low-level beastmen, but they can still be used." A lewd expression appeared on the man's face. Wu Yang quietly gathered her spiritual energy and struck the man's head with a palm. "If you can't speak properly, then shut your mouth." Wu Yang searched several places but couldn't find any trace of Linger. Unknowingly, she arrived at the medicine refining hall. The scene before her eyes made her heart sink. She saw a beast child suspended in midair, being experimented on. In the cauldrons, countless children were being refined into medicine. Wu Yang gritted her teeth in anger. She took out a spirit herb and threw it into the laboratory. In the next second, everyone present lost consciousness and fell into a coma. Wu Yang searched for Linger over and over. She tied up all the medicine refiners and rescued the beast children who still had signs of life. She asked these children if they had seen Linger. The children were still terrified of Wu Yang and stammered. No. Wu Yang was on the verge of collapse. Had her Linger already been turned into medicinal powder? At this moment, a boy pointed to a medicine cabinet. There's another secret passage inside. It holds the medicine slaves who are about to be experimented on. Wu Yang opened the medicine cabinet. She heard countless children's miserable cries coming from inside. She turned and instructed the children she had just rescued. "Run. Don't ever let them catch you again. A place like this should be buried in flames forever." Wu Yang started a fire. The children inside were startled at first. The fire gradually spread. The victims fled in panic, but Wu Yang still didn't see Linger. She gritted her teeth and squeezed out the words, "Medicine King sect. If you don't hand over Linger today, you're all going to die." News of the fire in the Medicine King Hall quickly reached the sect leader. The sect leader and Shiwelian came to assess the situation. Shiwelian recognized the disguised Wu Yang at a glance. Wu Yang sat on the hilltop and threatened, "If you don't hand over Linger, the entire Medicine King sect will be reduced to ashes." The sect leader was furious. That Shangwan, good for nothing, after ruining her own family, is now coming to ruin mine. With that, they all attacked Wuyong together. Next episode preview. The Dragon King appears to protect his wife. The dragon official recognizes Wuyong as the goddess of his dreams. After being single for over 20 years, the man finally gets his wish to share a bed with the goddess. A woman causes chaos in the Medicine King sect, searching for her son, but is surrounded by the sect leader and many elders. Wuyong, outnumbered, is about to become the Medicine King sect's newest slave. At the critical moment, a familiar face appears. Looking at the dragon official, Wuyong is suddenly overwhelmed with a sense of security. The dragon official releases his spiritual energy and repels the attackers. Linger runs over shouting, "Mother!" Seeing Linger safe and sound after so many days, Wuyong's heart finally finds peace. The dragon official gives the sect leader a death stare. The sect leader immediately explains, "My lord, it's not what it looks like." Thankfully, Wuyong is unharmed. The dragon official coldly says, "From now on, anyone who dares to touch Shangwan Wuyong is an enemy of my Dragon Abyss sect." Wuyong remains unconscious for several days. Linger stays by her side. When the dragon official arrives, he sees the touching scene of mother and child. He suddenly feels a sense of family. He can't help but squat by the bed, carefully observing the two. The thought of Wuyong being from the Shangwan family makes his hand stiffen. The image of his mother being used as a medicinal ingredient by the Shangwan family resurfaces in his mind. Resentment rises within him again. He picks up his son and prepares to leave. Just then, Fengshi reports that Xiao Lingfeng went to the Shangwan family, but broke off his engagement with Shangwan Qinluan and decided to marry the eldest Shangwan daughter. The dragon official creates a mask, identical to Wuyong's. He arranges for someone to marry Xiao Lingfeng in Wuyong's place. Wuyong keeps calling out Linger in her sleep. The dragon official stays by her side. Looking at the wound on Wuyong's hand, the dragon official licks it, just like he did in the past. The wound instantly heals. The dragon official can't help but think of Jueyu. This woman, like him, doesn't know how to take care of herself. Wuyong, in her sleep, suddenly hugs the dragon official, enjoying the embrace. She murmurs, "My soft, fragrant pillow." The dragon official's face darkens. Pillow? What nonsense. She's really something in her sleep. Despite his complaints, he lets Wuyong continue hugging him. He climbs into bed and pulls the blanket over them. Feeling the warmth, Wuyong unconsciously snuggles closer to him. Her clothes slip down. The dragon official's eyes widen. This mark is identical to Jueyu's. He recalls the time he reverted to his younger form and spent time with Jueyu. He had noticed the same mark on her. Could she be the woman he's been searching for all this time? It must be fate spanning millennia for such a coincidence. A man and a woman, a submarine deep beneath the sea. The man, after reverting to his younger self, loses his memory. He experiences hardship and companionship with the woman, leaving a deep impression on his heart. He always thought the woman had fallen to her death. Unexpectedly, 6 years later, she returns. This joyful surprise leaves him momentarily speechless. After 3 days of unconsciousness, Wuyong slowly opens her eyes. Seeing Linger, all her worry pours out. Linger comforts her mother. "I'm fine. You're the one who made me worry sick." Wuyong finally notices her surroundings. Dragons are coiled everywhere. This looks suspiciously like someone's lair. She quickly asks her son, "Is this the Dragon Abyss sect?" Linger replies seriously, "Yes, and this is the sect leader's room." Wuyong panicked inwardly. The sect leader is the dragon official. Could they have had some father-son reunion? Regardless, I can't stay here long. After leaving the room, Wuyong discovered no one was guarding her. Escaping should be a piece of cake, but just as she was about to open the courtyard gate, a barrier bounced her back. Wuyong, full of confidence, thought, "It's all right. Mom will get you out of here soon." So she searched all over the front and back of Dragon Abyss Pavilion, finally finding the weakest point in the barrier. Wuyong cried out, "Oh gods, grant me strength." Next, she used all her strength to break the barrier, but was mercilessly swallowed by the dragon's seal. Wuyong deflated like a punctured balloon, feeling like she'd punched a stepmother. The barrier didn't react at all. For her son, she wouldn't give up. She used her power again, striving to break through. The result was the same. Wuyong had to admit that the dragon official was too powerful. With her current abilities, even if her soul were to be completely destroyed, she couldn't tear open even a small hole. Defeated, Wuyong went to look for Linger, only to see the dragon official entertaining her son with a changing display. Linger's eyes were full of unconcealed admiration for his father. The dragon official patiently comforted his son. "Dragon horns are the symbol of our dragon race. You don't have to be ashamed." Wuyong brushed past the dragon official. He stopped her. "You want to leave? Then leave Linger behind." Wu Yang's expression was full of vigilance. Give up that idea. We will never be separated. The dragon official laughed. As you can see, I will never let my son go. For Ling Er's sake, I'll try to get along with you. Without waiting for Wu Yang's response, the dragon official swaggered off. Wu Yang sneered. Who needs a man? Being single for over 20 years. Seeing him take the initiative is making my heart race. After 6 years, the dragon official finally found a goddess he admired and declared to her that he would definitely make her fall for him. At night, Wu Yang chased after Ling Er and emphasized that he was captured because he was too weak. Only by becoming stronger could he protect himself. The dragon official secretly observed the mother and son. He was even more curious whether Wu Yang was the woman he had longed for 6 years. So he released the formation beast from back then. Go on, it's your turn. The enormous formation beast made Wu Yang instantly wary. The enormous formation beast roared and lunged towards her. But the next second, the formation beast affectionately nuzzled Wu Yang's face. Wu Yang also recognized this little cutie. I can't believe you're still alive. She thought it had been buried in that ancient cave with that young man. Ling Er was very curious about the formation beast. He had never seen this kind on Spirit Beast Island. Wu Yang introduced it to her son with a sigh. This is a formation beast. They usually come in pairs. Maybe the other one is buried in the cave. At this moment, the dragon official appeared and said the other one was captured in the three-leafed maple forest. A formation beast wouldn't show affection to a stranger without reason, unless there's a familiar scent. He was even more certain that Wu Yang was the woman for back then. Wu Yang, exhausted after a long day, was about to rest when a man suddenly appeared in her room. Startled, she sat up. The dragon official was momentarily awkward. He wanted to approach Wu Yang, but didn't know how to start. He awkwardly asked, "Would you like some hot tea?" Wu Yang twitched her lips. So the drink more hot water thing really is an ancient tradition. Seeing Wu Yang remain silent, the dragon official climbed directly onto the bed and muttered to himself, "You probably won't sleep well tonight. Perhaps it's because you're missing someone beside you. I'll just have to reluctantly make do." Wu Yang was instantly furious. "You, the dignified sect leader, have to squeeze into the same bed with me. Have you no shame?" The dragon official ignored her anger and said calmly, "We've already been intimate. What's wrong with sharing a bed?" Wu Yang flew into a rage, unleashing a torrent of curses. After venting, Wu Yang finally realized that she couldn't get rid of this man. If I can't fight him, I can avoid him. Sensing the woman's enticing movements, the dragon official suddenly opened his eyes. He had just placed his hand on Wu Yang's waist when the ticklish Wu Yang instantly reacted. Her foot accidentally caught on the bedpost, and the next second, she fell squarely on top of the dragon official. The dragon official chuckled. "I didn't do anything." Such close contact made Wu Yang blush. The dragon official pulled her closer. "I didn't expect the formidable young mistress to be so afraid of being with me." How wild an older man can be when in love. He learned that Wu Yang was the goddess he had been pursuing for 6 years. So he shamelessly flirted with Wu Yang without any restraint. Wu Yang couldn't afford to offend this powerful figure, so she decided to avoid him. Just as Wu Yang was about to escape, she tripped and fell onto the dragon official. The dragon official seized the opportunity to provoke her, saying that the feared young mistress was actually afraid to be with him. Surprisingly, this provocation worked on Wu Yang, and she proactively leaned against the dragon official. The dragon official was about to erupt like a volcano. He flipped Wu Yang over and pinned her down, just as Wu Yang thought they were about to get intimate. The dragon official nuzzled her neck and murmured, "This is the scent." Infuriated and embarrassed, Wu Yang pushed him away, yelling, "You pervert." Blushing, she tried to go to her room. The dragon official chuckled softly behind her. His face was full of uncontainable joy. It felt so good to have her back. Soon it will be the Shangguan family's wedding day. Joyeux. I will help you take back everything you lost. Wu Yang stormed into Ling Er's room, still fuming and calling the dragon official a lecherous pervert. Ling Er, who had just finished playing 2 rounds of Honor of Kings with Grandpa Zhou, was startled by his mother's outburst. He asked his mother what was wrong. Wu Yang, growing angrier, complained, "Your father is outrageous. He occupied my bed and even touched me inappropriately." Ling Er looked at her with an icy expression. "Mother, you're wrong. Don't all parents share a bed and get along harmoniously?" Wu Yang couldn't understand where her son had picked up these strange ideas. Just yesterday, this little rascal was snuggling in her bed. Ling Er grabbed Wu Yang's hand and pulled her out of the room. Before Wu Yang could understand what was happening, she was escorted back to the dragon official's room. Ling Er locked the door from the outside and told his parents to rest well. Wu Yang suddenly felt the bittersweet feeling of being sold out by her own son. She was about to use magic to disappear when the dragon official said in a captivating voice, "There's a barrier on the door. Don't waste your energy. Hearing this, Weong gave up struggling. She quickly hopped onto the bed. The dragon official turned and embraced her. At this moment, he was the happiest man in the world. These two finally kissed. Because of the male lead's line, "It feels so good to have you back." I finished the whole comic. It was incredibly sweet. Last night, the dragon official finally got a good night's sleep holding his goddess. The next day, the family of three was having breakfast. Feng Shi arrived with news that the Shangwan family had invited the sect leader to attend the wedding of the eldest Shangwan daughter and Shaoling Feng. Weiyang was startled, and the chicken leg in her hand suddenly lost its appeal. She was clearly right here. Who was going to marry that unlucky guy? Everything was under the dragon official's control. He told Weiyang to just watch the show with him. Weiyang had already taught the Shangwan family a lesson on behalf of her original self and didn't want to go back. The dragon official saw through her thoughts. "Don't you want to go?" Weiyang immediately replied, "Of course not. I'm very curious. I'll go with you tomorrow." She thought she might have a chance to escape. The next day, Weiyang woke up to find herself surrounded by beautiful women of all shapes and sizes. Each held different exquisite jewelry. Weiyang was dumbfounded. She suddenly felt like a kept woman. The dragon official stated matter-of-factly, "You need to hide your identity when we return to the Shangwan family. Now you're my concubine." Weiyang pointed at the extravagant and cumbersome clothing and jewelry and asked, "Is this what your concubine usually wears? Don't you think wearing all this gold and silver is tacky?" The dragon official used his provocation tactic again. "Are you afraid you can't pull it off? I blended seamlessly into a level 5 team. How can these gaudy clothes stop me? I just don't want to wear them." The dragon official took out some banknotes and waved them. "Do you want to wear them now?" It's clear that the dragon official knew exactly how to handle Weiyang. In the carriage, Weiyang leisurely enjoyed various delicacies. The dragon official's eyes were full of emotion. Finally, unable to resist, he leaned closer to Weiyang. "My concubine, have you forgotten something?" Weiyang shoved a grape in his mouth, not gently. "Sect leader, please eat more." Long Chung didn't even think to. The wheel hit a rock. Weiyang lost her balance and nearly fell. The dragon official caught her in time, taking the opportunity to cop a feel. Weiyang, blushing, pushed the dragon official away. The dragon official, looking pleased, teased, "Is this how you treat your dear husband?" Weiyang coughed twice, signaling the dragon official to stop. No one could see what was happening inside the carriage anyway. The dragon official chuckled softly. He pointed outside and shouted, "Look, there's someone out there." Weiyang looked, and the dragon official pulled her into his arms. Weiyang's heart pounded. This man is dangerous. Sect leader, the same trick twice isn't very amusing. The dragon official's gaze darkened. He kissed Weiyang deeply, releasing 6 years of pent-up emotions. Just how deep are an older man's tricks when it comes to love? He'd been single for over 20 years, yet he seemed to instinctively know how to flirt. His domineering and passionate approach was intoxicating. Recognizing Weiyang as his lost goddess, the dragon official began taking every opportunity to get close to her. He suggested taking Weiyang to the Shangwan family residence to watch the drama unfold, proposing she hide her identity and pretend to be his lover. He then cunningly kissed her passionately. The sweet moment over, they paused, breathless. Weiyang was furious, but found herself unable to counter the dragon official's smooth talking. She could only keep her distance, inwardly cursing him as a pervert and a scoundrel. Meanwhile, the dragon official's heart raced. He wondered why he lost control every time he touched her. Weiyang looked out of the carriage and sighed, "Wow, such a beautiful view. It would be perfect for a barbecue and camping." Linger loves picnics in the countryside. Seeing her wistful expression, the dragon official's mind whirred. Isn't this a perfect opportunity to impress her? The next second, as if by magic, he produced a variety of fresh ingredients. Weiyang's eyes widened. "Are you going to cook all of this for me?" The dragon official said proudly, "Naturally. In the Dragon Abyss sect, these things are mere trifles." He continued talking to himself as Weiyang ran out of the carriage. When the dragon official saw Weiyang again, she had already expertly prepared everything. He slowly walked towards her. Just then, the Medicine King sect leader arrived at the Shangwan family wedding banquet with his children passing by their location. The sect leader, noticing his daughter Zifu's interest in the dragon official, arranged for her to greet him. Baizhua, trailing behind, also wanted to see the two. He had just greeted the dragon official when he was captivated by a delicious aroma. He followed the scent and saw Weiyang, his eyes watering from the smoke. Baijua's heart skipped a beat. Could this be love at first sight? He approached Wuyong with a princely air. Whatever could have brought tears to your eyes. You look so delicate. Zifu, realizing the situation, cried out, Baizhua, don't go over there. The dragon official, radiating a dangerous aura, glared at Baizhua before appearing next to Wuyong in a flash. It seems my love is still tired from last night. She hasn't quite recovered yet. Wuyong was taken aback. How suggestive. This man, single for over 20 years, could be incredibly possessive when jealous. He had finally managed to convince the woman he admired to pretend to be his lover, taking the opportunity to cuddle and even sleep with her, only to have his plans interrupted. Baizhua had just fallen for Wuyong at first sight and initiated a conversation. The dragon official immediately appeared beside Wuyong and deliberately said in a loud voice, my concubine is still tired from last night. That's why she seems a bit out of it. He then put a mask on Wuyong to conceal her identity. Seeing Wuyong about to lose her temper, the dragon official whispered to her that the Medicine King Valley people had arrived. Wuyong immediately put on a welcoming expression. Did the aroma of our barbecue attract you? Noticing Zifu's crestfallen look, Wuyong understood the young woman's feelings. She immediately pushed the dragon official towards Zifu. Sister Zifu, don't worry. I'm just an unfavored concubine. You can help share the burden. Zifu quickly assisted the dragon official. The dragon official immediately showed displeasure. Wuyong continued to speak generously. You two are truly a talented man and beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. I'll go get you something to eat. Having only taken a few steps, Wuyong feigned a stomachache and excused herself to use the restroom. The dragon official pushed Zifu away and teased, my dear concubine, are you planning to sneak off for a snack behind my back? Come back here. Wuyong immediately stopped, her face darkening. Suddenly, her expression changed as a new idea struck her. She obediently ran back to the dragon official. Oh dear, my stomach suddenly feels better. Here, my lord, this is for you. It's good for your health. She held a skewer up to the dragon official's mouth. He turned his head away with a light snort. This scheming woman, she actually tried to poison me. Just looking at my dear concubine is enough to satiate me. You eat it. Seeing her plan foiled, Wuyong walked away dejectedly. Zifu, trying to lighten the mood, asked, my lord, are you traveling to attend the Shangwan family wedding? The dragon official was about to speak when Wuyong, from behind him, quickly interjected, yes, we are. And you, Wuyong, unable to hide her eagerness, continued, we're all going. Why don't we travel together? She ran over excitedly. Great. I was worried about not having any company on the road. Internally, she thought, I was worried I wouldn't have a chance to escape. Suddenly, she tripped on a rock and fell towards the dragon official. The dragon official's pupils constricted. In the next second, the person in his arms vanished. The dragon official's voice was icy. Excuse me, my concubine has lost her composure. I apologize. We still have some matters to attend to. You two should go ahead. Zifu pulled her sibling and left. Watching the carriage disappear into the distance, Wuyong pushed the dragon official away forcefully. They're gone. Let me go. The dragon official chuckled softly. No wonder this woman suddenly became so agreeable. She was trying to slip away. I won't give her the chance. What would you do if someone who looked exactly like you stood before you? A man thinks he's marrying his beloved, but suddenly two identical brides appear. How should he choose? On his wedding day, Xiao Lingfeng was immersed in immense happiness. He sighed to his attendant about how fortunate he was, having almost missed the woman he most wanted to marry. He recalled how 3 days prior, he had gone to the Shangwan family to cancel the engagement. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Shangwan Qingwan in a different outfit. Xiao Lingfeng immediately changed his mind. This marriage had to happen. At the banquet, guests congratulated Xiao Lingfeng on marrying into the renowned family. Old man Shangwan silently prayed that Qingwan wouldn't make any mistakes. Meanwhile, Shangwan Qingwan stared at her reflection with immense resentment, especially when she learned that the woman Xiao Lingfeng truly wanted to marry was Shangwan Wuyong. She loathed this wedding even more. Old man Shangwan entered and comforted her. The mask is so intricate. Xiao Lingfeng definitely won't notice anything. He's also nearing his breaking point. We must lure out Shangwan Wuyong soon. Shangwan Qingwan desperately wanted to hold onto Xiao Lingfeng. She just hadn't expected him to have already fallen for Shangwan Wuyong. She assured her father that she would complete her task today. The wedding ceremony began. Shangwan Qingwan appeared before everyone in a red wedding dress. Xiao Lingfeng foolishly believed he had found a treasure, just as the two were bowing to heaven and earth. The dragon official and Wuyong arrived at the wedding banquet to offer their congratulations. The two elders were startled. They quickly offered their seats to the dragon official. The two walked past the newlyweds and sat down. When Xiao Lingfeng saw Wu Yang's profile, he couldn't help but pause in confusion. Shangguan Qingluan quickly pulled his sleeve. "Father, you haven't finished the ceremony yet." Xiao Lingfeng had lost his earlier excitement. Why did that woman's eyebrows and eyes look so similar to Wu Yang's? Shangguan Qingluan noticed Xiao Lingfeng's distraction. As expected, all men are scum. In just a short time, his soul has been hooked by that vixen. Even if I'm just Shangguan Wu Yang's substitute, this marriage must go through. The dragon official glanced at the guests present, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. He lifted Wu Yang's veil. It was as if a gentle breeze had swept through the room, captivating everyone's eyes. The dragon official leaned close to Wu Yang and said with utter adoration, "Don't move." He pulls down Wu Yang's mask. Wu Yang's beautiful face is revealed to everyone. Xiao Lingfeng stares at Wu Yang. He then turns to look at the bride behind him. He asks in disbelief, "Who are you? What kind of sparks will fly when the real and fake young ladies meet?" A woman impersonates her older sister and marries the man she loves. On the wedding day, the older sister suddenly appears. Faced with the sudden appearance of Wu Yang, the originally blissfully happy groom is stunned. How can there be two Wu Yangs? Facing the real Wu Yang, Shangguan Qingluan can't help but feel guilty. He can't let Wu Yang ruin today's wedding. So he says to the groom in a delicate voice, "Lingfeng, I am your Wu Yang. How can you not believe me?" Wu Yang looks at the dragon official calmly, watching the drama unfold. He doesn't seem surprised at all. Could it be that all of this was planned by him? Seeing Wu Yang's question, the dragon official holds her hand and says, "If you want to reclaim the Shangguan family, I can help you." Wu Yang shakes off the dragon official's hand. There's no need for the sect leader to go to such lengths. She slowly stands up and walks towards the bride and groom, a hint of playfulness in her voice. "Miss Shangguan," she says. As she speaks, old man Shangguan explodes. "What are you all standing around for? Can't you see someone impersonating me and disrupting the wedding? Get her out of here." Wu Yang quickly appears in front of Shangguan Qingluan. She examines the mask closely. This imitation skin is incredibly lifelike. It's completely indistinguishable from the real thing. Shangguan Qingluan hides behind Xiao Lingfeng in fear. "What are you doing? Don't touch me." Xiao Lingfeng also has questions. "Why do you two look exactly alike?" Shangguan Qingluan replies, trembling, "The Dragon Abyss sect has a secret technique that can change someone's appearance. This woman changed her appearance to look like mine to disrupt the wedding. She must have malicious intentions. Besides, how could the eldest daughter of the Shangguan family be the Dragon Abyss sect leader's lover?" At this moment, old man Shangguan, watching the scene, defends his second daughter. "My daughter would never be someone's concubine. The one marrying Xiao Lingfeng today is my eldest daughter, the true heir to the Shangguan family." With these words, everyone understands. On the surface, today is the wedding of the Xiao and Shangguan families, but in reality, it's a gamble between the royal sect and the Shangguan family, a contest of their power. Wu Yang looks at the dragon official, who is completely at ease. He said he was watching a play, but he's actually using her as a pawn. Hearing his father-in-law's declaration, Xiao Lingfeng makes up his mind. He asks Wu Yang angrily, "Who are you? Why are you disrupting my wedding with Wu Yang?" Wu Yang scoffs, "Humph, whoever wants to get married can get married, but absolutely not using my face." As she speaks, she grabs Shangguan Qingluan's hand. Shangguan Qingluan uses all her spiritual power to fight back. Wu Yang is no pushover either. "Small tricks. Watch me tear off your fake mask. What kind of sparks will fly when the real and fake young ladies meet?" A woman impersonates her older sister and marries the man she loves. On the wedding day, the older sister suddenly appears. Seeing the identical mask, the older sister doesn't hesitate to tear it off. The younger sister desperately resists. At the critical moment, the groom points at the older sister. Seeing this, the old man immediately arranges for people to seize her. The scene grows increasingly chaotic. The guests can't tell who is real and who is fake. Just then, an old woman quietly peeks out from the back hall. The mastermind behind this farce, the dragon official, watches the chaotic scene with amusement. He transmits a message to the old woman. "It's your turn." After receiving the message, the old woman rushes to the front hall and shouts, "I can testify. Who is the real Wu Yang?" Old man Shangguan has a bad feeling. Why isn't she dead yet? I was Wu Yang's wet nurse. She takes out a handful of poisonous powder and scatters it. She continues, "The real Wu Yang has a medicinal spirit body and can neutralize all poisons. Suddenly, the people around her feel weak and are in excruciating pain, clear signs of poisoning. Wu Yang looks at Shangwan and says, "If you are the real Wu Yang, you should be able to release your medicinal spirit power and save these poisoned people." Shangwan panics. She thinks Wu Yang is tricking her. "I've never heard of any medicinal spirit body. I've never even seen this wet nurse. This must be your conspiracy." Unconcealed rage burned in the wet nurse's eyes. She snorted coldly, pointing at old man Shangwan and demanding, "Do you really think you can hide your collusion with the Medicine King sect? I've never forgotten Lady Shangwan's death." These words sparked a flurry of murmurs. Didn't everyone say Lady Shangwan died of illness? The Shangwan family was actually in cahoots with the Medicine King sect. No wonder the two families interacted so frequently. The wet nurse's appearance left old man Shangwan trembling with rage. At the same time, it revealed the secrets of the Shangwan family from 24 years ago. 24 years ago, Wu Yang's mother, Ji Ruiying, due to her special constitution, was chosen as nourishment for the medicine spirit power, so that her child could be born safely. She followed Shangwan Hong's arrangements and remained within the Lotus Formation throughout her pregnancy. Just as she was about to give birth, the Medicine King sect leader, Ling Niu, led his people to seize the medicine spirit power. In her desperation, Ji Ruiying used her spiritual power to accelerate the birth. This action, however, resulted in a breech birth. As the woman was about to give birth, her husband sealed her within the Lotus Formation. Learning that the unborn child possessed innate divine power, the husband's good friend, Ling Yu, launched a sneak attack in the middle of the night. In her desperation, the woman used her spiritual power to hasten the delivery, but was struck back by the fetus's powerful spiritual energy. Seeing the imminent birth, Ling Yu decided to perform a cesarean section. Just then, the woman's husband, Shangwan Hong, arrived to stop him. Ling Yu taunted him, saying, "Our goals are the same. Why the need for such a fuss?" Shangwan Hong simply replied, "If the child cannot be born safely, all the medicine spirit power will be in vain." Ji Ruiying looked in disbelief at her husband, who had once sworn eternal love. Ling Yu proposed using the spiritual power to induce labor. Thus, under the duress of the two men, Ji Ruiying safely gave birth to Wu Yang within the Lotus Formation. Tragically, Wu Yang only remained in her mother's arms for 3 seconds. The two men couldn't wait to snatch her away. Ji Ruiying looked at her daughter with heartache. She decided to fight for her. She waved her hand over Wu Yang and fearlessly declared to the two men, "The child no longer possesses the medicine spirit power. If you want it, come for me." Catching the two men off guard, Ji Ruiying threw Wu Yang to the wet nurse. To protect the wet nurse's escape, Ji Ruiying was then sent to her death by a single blow from Ling Yu. The wet nurse, fleeing into the forest, was cornered by Shangwan Hong. He seized Wu Yang and probed for the medicine spirit power within her. Seeing Ling Yu approach, Shangwan Hong disdainfully tossed Wu Yang to the ground, declaring that Wu Yang no longer possessed a trace of medicine spirit power. The two men argued, and the dispute ended when Ling Yu gave Shangwan Hong a piece of her qi. Once Ling Yu left, Shangwan Hong secretly picked up the child. Even though the woman was dead, he would use her remaining spiritual energy to stimulate the child's medicine spirit constitution. 4-year-old Wu Yang was tortured mercilessly. To protect her mistress's last legacy, the wet nurse decided to secretly take Wu Yang out of the Shangwan estate. But Shangwan Hong discovered them and struck the wet nurse in the back. Wu Yang cried desperately. She was determined to save the wet nurse. Shangwan Hong heartlessly carried her away. In her final moments, the wet nurse awakened Wu Yang's medicine spirit constitution. The dragon official had assumed Wu Yang was of Shangwan blood. Burdened by the vengeance of his mother's murder, he constantly reminded himself not to get too close. He never imagined that she also had a past as tragic as his own. He would make sure to give her the best compensation. A woman endured great hardship to give birth to her child, only to be forced by her husband and his companion to hand the child over, simply because the child possessed innate divine power. To protect her child, the woman destroyed the child's power and died at the hands of her husband's companion. It was assumed the medicine spirit power died with her. Unexpectedly, Shangwan Wu Yang reawakened the medicine spirit power. Today, on the Shangwan family's wedding day, 2 Shangwan Wu Yangs have appeared. Ling Yu decided to take the Shangwan sisters back to the Medicine King Valley. Regardless of who was real or fake, one of them possessed the medicine spirit body. Linger's foxtail was still showing. The dragon official protectively held Wu Yang in his arms, blocking Ling Niu's demonic hand reaching for her with a single palm. Wu Yang, immersed in the grief of her mother's murder, couldn't pull herself together. Just as she was about to attack Ling Niu, the dragon official stopped her. If you want revenge, you must first compose yourself. Weiyang, as if finding support, turned to the dragon official and asked, "No matter what happens today, can you handle it?" The dragon official simply said, "'Cause whatever trouble you like, I can handle it." He silently added, "As long as you take care of yourself." Hearing this, Weiyang smiled. This was what she had been waiting for. "Weiyang," he said, "your revenge will finally be served." The dragon official chanted an incantation, and the entire Shangwan residence was enveloped by a golden bell. The golden bell, one of the 10 great magical artifacts, could isolate all sound and images. Watching the dragon official's foolproof arrangements, Weiyang thought to herself, "This man is too dangerous." He said he brought her to watch a show, but he clearly had other motives. After the Shangwan family matter was settled, she would definitely take Ling Er and stay far away from this man. Just then, Lin Yu shouted, "For a snake dance." A huge snake-shaped spiritual energy attacked Weiyang. Weiyang dodged with a perfect leap. Lin Yu, already a Yuan Ing stage expert, was someone Weiyang couldn't gain any advantage against in a direct confrontation. Weiyang decided to wear down Lin Yu's patience first, and then look for an opportunity to exploit his weakness. Seeing Lin Yu's aggressive attack, Shangwan Hong couldn't hold back any longer. If the Medicine King sect obtained the Yao Ling limb, he would have no chance. So he attacked Weiyang. Caught off guard, Weiyang was unable to defend herself. At the critical moment, the dragon official shielded Weiyang. "Sect leader, this matter has nothing to do with you. You can stay out of it." The dragon official laughed. "I don't want to interfere either, but how can I bear to see my love get hurt?" Thus, a millennial battle began. In the end, Weiyang, whose cultivation was still shallow, was defeated. The dragon official, quick-witted and nimble, caught Weiyang in his arms. The powerful spiritual energy fluctuations weakened the formation's power. The dragon official reached out to repair it. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and he began coughing violently. Weiyang worriedly supported him. "What's wrong?" But the dragon official collapsed. He fainted in the arms of his beloved woman. He only did this to test his place in her heart. The woman panicked, repeatedly calling out, "Dragon official, wake up." The man couldn't help but laugh. Weiyang, realizing she had been tricked, rolled her eyes, spread her hands, and tossed the dragon official aside. "Sect leader, your acting skills are worthy of Hollywood. What a subtle way to express your concern." Weiyang stuffed a dragon pellet into the dragon official's mouth. "This will repair your damaged spiritual energy and shut you up for a while." The dragon official obediently swallowed the pellet. Weiyang still felt annoyed. "Such a good thing wasted on you." Seeing Shangwan Hong and Ling Niu both collapse, Xiao Lingfeng, still unsure of what had happened, asked Weiyang, "What's going on?" Shangwan Qingwan pointed at Weiyang accusingly. "It's all him. He came here today to ruin our wedding." Weiyang walked toward Shangwan Qingwan step by step. A single glance was enough to make Shangwan Qingwan tremble with fear. He hid behind Xiao Lingfeng and said fearfully, "Lingfeng, he hurt the head of the family, and now he won't let me go." "Shut up." Weiyang tossed out the dragon official, having already given him the talisman to remove his human skin mask. Instantly, heart-wrenching screams erupted. Painful cries revealed his true form. He kept saying, "No, no, don't." Xiao Lingfeng was dumbfounded. The person he had just exchanged wedding vows with was an imposter. Shangwan Qingwan turned to explain to Xiao Lingfeng, but Xiao Lingfeng, unable to accept the deception, yelled, "Monster! Catch the monster!" Then, he walked towards Weiyang and said, "Jueyu, you're my Jueyu." The dragon official felt a surge of annoyance. Just how many men has this woman used that name on? He listened as Xiao Lingfeng continued to express his feelings. "The first time we met, I fell in love with you at first sight. I didn't know he was an imposter. I thought he was you. I was foolish, but now it's okay. Everything is still in time." Having heard enough, the dragon official was impatient. "Young Master Xiao, his love was misplaced. She is the future mistress of my Dragon Abyss Pavilion." Dragon official's actions. Weiyang's consciousness accepted the difference, seeing Weiyang push dragon official away. Xiao Lingfeng, overjoyed, "I want to pursue the young lady." Doesn't agree with the pavilion master's idea, right? Who knew dragon official would say triumphantly, "She and I already have a son." Xiao Lingfeng was instantly struck like by lightning. How could this be? Dragon official clapped his hands smugly. The next second, Linger ran in with large strides. Finally, it was his turn to appear. I've never seen such an arrogant man. Unable to keep his wife, he directly brought out his son as reinforcement. The man abandoned his bride at the wedding and frantically declared his love for another woman. The male lead wasn't having it. He directly declared his ownership, announcing Wu Yang as the future mistress of his Dragon Abyss Pavilion. Seeing that Wu Yang didn't seem to care about the position of pavilion mistress, Xiao Lingfeng regained hope. Dragon official announced again, "She's the mother of my child." After saying that, he even called his son over to show off to everyone. Watching the three of them interact sweetly, Xiao Lingfeng's inner world crumbled. They actually had a child. He couldn't help but ask Wu Yang if he still had a chance. Wu Yang had no intention of hurting the innocent young man's heart. Meanwhile, the neglected bride, Shangguan Qingluan, watched with hatred as the man she loved declared his love for her enemy. From time to time, she heard the mocking laughter about her older sister's wedding. Shangguan Qingluan's heart gradually became twisted. She silently walked to Shangguan Hong's side and picked up the jade bone lotus. Since everyone wants Shangguan Wu Yang's spiritual power, she would destroy it today. Wu Yang suddenly felt the blood and spiritual energy in her body boiling, as if being summoned by something. Linger noticed his mother's strange state and asked loudly, "Mother, what's wrong?" Dragon official noticed Shangguan Qingluan scheming. He instantly radiated a powerful aura. A golden dragon fiercely lunged towards Shangguan Qingluan. Shangguan Qingluan's spiritual power was instantly shattered. She was flung back, crashing into Xiao Lingfeng, who was watching from the sidelines. Dragon official comforted his son, "Your mother just fainted." Xiao Lingfeng used his spiritual energy to help Shangguan Qingluan regulate her breathing. Shangguan Qingluan stopped him. "It's no use. My meridians are severed. I'm beyond saving. Lingfeng, I met you first." Xiao Lingfeng replied bluntly, "The one I wanted to marry from the very beginning was Shangguan Wu Yang." In the end, Shangguan Qingluan regretfully died in Xiao Lingfeng's arms. Dragon official entrusted the jade bone lotus to Linger and instructed him on how to help Wu Yang quickly recover. Linger diligently carried out his task. Seeing his father leave, he felt a little uneasy. Dragon official told him, "I still have some matters to attend to. A man must learn to take care of his mother." With that, he turned and left. By now, Shangguan Hong and Lin Yu had regained consciousness. Lin Yu was about to help Lin Dan. Dragon official crouched in front of him and said calmly, "Lin Yu, although pills are good, there are times when one must not be hasty." He then struck Lin Yu with a powerful blow. Lin Yu looked at Dragon official, trembling. "Pavilion Master, our Medicine King sect has never offended you, has it? Is that so?" Dragon official said coldly, "Have you really forgotten my mother? Forgotten me?" This man had been single for over 20 years. A son who appeared halfway gave him a reason to find true love. The man gave all his tenderness to the woman. He was ruthless towards everyone else. Just now, Medicine King sect leader Lin Yu had refined the young dragon official. Recalling dragon official's mother, Lin Yu looked smug. How could he forget that woman? She was his most successful creation. Lin Yu's smugness successfully ignited the hatred in dragon official's heart. He grabbed Lin Yu and said hatefully, "Since the Medicine King sect leader enjoys refining people so much, then today, you too shall taste what it's like to be refined." Dragon official said as he conjured a giant cauldron. He threw Lin Yu into it, not forgetting to snatch the Medicine King sect leader's token from his waist as he did so. Then, Dragon official turned and tossed his token to the Medicine King sect. Zifu said that the Medicine King sect couldn't be without a leader for even a day and suggested the second mist temporarily assume the role of sect leader. Overjoyed, Zifu hastily thanked Dragon official. At this moment, Shangguan Hong knelt before Dragon official and begged for mercy, mentioning that the eldest daughter of the Shangguan family was the future wife of the Dragon Abyss Pavilion. Dragon official's face was filled with disgust. This person had previously wanted to strip Wu Yang of her spiritual power, yet now shamelessly tried to claim a connection to her. Shangguan Hong, invoking his status as the head of the Shangguan family, declared that he had the final say in who Wu Yang would marry. Just then, a clear voice rang out, "I refuse." Everyone was startled. Someone dared to openly refuse a union with the pavilion master of the Dragon Abyss Pavilion. Wu Yang reiterated, each word spoken with utmost clarity, "I refuse to marry Dragon official. Furthermore, I have no connection to the Shangguan family." Seeing Wu Yang's cold demeanor, Dragon official's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. Seeing this, Shangguan Hong pointed at Wu Yang and started to scold her for being impudent, saying, "How dare you? You are still a member of the Shangguan family." Before he could finish, Dragon official stopped him. "In that case, that your Shangguan family no longer has any value." As he spoke, he began to gather spiritual energy. You might as well just disappear. Wuyong watched the murderous dragon official before her. He had become even more unhinged after killing Ling Niu. Xiao Lingfeng stepped forward and pleaded with Wuyong, saying that while the Shangwan family was certainly guilty, their crimes didn't warrant such punishment, especially considering she was also a member of the Shangwan family. Unexpectedly, Wuyong responded with an emotionless expression. "Didn't you want to marry me?" Xiao Lingfeng. Xiao Lingfeng was taken aback by Wuyong's sudden question. He then heard her continue. "Do you even know whether you like me, or if you like my status as the eldest daughter of the Shangwan family?" Xiao Lingfeng hurriedly replied, "Of course I like you." Wuyong burst into laughter. "Haha, you've only met me once. How could you possibly understand the real me? Talking about love so readily is truly laughable." Xiao Lingfeng was momentarily speechless. Dragon official seized the opportunity to confess his feelings. "I love the real you." He handed a flame to Wuyong and said gently, "I give this flame to you." A man giving a woman a flame signifies his affection for her. Without hesitation, the woman accepted the flame. She then cast the flame across the entire Shangwan estate. Everyone was stunned by Shangwan Wuyong's sudden change of heart. Panic instantly erupted within the Shangwan estate. Wuyong looked at the scene before her with satisfaction. This is what the Shangwan family deserves. Xiao Lingfeng looked at Wuyong in disbelief. Dahai Zhuyu wasn't like this. Shangwan Wuyong wasn't like this. Wuyong retorted bluntly, "That was the me you imagined, not the real me. The real me wants to see the Shangwan family completely destroyed." Sui Feng urged Xiao Lingfeng to leave quickly as the estate was about to collapse. Just as Xiao Lingfeng was about to escape, that a massive spiritual energy barrier repelled them. Dragon official's emotionless voice echoed, "No one here is leaving." Suddenly, a surge of equally powerful spiritual energy shattered Dragon official's barrier. He was taken aback. How? Everyone seized the opportunity and quickly fled. It seemed that the only one capable of confronting Dragon official was Li Yu. In the next moment, Li Yu landed gracefully before everyone, her presence ethereal. The flames within the Shangwan estate were instantly extinguished. Wuyong looked at her master with a complicated expression. She knew Baiji had been following her. Now it seemed everything had been orchestrated by her master. Dragon official clenched his fists, his body brimming with spiritual energy that threatened to erupt. Li Yu sensed a familiar aura. For years, she had been searching for the person who had betrayed her. Today, she would confirm her suspicions. Thus, the two began a fierce battle. Wuyong, holding her son, seized the opportunity to escape the two men. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the nanny, standing nearby. An idea sparked in her mind. She invited the nanny to come with her, feigning a cheerful demeanor. She then handed the nanny over to Baiji, ostensibly asking her to take care of her. But in reality, she was trying to get rid of Baiji, her persistent shadow. Before leaving, she called out to the two men, "Take your time fighting. I'm leaving now. Bye-bye," she said, quickly slipping away with her son in her arms. Dragon official gritted his teeth. He couldn't let the woman escape with Linger. He decided to abandon the fight and pursue Wuyong, causing trouble and then running away. Is this the Dragon Abyss Pavilion's way? This man is so shameless, deliberately provoking his rival in love, admitting he's the scoundrel from back then. Master has always had a secret crush on Wuyong. Now that the scoundrel has appeared, his volatile emotions are instantly unleashed. Just now, Wuyong set fire to the Shangwan estate, but Master extinguished it halfway. Seeing the two men fighting, Wuyong seizes the opportunity to ditch them both and wander the world with her son. The child's father isn't having it. Abandoning the fight, he goes after Wuyong and her son. Li Yu relentlessly pursues them. He demands the dragon official give an explanation to the Medicine King sect and the Shangwan estate. The dragon official righteously claims it's convenient for his business, helping to clean up his own mess. He further states it's also to avenge his wife. Shangwan Hong and Ling, you committed countless atrocities and wanted to experiment on his wife. How could he stand idly by? Li Yu, knowing Wuyong's special constitution, learns that someone is scheming against his disciple and feels a surge of anger. After the sword fight, the dragon official recommends Zi Fu to Li Yu as the new sect leader of the Medicine King sect. For Wuyong's sake, Li Yu silently accepts the arrangement. He then asks about the relationship between the dragon official and his beloved disciple. Mentioning this, the dragon official becomes incredibly smug. I speak nothing but the truth, including the fact that Shangwan Wuyong is my wife. He emphatically adds, aren't you curious where your disciple's child came from? From me. Linger is my child. Hearing that the dragon official is the scoundrel from all those years ago, Li Yu's expression instantly changes. His explosive spiritual power expresses his current mood. The dragon official nimbly dodges Li Yu's attack. Li Yu relentlessly pursues, his furious spiritual power surrounding the dragon official. The dragon official is momentarily at a disadvantage. He decides on a quick battle. Thus, the two begin a dragon and snake duel. Ultimately, Li Yu's sleeve is torn. The dragon official overexerts his spiritual power and his old wounds reopen. Watching the dragon official's disappearing figure, Li Yu decides to investigate his constitution thoroughly. Liang, with her son, arrives at a spiritual mountain shrouded in immortal energy, planning to cultivate properly. The abundant spiritual energy makes Ling feel like he's back on Spirit Beast Island. Wu Yang's radiant spiritual power was damaged by Shangguan Qingwan using a jade lotus. This has caused her current medicinal spiritual power to become somewhat uncontrollable. She seals the cave entrance. She tells her son to cultivate with her and see if they can take this opportunity to break through to the next level. Linger, however, says he wants to explore the surroundings and find some wild fruits to eat. Weiyang doesn't stop him, only tell him not to go too far. Linger secretly leaves dragon horn marks on the cliff face. He hopes his father will see the marks and come find them. These two are truly the ancestors of Yang. Their first meeting was a night of passion under the sea. 6 years later, after going underwater, the man can't help but reveal his true nature. Inside the Dragon Abyss Pavilion, the dragon official is teasing the recovering Feng Shi. Feng, she has news of his wife. The dragon official senses something amiss. How could his whereabouts be discovered so easily? If he didn't want to be found, no one would even see a single footprint. Feng Shi explains that they discovered dragon horn markings along their route. The dragon official suddenly understands. It was his good son who did it. So, the dragon official brings a group of powerful confidants to the spiritual mountain, ostensibly in seclusion, but actually guarding. Inside the cave, Linger stays by his mother's side, observing her every move. At this moment, Wu Yang is trapped in a nightmare. She sees her 21st century self fighting hand-to-hand with thugs. Master, holding a high-quality Lu cauldron, questions her if she's here to tear the place down. She falls in the dragon official's arms, asking why he's here. The dragon official kisses her lips. You should call me Master. Wu Yang is startled awake. How could her life be hindered by a man? Powerful spiritual energy soothes the cave and soars into the sky. Countless wild beasts in the forest are attracted by this energy. They quietly approach the cave. Feng Shi directs everyone to quickly drive the beasts away. Just then, a startled cry. The dragon official appears before the beasts. Feng Shi says worriedly, Pavilion Master, your wounds haven't healed yet. The dragon official said calmly, It's fine. I must protect Wu Yang and not let anything disturb her cultivation. He set up a barrier around the cave and emitted a dragon's roar. The beasts outside the barrier immediately began to fight amongst themselves. Just then, a booming sound came from within the cave. A surge of medicinal spiritual energy burst through the barrier, rushing towards the beasts. The beasts instantly faltered, and their wounds began to heal due to the medicinal power. It seems Weiyang has successfully broken through, the dragon official thought, his worried heart easing. He waved to those behind him and said, Let's go. Erase all traces. Don't let her know I was here. After Wu Yang opened her eyes, she saw Linger's expression during cultivation and guessed that Linger had encountered a breakthrough bottleneck. She sprinkled calming incense on Linger to soothe him. Seeing Linger gradually calm down, Wu Yang decided to look for some spiritual herbs to refine into Danyao for protection. Arriving at a small stream, Wu Yang realized she hadn't bathed in 3 months and was smelly. So, she took off her clothes and immersed herself in the stream. Comfortable spiritual energy continuously emanated from the stream. Unbeknownst to her, a man was underwater secretly massaging her. The dragon official, having been celibate for many days, couldn't resist approaching Wu Yang. While releasing spiritual energy, he couldn't help but touch her all over. Sensing something strange, Wu Yang abruptly stood up and shouted, Who's there? These two are truly the ancestors of passionate lovers. Their first meeting was a night of passion under the sea. 6 years later, once back in the water, the man couldn't help but reveal his true nature. Inside the Dragon Abyss Pavilion, the dragon official was teasing someone who was recovering from injuries. Feng Shi arrived with news of his wife. The dragon official sensed something amiss. How could his whereabouts be discovered so easily? If he didn't want to be found, even his footprints would be invisible. Someone explained that they had discovered dragon horn markings along their route. The dragon official suddenly realized it was his good son who had done it. So, the dragon official brought a group of powerful confidants to the spiritual mountain, ostensibly for closed-door cultivation, but actually to protect her. Linger stayed by his mother's side in the cave, observing her every move. At this time, Wuyong was trapped in a nightmare. She saw herself in the 21st century, fighting hand-to-hand with thugs. Her master chased after her with a high-grade Lu Ding, asking if she was there to tear the place down. She fell into the dragon official's arms and asked why he was there. The dragon official kissed her lips. "You should call me master," he said. Wuyong woke up with a start. How could her life be hindered by a man? Powerful spiritual energy surged from the cave, reaching the sky. Countless beasts in the forest were attracted by this spiritual energy and quietly approached the cave. Feng Shi directed everyone to quickly drive the beasts away. Just then, Yuzalong was startled. The dragon official appeared before the beasts. Feng Shi said worriedly, "Pavilion Master, your injuries haven't fully healed yet." The dragon official calmly replied, "It's fine. I must protect Wuyong and not let anything disturb her cultivation." He set up a barrier around the cave and emitted a dragon's roar. The beasts outside the barrier immediately began to fight amongst themselves. Just then, a booming sound came from within the cave. A surge of medicinal spiritual energy burst through the barrier, rushing towards the beasts. The beasts instantly faltered. Their wounds began to heal due to the medicinal power. It seemed Wuyong had successfully broken through. The dragon official's worried heart eased. He waved to those behind him and said, "Let's go. Erase all traces. Don't let her know I was here." After Wuyong opened her eyes, she saw Linger's expression during cultivation and guessed that he had encountered a breakthrough bottleneck. She sprinkled calming incense on Linger to soothe him. Seeing Linger gradually calm down, Wuyong decided to look for some spiritual herbs to refine into pills for protection. Arriving at a small stream, Wuyong realized she hadn't bathed in 3 months and was smelly. So, she took off her clothes and immersed herself in the stream. Comfortable spiritual energy continuously emanated from the stream. Unbeknownst to her, a man was underwater, secretly massaging her. The dragon official, having been celibate for many days, couldn't resist approaching Wuyong. While releasing spiritual energy, he couldn't help but touch her all over. Sensing something strange, Wuyong abruptly stood up and shouted, "Who's there?" The man had been imprisoned for 6 years. When the woman from 6 years ago reappeared beside him, the feeling of being so close yet so far was driving him mad with desire. So, while the woman was lost in the pleasure of the stream, the man started eating tofu in the water. The strange sensation instantly alerted the woman. Wuyong looked around and shouted, "Who's there?" She saw Linger looking at her with tears in his eyes. "Mother, a second dragon horn. It's grown. Even though father said having 2 horns is fine, why can't I absorb it?" Wuyong quickly dressed and comforted her son. "Linger, a second dragon horn is still progress." Linger's mood brightened instantly, right? Linger has made progress. Hidden nearby, Dragon City watched the scene and thought to himself, "My wife only has eyes for our son. At least it's my son. It seems I still need to find a way to please my wife." Wuyong took her son to search for spirit herbs to help awaken his powers. Suddenly, a monstrous roar came from behind. Wuyong turned to see countless wild beasts fiercely charging towards them. Wuyong was startled. "What's going on?" The next second, the dragon official appeared amongst the beasts. Wuyong was even more puzzled. How did the dragon official find us here? No matter what, I can't go back to him. Wuyong leaped onto a lynx. The lynx was dumbfounded. It had come to demand the power of the forest, not to be a beast of burden. The dragon official quickly caught up. "My wife, you're being naughty. Why do you like running away so much?" By the time he finished speaking, all 3 had landed on a leopard. Wuyong pushed her son away and yelled, "Ugh, who's your wife?" She jumped onto a fine horse. Just as the dragon official was about to catch her, Wuyong slammed on the brakes. By the time the dragon official reacted, he was about to crash. The leopard stopped abruptly, throwing the dragon official and his son off. Wuyong easily caught her son. The esteemed dragon official, however, landed flat on his back. He watched Wuyong escape. The dragon official chuckled. "So, my wife likes to play hard to get." Wuyong smirked, unable to resist applauding her own cleverness. Thankfully, her brilliant plan had worked, and she had shaken off that dragon official. But how did the dragon official find us in this remote place? The woman had raised her son alone for 6 years, and suddenly a man appeared, trying to claim her son and declaring that she was destined to be his wife. To escape this arrogant man, Wuyong took her son to a desolate desert. After walking for a while, Linger told his mother he was thirsty. Wuyong, too, felt her body drying out, and the spiritual energy was incredibly thin. Her intuition told her something was wrong with the mountain ahead. She couldn't risk taking her son in there. Just then, a group of bandits charged towards them. The leader lecherously invited Wu Yang to have some fun. Sensing Linger's weakening condition, Wu Yang knew that if this continued, Linger would become dehydrated. She threw a handful of sand at the men and quickly ran. Unexpectedly, the ground gave way, and Wu Yang and her son fell into a sandpit. The bandit leader sneered, "Little beauty, why are you throwing yourself into my arms?" Wu Yang's spiritual energy rapidly drained. She couldn't move in the soft sand and was sinking deeper. Looking up at the bandit leader, she pleaded, "Please, kind sir, help us out. I'll be your servant forever in return." Smart girl. The bandit leader brought a wooden stick and pulled them out. Wu Yang continued her pitiful act. "Sir, my child and I are dying of thirst. Please be merciful." Before she could finish, the bandit leader ordered his men to bring some water. He still had use for Wu Yang. It would be a shame if she died. A single drop of water touched her lips, and Wu Yang instantly felt hydrated. She smiled faintly. "I never thought I'd find the Zero Spring water here, of all places with bandits." The bandit leader was eager to have his way with Wu Yang, but he couldn't forget the rules. Wu Yang was taken to a luxurious tent. The previously parched and weakened mother and son, upon entering the tent, instantly felt comfortable. Their spiritual energy was also restored in a flash. Wu Yang decided to escape with her son. "Sirs, how can you let us go? We'll give you anything, any amount of money." Linger started a bargain. "My father is very rich. He loves my mother very much. He'll definitely pay to get us back." Hearing this, the bandit was clearly tempted. "Who's your father?" Linger said proudly. "You've only managed to occupy this small hill. But my father owns an entire mountain range. Gold, silver, and jewels galore. He even has several treasuries." The bandits exchanged glances and grinned. This woman's head is covered in treasures. Seems the child isn't lying. The lead bandit snatched Wu Yang's headdress. He stole her bell and said coldly, "The child will be used to get ransom. As for you, we have other uses." Wu Yang, scrubbed clean, was wrapped in a thick quilt. The man who had been waiting, without a word, hoisted her up and headed straight for his destination. Wu Yang hadn't expected such absurdity from a bandit hideout. Usually, it takes two eunuchs to carry someone, she thought. Now he's going to. Thankfully, the man stopped before Wu Yang could see where they were. The man, with a swing of his arms, tossed her into a crimson spring. Unable to react, she swallowed several mouthfuls of the red water. Wu Yang finally realized this was the Dragon Tomb Spring. Legend said it was guarded by a spirit beast. Capturing the beast granted control over the spring. Wu Yang stared at the strange, steaming water. It was steaming, yet she felt a bone-chilling cold. She decided to use her spiritual energy to warm herself. Just then, a thin red snake silently coiled around her waist. The icy sensation startled her. Without hesitation, she grabbed the red snake. After a moment, her assessment was a simple, two-word critique. So ugly. Insulted, the red snake struggled fiercely. Being caught so easily was humiliating. With a hiss of rage, a handsome man in red robes appeared before Wu Yang. Billowing steam rolled out from beneath his feet. The heat forced Wu Yang to retreat. She scrambled out of the spring and grabbed her clothes. Glaring at the man, she said, "So you're the one they were trying to trap?" Chi Tong, the Crimson Serpent. Chi Tong stared, momentarily stunned by Wu Yang's appearance. Wu Yang continued, "That dragon headpiece is quite something, but it doesn't really suit your true serpentine form. You don't think a change of appearance can hide your true self, do you? You and the Dragon Tomb Spring are linked. One can't exist without the other. Am I right?" Exposed, Chi Tong gritted his teeth. Wu Yang, however, was calculating. This spring's ability to heal wounds quickly was too valuable to pass up. She had to have it. Suddenly, Chi Tong lashed out with his snake tail. Knowing too much is a death sentence. He snarled. Wu Yang swiftly dodged. Chi Tong attacked again. A gleam of joy appeared in Wu Yang's eyes. Gathering spiritual energy in her hand, she made a beckoning gesture towards Chi Tong. In an instant, he reverted to his original form. Wu Yang toyed with Chi Tong's tongue. "Little snakey, why so angry?" A woman bathing, a snake coiled around her waist. The image of its naked form made the woman think the snake was truly ugly. The next moment, the snake transformed into a handsome man in red. Seeing Wu Yang trying to pull away, the cold Chi Tong lashed his tail, ready to send her on a one-way trip. Wu Yang calmly gathered her spiritual energy and beckoned towards Chi Tong. Instantly, Chi Tong reverted to his original form. He was furious. Did the great crimson serpent have no dignity? Release me, or I'll have my underlings roast you alive. Wuyong thought the red snake was excessively long. She took out a spatial artifact, a flute, and calmly began to play. Enjoying the music, Chi Tong gradually became entranced. His spirit, leaving his body, couldn't believe how alluring his physical form could be. Dizzy with pleasure, he begged, "Stop playing. Stop." Satisfied with Chi Tong's reaction, Wuyong said, "I can stop tormenting you. I can even enhance your spiritual power, but you have to come with me." Chi Tong outwardly agreed. Inwardly, he seethed. He, a serpent immortal, accustomed to being served beautiful women without lifting a finger, had never been so humiliated. He would find a way to drain her of her spiritual power. After arriving in the desert, Long Chun only saw Linger. Linger, however, complained that her father had arrived too quickly, as she still wanted to practice her skills on the bandits. Long Chun worriedly asked where her mother was. Linger replied that her mother had been taken to a trap, but that her father shouldn't worry, as her mother could handle the bandits. Long Chun raised his hand and conjured a water screen monitor. He saw Wuyong chatting and laughing with a handsome man in red, occasionally touching him flirtatiously. Long Chun immediately seethed with anger. "Wuyong, you really know how to enjoy yourself." Seeing this, Ling cried out, sensing trouble. She quickly hugged her father and said, "Father, don't get excited." Before she could finish, Long Chun ordered his subordinates to take her back and settle her in. He then went to deal with the pretty boy. Linger shouted, "Mother will run away again if she sees you. How will you ever catch Mother if you keep doing this?" Long Chun thought there was some truth to this. He asked his daughter, "Then what do you suggest?" "To catch Mother, you need a daughter's help." She whispered her plan into Long Chen's ear. Seeing Long Chen's look of realization, Feng Shi, standing nearby, twitched his lips. This father and daughter, one dares to suggest, the other dares to do. A man, lovesick and constantly avoided by his wife, traveled thousands of miles to the vast desert to pursue her, only to see her chatting and laughing with a pretty boy. He gritted his teeth in anger, but his daughter quietly gave him an idea. Long Chun actually accepted his daughter's mischievous plan. He, the dignified Dragon King, wasn't raised on jealousy. Consumed by misunderstanding, he unleashed his dragon power towards Wuyong. With a boom, the entire mountain range instantly shattered. Linger also arrived in front of Wuyong. Wuyong, who was in the process of capturing a spirit beast, gaped in shock. She didn't dwell on what had happened, but worried about why Linger had suddenly appeared. Linger nervously explained that she had been blown there by Princess Iron Fan's wind. Wuyong looked around, but there was no strong wind, only dragon energy. Wuyong immediately realized that Long Chun had arrived. She looked at her daughter and demanded to know if she had done something behind her back. This inexplicable hurricane, which Princess Iron Fan was it? Linger was speechless, rubbing her small hands and sweating profusely. At this moment, Chi Tong, sensing the intense pressure, quickly hid in Wuyong's sleeve. Chi Tong, who had initially had ulterior motives, immediately declared his loyalty. "Since you've captured me, you must take responsibility for me." Wuyong was delighted. This little snake had come effortlessly. Now that her task here was complete, she should unlock a new map and search for a suitable weapon. Linger immediately asked her mother if they were going to the city. Wuyong replied as she walked, "There are no more treasures here. On to the next stop." Unbeknownst to Wuyong, Linger waved vigorously behind her. Watching the mother and daughter's backs, Long Chun questioned his life choices. She can keep a random little demon beast by her side without a second thought. But why can't she stand being around me? With nowhere to vent his frustration, he unleashed another attack on the mountain range behind him. The mountain was flattened. Chi Tong, terrified, clung tightly to Wuyong. Linger shrugged innocently. That old man really has no patience. Sigh. Wuyong and the others crossed the flaming mountains. The scorching heat nearly roasted Wuyong and her daughter. Chi Tong gently raised his hand, and a refreshing coolness washed over them. Wuyong couldn't help but praise, "Little Snaky is quite useful." Chi Tong corrected her indignantly. "My name is Chi Tong, not Little Snaky." Ling playfully looked at the puffed-up Chi Tong and teased, "Okay, Chi Tong, Little Snaky." He was the world's richest man, worth hundreds of billions, but he had a strange phobia of touching women. This was because 5 years ago, he had a tryst with a woman under the sea, but she reversed the spell on him, turning him back into a youth and causing him to lose his memory. The woman unintentionally saved the young Dragon King, who became infatuated with her. However, he lost track of her during a critical moment. It's said that no one has ever seen a real horse. I've tried 999 times and haven't succeeded. 5 years later, the woman's shoe appeared before him. The Dragon King decided to properly compete with the woman for their life together. However, the woman misunderstood, thinking the Dragon King wanted to take her daughter. She fled to the desert with her daughter. However, the imposing Dragon King, Long Chun, was always lurking. Weiyang arranged for Chi Tong to scout the 7 Days Hotel. She and Linger went to have tea first. Since they couldn't shake him off, they might as well rest. Upon hearing about finding a hotel, Linger's eyes lit up. A cunning plan immediately formed in her clever mind. In the scorching heat, Weiyang just wanted some fruit. She asked Wang Yibo, "Who brought the water? There's no one here. Doesn't running a shop here lose money?" As soon as she finished speaking, Linger shouted, "Look, aren't there people?" Weiyang looked downstairs. In an instant, the entire street was filled with people. Weiyang even questioned reality. Was her mouth magically empowered? Whatever she said seemed to manifest. So she tried again. It would be nice to lie down now. Unbeknownst to her, behind her back, Linger and Wang Yibo were secretly plotting something. 5 minutes later, that small note appeared in Long Chen's hand. He had a few other scattered notes in front of him. Long Chen immediately arranged for a Simmons mattress to be prepared for his wife. He also specifically instructed them to prepare some special fruits. In the afternoon, Weiyang was leisurely enjoying durian. Just as she swallowed a cherry, she immediately felt something was wrong. The irascible Chi Tong immediately split the cherry in half. Unexpectedly, it was a disguised Bingshi insect. Weiyang, however, found her fruit was normal. At this moment, Yibo, the delivery guy, happened to bring sunflower seeds. Chi Tong grabbed him, demanding he reveal the mastermind. Linger immediately ran to rescue her partner. "It's not him. Don't wrongly accuse someone before you're sure." Weiyang, watching this scene, seemed to understand something. She told Wang Yibo it was all right and to rest. Chi Tong was unconvinced. He believed someone was targeting him. Weiyang tossed Chi Tong a Shaojin pill, suppressing the matter. That night, Weiyang went to bed early. Linger eagerly inquired whether they would arrive at Yangqing tomorrow. Weiyang only told her son to rest well. Tomorrow would reveal tomorrow's events. The next morning, Linger woke up and couldn't find her mother. Even her mother's little companion, the red snake, was gone. Weiyang had changed into a red miniskirt. It attracted the gazes of countless people on the street. Only Long Chun was fuming. But now Weiyang was giving him the cold shoulder. His only shield, his son, had also been abandoned by her. "It's so difficult. I've tried 999 times without success." This was because Weiyang suspected Long Chun had planted a tracker on her. After the incident with the little red snake being poisoned, Weiyang focused her suspicion on her son. So, early in the morning, she played hide-and-seek with the little red snake. As expected, the unsupervised Linger quickly went to find her father. Weiyang told the little red snake, "If you don't want to die, hide well and follow my hand signals." With that, she leaped in front of Long Chun. Linger, frightened, hid behind her father. Long Chun explained he was following her because he was worried about her. Weiyang pulled him aside, warning, "At the Shangwan residence, I made it very clear. We were just a one-night stand. Don't follow me anymore." Long Chen's lips pouted dramatically, longing to relieve his lovesickness. A man's possessiveness knows no age. Linger reached out her hands, wanting her mother to hold her. Weiyang considered their trip to the auction house. Linger's appearance could very likely attract hunters. Being with Long Chun was at least safe. So, she pushed Linger into Long Chen's arms. "Since you like him so much, stay with him from now on." Long Chen told Weiyang he could accompany her wherever she wanted to go. Weiyang ignored his suggestion and secretly slipped her son a small note. The little red snake, having received its payment, gathered its spiritual energy and summoned its offspring. In an instant, countless baby snakes flew towards Long Chun. Long Chen's eyes turned cold. "Hiss, snake tribe, you dare block my path." With a crackling and sizzling barbecue, the swarm of snakes disappeared. The little red snake cried out in alarm. This guy was actually its mortal enemy, the Dragon King. Dragon City, noticing the little red snake, unleashed countless golden lights towards it. The little red snake immediately revealed its true form and fled in terror. Dragon City ordered everyone to mobilize and ensure Weiyang's safety. Linger told her father that her mother was heading to the auction house. To catch up with her, they had to go to Yangqing now. Weiyang and her servant, both in disguise, were inquiring about the auction house's location when they heard that entry required tickets. Arriving at the entrance, Weiyang impatiently tossed 2 chopsticks at the guard's feet. The guard told her to go cool off somewhere else, saying 2 chopsticks weren't even enough to pick his teeth with. Weiyang was about to lose her temper when Little Red Snake stopped her. He gave a sly grin. "My lady hasn't seen the world. Please excuse her." Long Chun, pursuing his wife to the desert, saw her wearing matching outfits with someone else. There were even more outrageous actions. Long Chen's jealousy immediately boiled over. Linger told his father that his mother must be out of money, and the matching outfits with Little Red Snake were just a ruse. He asked his father if he should help. Long Chun pondered for a moment. This kid wants to play the hero and then take all the credit. He then tossed the key to his personal treasury to Linger. Linger promised his father he would complete the mission. Meanwhile, Wuyong, lacking the funds to enter the auction, turned her attention to Little Red Snake. Little Red Snake's entire being radiated refusal. He had always been dependent on others and was penniless. Wuyong gave a sinister smile. You don't need to give money. Just a little do will do. She then pulled Little Red Snake into an alleyway for a clandestine operation. The nearby guards watched with envy. Truly a young couple, so full of energy. Then they heard a man's protesting voice from the alley. Not here. No, stop. Meanwhile, Wuyong scrutinized Little Red Snake. Logically, it should be right here. After some searching, Wuyong finally obtained the due. Little Red Snake collapsed, utterly drained. What had he done to deserve such a master? Wuyong returned to the auction house entrance and presented the fresh due to the guard. The guard accepted the due and examined it carefully, then looked the pair up and down. Little Red Snake's aggrieved expression fueled the guard's imagination. Just then, Linger, carrying the gold and jewels he'd just withdrawn from the bank, ran towards them, only to be stopped by Long Chun. Linger was puzzled by his father's actions. Long Chun told his son he had a plan. Father and son then proceeded to the VIP entrance. However, things weren't going so smoothly for Wuyong. The guard tossed the due aside. Do you think we're that easy to fool? Who knows what this stuff is? Wuyong scoffed. You don't seem very bright. My zero dan are at least 5 section. I can't even produce fakes. Hearing this, the guard pointed at Wuyong and yelled, "How dare you insult and provoke us?" Little Red Snake's anger flared. You're the ones who started it. Just then, the auction house manager burst through the doors. He addressed Wuyong politely. Is that Miss Shangwan? Please come in. He then turned and berated the guards. You fools. This is our honored guest. Pack your things and get out. Wuyong was surprised by the sudden turn of events, but she took Little Red Snake's hand and entered. Long Chun put his arm around his wife. It was the first time he'd been this close to her. She blushed and called the old man a pervert. Every step she took was a trap laid by him, while Wuyong struggled with how to proceed in the auction house. The manager flattered her, calling her a valued guest, even though it was her first time there. Something was definitely amiss. The manager then carefully examined Wuyong's pill, praising its superior quality and unique appearance. Wuyong casually mentioned she'd made it on a whim. The manager's eyes lit up. Miss Shangwan, might I see your other pills? With a flick of her wrist, Wuyong produced over 20 bottles. The manager gaped in astonishment. Wuyong then revealed her secret weapon. The manager was stunned, as if he'd met a celebrity. It was the medal awarded only to the champion of the alchemist competition. The manager quickly regained his composure. I apologize for my ignorance. Please, miss, come to the 3rd floor VIP room. Little Red Snake was equally shocked. He hadn't realized how capable this woman was. As they walked, the manager said, I can auction these for you, taking a 20% commission. What do you think? Wuyong's face darkened. 20%. That's outrageous. Without changing her expression, she continued, if you're not sincere, then I have no need to stay in this second-rate establishment. As she spoke, she turned to leave. Little Red Snake, beside her, was completely bewildered. Hadn't they agreed to come and find the Spatial Zero Authority? Wuyong, however, gave him a look behind her back. The shopkeeper blurted out anxiously, wait, miss. 15%, how about that? Wuyong remained unmoved. If the shopkeeper agrees to 10%, you can do whatever you want with these treasures of mine. The shopkeeper, furious but not daring to show it, hurriedly called for a clerk to bring the contract and indicated that entry would require this green token 3 days later. Little Red Snake asked with a disgruntled expression, what about my entry token? The shopkeeper gave an awkward laugh, explaining that spaces were limited. This one, he claimed, he had squeezed out from his own flesh. Wuyong patted Little Red Snake and said to the shopkeeper with a grin, happy cooperation. Then, to Little Red Snake, she said, don't worry, I have a way to get you in. 3 days later, Wuyong, having eaten and drunk her fill, arrived at the auction house again. Little Red Snake, his face dark with annoyance, said, this is the bright idea you came up with. Is it appropriate to hang me on your head? I'm a respected creditor with at least 8,000, if not 10,000, employees under me. Where will I put my face in the future? Wuyong, however, looked completely disdainful. She flicked her finger lightly. In the next second, Little Red Snake's mouth was bound tightly shut. Just then, a golden light shot towards Wuyong. Weiyang had no time to dodge. Her hands were tied, and she cried out inwardly, "Not good." Long Chun making this expression meant he was definitely angry. The man had traveled 108,000 li in search of his wife. The moment he saw his wife, a hint of smugness appeared in his eyes. In the next second, the man waved his hand, and a golden dragon stream rushed towards Weiyang. This move caught Weiyang off guard. She frowned. She stared at Long Chun with a death glare. Seeing this, Linger cried out inwardly, "Not good." Mother making this expression means she's definitely angry. However, Long Chun patted his son's head and consoled him. "Your methods are outdated. Not only are they useless, but they almost got your dad in trouble. If it weren't for his quick reflexes, your mother would have given him a good beating again." Pulled by the dragon stream, Weiyang was quickly brought to the VIP room. Linger immediately went up to her obediently and quietly handed his mother a key. He told his mother that he had learned his father's name and successfully obtained the protection key to the Dragon Abyss Pavilion. Weiyang rejoiced inwardly. Wouldn't she become a true, rich, and beautiful woman in the future? This scene happened to be witnessed by Long Chun. Since his wife was greedy for money, things would be easy. He had plenty of that. Afterwards, Weiyang, with a displeased expression, demanded that Long Chun untie her. Long Chun couldn't help but smile. "Is this how my wife asks for favors?" Weiyang, furious, summoned her spiritual energy to attack Long Chun. Long Chun gently twisted his hand, and Weiyang, losing her balance, fell into his arms. This intimate position immediately made both of their hearts flutter. Long Chun added, "I'll naturally untie you after I've acquired the item I want." Weiyang was embarrassed and angry. She had thought this man was a stalker, but it turned out he was a pervert. The subtle shift in her weight made the man freeze. "Although I haven't heard of these newfangled terms, if you keep moving like this, I can't guarantee what will happen next." Hearing this, the image of their passionate night under the sea flashed through Weiyang's mind, and she couldn't help but blush. Just then, the sound of the auction starting downstairs rang out. Linger pointed downstairs excitedly. "Wow, those two demon beasts are so cute." He watched as the auctioneer fed the demon beast's spirit water. In the next second, the spirit beast transformed into a shy young man. The audience below clamored to buy this beast man, presumably to take him home to play with. Weiyang was equally stunned. As expected of a fox spirit, truly beautiful. Long Chun, beside her, silently seethed with jealousy. Just then, Linger exclaimed, "What is that? I've never seen such a demon beast on the market before. What do I do with such a spendthrift wife?" Long Chun, the doting husband, immediately transformed into a walking credit card. Various rare and exotic beasts appeared at the auction. The auctioneer simply gave the spirit fox a drink of spirit spring water. And with a whoosh, the spirit fox transformed into a beautiful young woman. Even more surprising, a never-before-seen demon beast appeared at the auction. After seeing it, Weiyang lost her ability to speak for 3 seconds. Whoa, a national protected animal, a panda, has transmigrated too. Clearly, there was knowledge that even Long Chen's wealth couldn't buy. He had seen bears and cats, but he didn't understand why a panda looked like this. The audience members below were clamoring to take the new type of monster beast home. But someone was anxious, determined not to let the beast fall into their hands. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Weiyang and Long Chun looked at each other. Then Weiyang pulled out a bidding paddle and shouted, 500,000. Looking at Weiyang with emotion, Linger said that she would definitely support her son's decision. More importantly, she also really wanted to raise such a cute little creature. It had been her childhood dream. Now, in this world of cultivation, she didn't need to consider whether it was feasible or not. To be safe, she shouted again, 1 million. Now that the Dragon Abyss Pavilion's treasury was in her hands, she couldn't let the panda fall into anyone else's possession. However, a figure not far away seemed to be competing with her, unknowingly raising the price to 3 million. Seeing this, Long Chun immediately switched into doting husband mode. He asked Weiyang if she wanted him to take over. However, Weiyang hid the bidding paddle behind her back. "This is my business. Don't interfere." While Weiyang continued to bid against that person, Long Chun said to Chin Feng behind him, "Buy all the beasts on stage." In a short while, all the beasts were lined up in front of Weiyang. Linger picked up a little white beast and kept praising how cute it was. Weiyang's gaze remained fixed on the panda. "You're cute too." Linger was speechless. "Mother, you're so perfunctory. You should at least look at me when you say that." However, Weiyang ignored her. She ran straight towards the panda. The panda, also attracted by the medicinal spiritual energy on Wu Yong, opened its arms for a hug. Wu Yong couldn't believe it. She had actually gotten a national treasure. This was something she wouldn't even dare to dream of in the 21st century. At this moment, a fox boy was observing the scene. Suddenly, he hugged Wu Yong, who was lost in her joy, and ambiguously released his charm, refusing to speak. Wu Yong slapped him away. "Go away. Whoever bought you, go find them." This fox had just transformed into a human and had already taken advantage of the woman. And the fox's owner was the woman's husband. In order to have a good future, he decided to try and seduce his wife. He thought that with his good looks and the unique charm of the Fox clan, he would surely win his wife's heart. Who knew his wife would slap him away and tell him to serve whoever bought him. The little fox looked at his master, trembling, begging for a sliver of pity. However, his master only cared about how to attract his wife's attention. At this moment, he wished he were the national treasure in his wife's arms. From the beginning of the auction, the fox had noticed that this couple was different. From then on, he had decided in his heart that these two were. He clung to Long Chen's side, acting coquettishly. "Master, thank you for saving me. From now on, I will follow you." His subtle actions were truly disgusting. Long Chen, immediately hit by Sheng so hard he wet himself. Long Chen's gaze locked onto Wu Yong once more. Just then, the auctioneer's voice rang out again. "The next item up for auction is a fire spirit stone." Long Chen unhesitatingly raised his bidding paddle. 5 million. Little Red Snake, who had been forcibly silenced, suddenly protested. Wu Yong understood what he meant. This was the purpose of their trip. Wu Yong immediately raised her bidding paddle and shouted, "I want the fire spirit stone." But Long Chen teased, "My dear wife, do you even have enough money to buy it?" As he spoke, he threw his bidding paddle onto the auction stage. With the paddle down, it was a done deal. Long Chen's eyes gleamed with triumph. It seemed his wife was determined to get the fire spirit stone, so how could he let her off easily? Wu Yong, resigned, could only ask Linger to find a way to steal it and then escape together. The gavel fell. The auctioneer announced, "The fire spirit stone belongs to the pavilion master of Dragon Abyss Pavilion." Wu Yong looked at the next target, a top-grade curve blade. Currently penniless, she could only go to the treasure pavilion to exchange for spirit stones and prepare. Just as she was about to leave, she found herself unable to move. Wu Yong understood. This must be Long Chen's doing. "Long Chen, let me go first." A cracking sound was heard. The fire spirit stone shattered, transforming into a delicate fire spirit gold. Long Chen gently pulled, and Wu Yong suddenly felt herself floating towards him. Wu Yong questioned Long Chen about what he was doing. Long Chen didn't answer, but simply placed the fire spirit gold he had just won around Wu Yong's neck. He then reached out and touched Wu Yong's earlobe. Wu Yong blushed, immediately stepping back and shouting that she didn't need such flamboyant gestures. She then tugged the fire spirit gold around her neck, but found she couldn't pull it off. Inwardly, she cursed Long Chen. "That damned Long Chen, finding new ways to tie me down." In the next second, the fire spirit gold suddenly emitted a golden light surrounding her. Wu Yong finally believed that the fire spirit gold could indeed enhance her spiritual power and nourish her body, proving to be complementary to her own nature. Long Chen sat to the side, raising an eyebrow at Wu Yong. "The fire spirit gold's properties are the same as yours, so naturally it can help you cultivate. Besides, what's mine is yours, isn't it?" As he spoke, his eyes glanced towards the key at her waist. Wu Yong, sensing his gaze, quickly covered her waist with her hand. "Taking his gifts makes me feel indebted." She coughed awkwardly and said she needed to step out for a moment. Bai Sheng was inwardly delighted, thinking that the pavilion master was so generous, spending so much money on a woman. "I must stick close to the master of the Dragon Abyss Pavilion in the future." Wu Yong found a shopkeeper and asked how the spirit pills she had given him earlier were selling. The shopkeeper quickly called over an assistant, who brought out a prepared bag of snacks. "Miss, these spirit pills are truly remarkable. These 500 intermediate grade snacks are your share. Please accept them." Wu Yong took the bag and, seeing it full of glistening golden snacks, her eyes lit up with excitement. Then, with a grand gesture, she took out another pill bottle and told the shopkeeper that these were third-grade spirit pills, asking if they were enough to exchange for 50 high-grade snacks. The shopkeeper, after a quick appraisal, immediately agreed without hesitation. His eyes then fell upon the fire spirit gold around Wu Yong's neck. He asked if the necklace was for sale, saying that the combination of the gold chain and the fire spirit gold would certainly fetch a high price. He offered 30 high-grade snacks and 500 intermediate-grade snacks. Wu Yong, upon hearing this, awkwardly explained that it wasn't that she didn't want to sell it, but that she couldn't take it off. To prove her point, she tugged at it. In truth, firstly, she couldn't remove it, and secondly, she didn't want to sell such a valuable item, unless she'd lost her mind. The shopkeeper smiled at Wu Yang. This must be a token of love from the pavilion master. The pavilion master and Madame's affection is truly enviable. Wu Yang started to explain, but then thought it was pointless and didn't bother. She then went to the treasure pavilion. As an independent woman of the 23rd century, I can't be indebted to others, Wu Yang thought, going to the treasure pavilion to see if there was anything valuable. At this moment, the little red snake on Wu Yang's head started its incessant chatter. Spirit pills in the market can't be exchanged for this much money. Long Chun spent all the snacks. Where can I go to nourish the spirit spring now? My poor fire spirit gold, just like that, it's been dismembered. Wu Yang placed it in her palm and reassured it not to worry. The fire spirit gold has just changed form. The space inside is still there. Once I get the weapon, I'll find a way to return you to your original space. Wu Yang then saw a jade dragon hairpin and, finding it quite elegant, decided on it. She turned and went back to Long Chun, placing the hairpin in his belt. Here you go. Now I don't owe you anything. And don't ask me for repayment in the future. Just as Wu Yang was about to pull her hand back, Long Chun grasped it, gazing at her deeply. All right, consider this an exchange of tokens of love. He then released her hand and put away the jade dragon hairpin. Wu Yang, hearing this, quickly reacted and anxiously explained, "This was just something I bought on a whim. I don't know what you're talking about. Shouldn't you give it back to me?" She then started searching Long Chun, completely oblivious to the change in his expression. Wu Yang was still wondering where he had hidden it when, in the next second, she touched something that made her freeze, her face flushing crimson. Just as she was about to pull her hand back, Long Chun caught it. He pulled her into his arms, his breath ragged. Do you know how dangerous that was? Wu Yang quickly tried to explain that she hadn't, that it wasn't. But in the next second, Long Chun kissed her on her cherry lips. Long Chen's heart pounded in his chest. He didn't understand why this time felt different from the last. As their lips parted, Wu Yang stared at him blankly, then, snapping back to reality, pushed him away and fled. Long Chun clutched his rapidly beating heart. He didn't know why he couldn't control himself around her. He then took out the jade dragon hairpin, gazing at it. Wu Yang, what am I going to do with you? Wu Yang ran, telling herself to calm down, not to let Long Chun sway her resolve. Completely unaware of anyone in front of her, she bumped into someone with a bang. Wu Yang mumbled an apology and continued on. The person she bumped into was Lu Xianyue, the eldest daughter of the Lu family and the true power holder of the Qi refining middle stage. At the moment of impact, Lu Xianyue saw the fire spirit gold around Wu Yang's neck, and her eyes instantly lit up. Leaning on the railing, Lu Xianyue watched Wu Yang rush downstairs, thinking, another gold digger. Using fire spirit stone for a necklace is such a waste. I need to find a way to swipe it. After all, this aligns with Ninth Brother's attributes. Just before the auction began, the shopkeeper found Long Chun. I followed your instructions and paid Madame 3 times the market price for these items. Wu Yang waited downstairs for a while. Sensing the auction was about to start, she decided to head back. Hearing the shopkeeper address Wu Yang as Madame, Long Chun, delighted, waved his hand grandly and bought everything the shopkeeper brought. Lu Xianyue, passing by their private room, overheard and scoffed, nouveau riche. After the auction's intermission, Wu Yang returned to Long Chen's side. The auctioneer, holding a tray, announced the next item, a 9-section blade, personally forged by the refining sex leader. Starting bid, 500 Middle Street Snacks. Hearing the starting bid of 500 Middle Street Snacks, Lu Xianyue frowned. When did a stolen half-finished refining product become worthy of such a price? The previous bidding made Wu Yang suspect Long Chen knew something. This time, she decided to wait and see, as her snacks were limited. Lu Xianyue placed the first bid, 501. Immediately, someone else bid. Seeing the price reach 550, Wu Yang stared, contemplating whether to bid. Seeing her expression, Long Chen knew she wanted the blade. He then called out 2,000. Wu Yang's face darkened. 2,000? Are you crazy? Long Chun, with an air of nonchalance, said, "We can afford it. No need to be frugal." Wu Yang scoffed. "Who's we?" As Long Chun reached for the bell to confirm his bid, Wu Yang quickly stopped him, her posture rather suggestive. Long Chun chuckled. All right, I won't bid. I'll listen to my wife." Before Wu Yang could respond, the door opened. Linger, holding a large drumstick, cheerfully announced, "I just found a great snack street nearby." Wu Yang, suddenly realizing her compromising position, kicked Long Chun. "Sit properly." Linger quickly retreated, thoughtfully closing the door. She hummed happily. Mother seems less resistant now. Reverse psychology works. Bai Sheng, about to report something, was pulled aside by Linger, who wanted to buy more snacks. Seeing the bid reach 2,000, Lu Xinhua muttered, "What a fool. Such a high price for a half-finished product." Those bidding below overheard and exclaimed, "Half-finished. It's a half-finished product." Outrage erupted. If it's truly half-finished, they're taking us for fools. A loud bang followed. Who's spreading these rumors? Two guards approached Lu Xinhua. She shouted, "Trying to throw me out just because you can't argue. I tell you, it's not just half-finished, it's flawed." Seeing the guards manhandling Lu Xinhua, Wu Yang intervened. "This is an auction house, not a lawless zone. If you claim she's lying, where's your proof?" The crowd fell silent. Wu Yang smirked. "Perhaps we should hear this young lady's reasoning." Long Chen looked at Wu Yang with adoration. "不愧是我的夫人. My wife is truly amazing. She took control so easily." Lu Xinhua, realizing Wu Yang wasn't as foolish as she seemed, jumped onto the stage. "I made this 9-section blade. Of course I know. I'm here to reclaim it." She then raised her hand and manipulated the blade. Wu Yang's eyes widened, surprised she controlled the blade's movements so easily. Lu Xinhua revealed a hidden marking. "This is my unique mark. All my creations bear this mark." Doubt spread through the auction house. Wu Yang grabbed the bell. "Since this isn't the refining sect leader's work, the previous bids are void. Shouldn't we reevaluate and restart the bidding?" Long Chun interjected, "We can afford anyway." Wu Yang quickly covered his mouth. "Keep your voice down. We can't be ripped off just because we're rich." She continued, "If I can buy it cheaply and refine this high-grade weapon, it'll be a bargain." Realizing her proximity to him, she quickly backed away. Long Chun, though confused, nodded obediently. "Everything as my wife says." Wu Yang's words resonated with the crowd, who urged the auctioneer to reevaluate the price. Lu Xinhua, however, was displeased. "I've already stated that I'm the owner of the 9-section blade. Why continue the auction? This blade should be returned to me." The auctioneer scoffed, "A mere pattern as proof of ownership. That's far too childish. You're disrupting the auction. You're not welcome here." He then ordered someone to escort her away. Lu Xinhua was furious. How dare they try to remove her? Without a word, she drew her sword. Seeing this, the crowd rose to their feet. Just then, a flash of red light zipped towards her. Lu Xinhua stopped. "How audacious. You dare cause trouble in my auction house." Zhulin, the auction house's owner, emerged. The crowd bowed to him. Lu Xuanyue's sword wavered slightly. His mere presence commanded such respect. Deciding retreat was the best option, she turned to leave. Suddenly, several golden beams shot towards her. In the next second, she was bound and thrown to the ground. Wu Yang knew this was the auction house's internal affair, and further interference would be unwise, especially since the situation was unclear. Zhulin ordered Lu Xinhua to be detained while he verified the situation. He announced the next round of the auction would be held the following day. The auctioneer then directed the crowd to follow the attendants to the inn. Grumbling about the disruption, the crowd dispersed. The innkeeper, holding room keys, gestured for Long Chun and Wu Yang to follow him. Wu Yang exclaimed, "Me and him in the same room." Before she could protest, Long Chun put his arm around her shoulder and whispered, "Zhulin is a powerful figure and despises infidelity. If he discovers we're pretending to be a couple, we'll be in trouble. Cooperate if you want to obtain the 9-section blade." Wu Yang saw the wisdom in his words. She couldn't risk jeopardizing their mission over such a small matter. When the innkeeper asked if there was a problem, Wu Yang quickly feigned delight, clinging to Long Chun and exclaiming, "No problem at all. This is perfect." Upon reaching the 9th floor, Linger clutched her panda plush and declared, "This is our room. Don't disturb us." She quickly shut the door. Long Chun, noticing Bai Sheng still lingering, shot him a look as he entered his own room. Bai Sheng remained outside, offering, "I can look after you." Long Chun coldly replied, "That won't be necessary." Bai Sheng looked around, irritated. Wu Yang told Long Chun he could drop the act now that they were alone. Suddenly, a bang echoed. Wu Yang turned to see Bai Sheng transformed into a seductive fox. He gazed at Long Chun, batting his eyelashes. "Our Fox clan's gender is fluid. If Master prefers, I can serve as a female attendant." Wu Yang was delighted. "Excellent. Absolutely perfect. I guess I'm not needed here." She turned to leave, but Long Chun wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her back. He then kicked Bai Sheng out of the room. Long Chun slowly drew Wu Yang into his embrace. "Where do you think you're going?" He slammed the door shut. Bai Sheng glared at the closed door, fuming. What did that flat-chested Lolita have that he didn't? He swore he would defend the honor of his Fox clan's charm. Inside, Wu Yang spread out bedding on the floor, creating a barrier between them. Long Chun scoffed, stating that such a flimsy barrier wouldn't stop him. He stood up. Wu Yang quickly drew a dagger, warning him not to come closer or she couldn't be held responsible for the consequences. Long Chun ignored her, blew out the candles, and climbed into bed. He commented on the comfortable mattress and high-quality Persian sheets. He added that the bed was large enough for 3 and offered to share half with her. Woo-young glared at him from the floor and told him to shut up. She didn't need anything from him. Suddenly, sleeping gas filled the room. Both Long Chun and Woo-young stiffened. Woo-young glanced at the figure in the bed. He hadn't made a move. She suspected the sleeping gas was meant for Long Chun and decided to wait and see who was behind it. Long Chun also glanced at the figure on the floor. He figured Woo-young was feigning ignorance, so he would play along and see who was so bold. The door opened. Bai Sheng congratulated himself on his flawless plan. Woo-young saw the persistent fox climb onto Long Chun's bed. She was eager to see what would happen next. Bai Sheng leaned close to Long Chun, stroking his face and trailing his hand downwards. Long Chun was surprised that Woo-young remained unmoved. Woo-young, however, was not only unmoved but thoroughly entertained. She was barely suppressing her laughter. Just as Bai Sheng's hand reached inside Long Chun's clothes, Long Chun opened his eyes and glared furiously. Then, standing up, he unleashed a torrent of abuse at Woo-young. If you keep watching the show, I don't mind taking you along too. Bai Sheng jumped up directly. They were hit with the bewitching smoke. How can they still move? The next second, Woo-young was swept into Long Chun's arms. Bai Sheng instantly transformed into a sycophant. He hurriedly said, "Don't worry, my two masters. This slave will serve you well." Then he rubbed himself against Woo-young, indicating his complete willingness to participate if they were all involved. Woo-young immediately kicked him to the ground, cursing him as a lewd, old pervert. How could you even think of such a disgusting thing? Bai Sheng knelt on the ground, asking pathetically what he had done wrong. Long Chun got out of bed and lifted him up by the collar. "How dare you harbor such indecent thoughts and attempt such improper behavior? You are truly audacious. I'll let you experience the methods of our Dragon Abyss sect." Bai Sheng was instantly terrified and began to plead for mercy and forgiveness. But Long Chun still didn't let go. Bai Sheng turned his head and spat blood directly at Long Chun. This completely enraged Long Chun, who tightened his grip on Bai Sheng's neck with great force. Seeing this, Woo-young shouted from behind, "Don't look him in the eyes." But it was too late. Long Chun had already fallen under Bai Sheng's charm spell and was completely frozen. Bai Sheng took this opportunity to run away as fast as he could. He didn't want to lose his life for the sake of clinging to someone powerful. Woo-young stepped forward and loudly reminded Long Chun. The fox ran away, but there was no response. At this moment, Long Chun's mind was filled with indescribable images of himself and Woo-young. He couldn't believe these images were appearing in his head. Then he looked up at Woo-young and pinned him against the wall. Woo-young, looking at his burning gaze, finally realized that he must have fallen victim to the fox's trick. Frightened, Woo-young retreated repeatedly. He wondered if he should run away now, but he was also hesitant because Long Chun seemed very strange at the moment. While he was still thinking, Long Chun stepped forward and kissed him. For a moment, Woo-young closed his eyes and found himself somewhat enjoying it. The next second, he felt Long Chun's hands groping him. Woo-young's eyes widened and he pushed him away. Long Chun, devoid of reason, pressed him onto the bed and said softly, "I want to." Woo-young quickly covered his mouth. "No, you don't want to. You don't want to do anything." Saying this, he kicked Long Chun in the waist. Long Chun cried out in pain and rolled onto the bed. Woo-young quickly got up and told him to snap out of it. Before he could react, Long Chun grabbed his hand and pinned him down. Woo-young's hands were firmly held by Long Chun. Then Long Chun buried his face in the crook of Woo-young's neck. Woo-young didn't know what kind of trick that damned fox had used on him. Why had he completely lost his mind? Woo-young couldn't take it anymore. He rolled over and pinned Long Chun down. Then he tightly wrapped his legs around Long Chun's neck. Because he was squeezing too hard, Long Chun started coughing continuously, his face turning dark. Woo-young realized he was using too much force and quickly loosened his grip. Woo-young immediately released his medicinal spiritual energy. Soon, Long Chun cursed, "Are you a dog? Why are you biting?" Looking at Long Chun, who was gradually becoming more lucid, Woo-young realized that his medicinal spiritual energy could alleviate the effects of the charm spell. Then Long Chun got up and collapsed onto his shoulder. Although he had collapsed and seemed to be asleep, Woo-young suddenly felt something hard pressing against him from behind. Woo-young was instantly stunned. This perverted guy, although the charm spell was broken, his body, that was still honest. He laid Long Chun on the bed and left. As he walked, Woo-young fumed, angry at himself for going soft on him. He should have just left him alone. As he walked, he suddenly saw a woman ahead. Woo-young looked closely. It was the woman who had caused the commotion earlier. Shouldn't she be under guard by the auction house? How'd she get out? Woo-young was very puzzled. He quickly followed her and discovered that she had actually gone to the basement where the 9-section blade and the auction treasures were stored. Lu Xianyue single-handedly dealt with the 2 guards. Clean and efficient. She seemed like a ruthless person. Then she opened the door and went straight inside. Wu Yang followed closely behind, wanting to see what she was up to. Lu Xianyue threw a stone into the secret room. With a clatter, the stone landed, triggering various mechanisms. Once the mechanism stopped, Lu Xianyue entered the secret room. She looked around at the treasure chests and finally spotted it at the very top. She quickly went forward and took it down. Just as she opened it, an arrow shot toward her. Wu Yang quickly used his medicinal spiritual energy to stop it. Then he pulled her into a corner. Lu Xianyue was surprised to see him and asked why he was there. Wu Yang told her to keep quiet if she didn't want to be discovered, because someone was coming. The guards came in and found arrows all over the floor. They immediately shouted that someone was stealing something and called for more people. Wu Yang pinned Lu Xianyue against the wall, questioning her. Since you've admitted that you forged the 9-section blade and that it's flawed, why would you risk your life to retrieve it? Lu Xianyue scoffed. What's it to you? Why should I tell you? Just then, the guards discovered traces of hidden weapons near the entrance to the secret room. Realizing someone was inside, they immediately rushed in. Seeing Lu Xianyue's silence, Wu Yang tightened her grip and threatened, "Fine, don't tell me. She began counting down. Lu Xianyue, recognizing Wu Yang as a guest of the Heavenly Pavilion and therefore someone of importance, realized discovery meant certain death. Just as Wu Yang reached one in her countdown, Lu Xianyue quickly stopped her. Wait, I can make a deal with you. The 9-section blade, though flawed, is close to being a divine artifact. If I can find the right materials and reforge it, it can become a peerless weapon. Wu Yang's eyes lit up, so the blade truly was powerful. The thought of possessing it thrilled her. Lu Xianyue continued, if you can help me successfully retrieve the 9-section blade, I'll give it to you. Wu Yang was delighted. The two quickly struck a deal. As Wu Yang released her grip, Lu Xianyue noticed her palm had turned black. You poisoned me, she hissed. Wu Yang gave her a mischievous look. As long as you don't betray our agreement, the poison won't take effect. Just as Lu Xianyue was about to react, the guards burst into the secret room with a crash. Finding no one there, they were puzzled. They were just here, seeing the 9-section blades box empty. One of them roared furiously, "Search everywhere. We must find the thief." Unnoticed during the commotion, Wu Yang and Lu Xianyue had slipped out while the guards were opening the door. Wu Yang, realizing they would be quickly discovered with so many guards around, had an idea. Fire! Fire! She yelled. Lu Xianyue instantly understood and joined in, shouting, "Fire! Run!" People poured out of their rooms, asking what was happening. Wu Yang yelled to Little Red Snake, "Wake up!" They reached Ling'er's door, and she stumbled out sleepily, asking Wu Yang where she had been. Wu Yang didn't explain, just told Little Red Snake to take Ling'er and leave quickly. She still had things to do. Little Red Snake nodded, and then looked back at Lu Xianyue. Are you just going to let her escape like this? Lu Xianyue was confused. What do you mean? The guards had reached the 2nd floor and were searching each room. Someone asked them, "Where's the fire? Are you looking for the arsonist?" The guards were taken aback, then asked who said there was a fire. The person quickly replied, 2 girls. One of them looked like the one you're looking for. Just then, Zhu Lin appeared, summoning her phoenix. A guard immediately informed her it was 2 women. One of them was Lu Xianyue, the one who escaped. Zhu Lin's eyes turned icy. How dare they cause such a commotion under my nose? If word of this gets out, how am I supposed to do business? With that, she unleashed her phoenix. Without hesitation, the phoenix flew towards Wu Yang and Lu Xianyue. Lu Xianyue was knocked to the ground. As the phoenix prepared to attack again, Wu Yang unleashed her medicinal spirit power. With a beat of its wings, the phoenix sent both Wu Yang and Lu Xianyue crashing to the ground. Zhu Lin approached them with a cold stare. You caused quite a scene on my territory. You'll pay the price. She raised her hand, ready to finish them off. Just then, Long Chen appeared, summoning his dragon. The dragon snapped at the phoenix. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Yang grabbed Lu Xianyue and ran. Watching them flee, Long Chen stepped in front of Zhu Lin, blocking her path. Zhu Lin was furious. A dragon, reduced to protecting a woman. Long Chen clutched a fallen feather, a cold smile on his face. Aren't you the last of the phoenixes? This enraged Zhu Lin. Even with your protection, they won't escape. She summoned 100 phoenixes. Wu Yang and Lu Xianyue, having discarded their disguises, saw the swarm of phoenixes heading straight for them. 100 birds facing the phoenix. Wu Yang exclaimed, recognizing the technique. She unleashed her medicinal spirit power. Terrified, Lu Xianyue ran blindly ahead. "Watch out," Wu Yang shouted. "Cliff!" Just as Lu Xianyue was about to fall, Wu Yang lunged forward and grabbed her hand. Meanwhile, Long Chun and Zhu Lin were locked in a fierce battle. Long Chun was starting to sweat. He knew that with his current strength, he couldn't defeat Zhu Lin. Continuing the fight would only endanger Wu Yang. He delivered one final blow and, before Zhu Lin could react, turned and fled. Wu Yang and Lu Xianyue were still struggling against their adversaries. Wu Yang suddenly had an idea. If Zhu Lin could command the white birds, then her own medicinal spiritual power should be able to do the same. A moment later, the flock of white birds stopped in midair. Lu Xianyue was overjoyed to see this. She hadn't expected Wu Yang to be able to control them too. Suddenly, a phoenix vanished, swooping down and snatching Lu Xianyue up into the sky. Lu Xianyue cried out for help. Wu Yang finally reacted, realizing her control had worn off unexpectedly quickly. Without time to think, she quickly unleashed her medicinal spiritual power towards the sky. Lu Xianyue plummeted, falling towards a cliff. Just as she was about to plunge over the edge, Wu Yang lunged forward and grabbed her ankle. Long Chun arrived to witness this scene and shouted Wu Yang's name. He then swept his hand, obliterating the white birds. Just as Wu Yang and Lu Xianyue began to fall over the cliff edge, Long Chun summoned his dragon's breath, enveloping them both. Long Chun rushed forward and caught Wu Yang in his arms. Seeing she was unconscious, he felt a pang of distress. The three of them landed safely at the bottom of the cliff. Before them was a sealed cave entrance. Long Chun placed Wu Yang against a tree and looked around. He knew that remaining here would be dangerous. He had to find a way inside the cave. He then transformed into a small golden dragon and shattered the cave entrance. A pool of shimmering liquid was revealed. Long Chun plunged into the pool. At the same time, Wu Yang regained consciousness and began channeling her medicinal spiritual power to heal Lu Xianyue. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her head and looked around, wondering where they were and why the place seemed to be absorbing her spiritual energy. However, Wu Yang couldn't worry about that now. Lu Xianyue was seriously injured, and she needed to treat her first and then figure out how to escape. Thinking this, Wu Yang took out a medicinal herb and applied it to Lu Xianyue's wounds. Then, using her medicinal spiritual power, she helped the wounds close. Seeing Lu Xianyue slowly recover, Wu Yang felt relieved. Seeing that Lu Xianyue was no longer in immediate danger, Wu Yang stood up and looked around. Noticing a beam of light, she assumed there must be an exit in that direction and quickly walked towards it. Upon entering, she discovered it was a pool of water. More importantly, it was filled with spiritual energy. Curious, Wu Yang dipped her hand in. In a short while, the wound on the back of her hand healed completely. Just then, Wu Yang felt something in her palm and frowned. She quickly pulled it out. She was puzzled. Why was there a small golden snake here? It looked like it was on the verge of death. Thinking this, Wu Yang decided to save it. After all, meeting like this must be fate. Saying this, she kissed its forehead. The little golden snake, kissed by Wu Yang, suddenly became shy. Opening its eyes, it saw Wu Yang. Could that just have been? At this moment, Wu Yang also noticed the little golden snake's strange behavior and wondered why it was blushing. Then, a thought struck her, and she excitedly tapped its forehead. You wouldn't happen to be Long Chun, would you? How did you turn into a loach? Long Chun, in her hand, was instantly furious. You're the loach. Your whole family are loaches. Unable to communicate, he could only wriggle his body to express his displeasure. Seeing him angry, Wu Yang became even more amused. Well, you're in my palm now, at my mercy, she said, playfully touching his true form. Long Chun felt his entire body tingle and itch. He couldn't help but curse Wu Yang inwardly. Damn Wu Yang, stop touching me. Seeing Long Chun paralyzed in her hand, Wu Yang laughed even harder. She said he seemed to enjoy it when he used golden chains to bind her. So why was he unhappy now that she was doing the same to him? As soon as Wu Yang finished speaking, Long Chun darted towards her sleeve. Wu Yang immediately grabbed his tail and loudly asked what he was doing, warning him not to move. Long Chun ignored her and slithered around her body. Wu Yang blushed, frantically trying to catch him, but she couldn't. A moment later, Long Chun coiled around her neck, gradually shrinking in size, and then fell asleep. Wu Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that he didn't have enough spiritual energy, otherwise he would have kept causing trouble. Then, Wu Yang noticed that the cave seemed to be constantly absorbing her and Long Chen's spiritual energy. The spring water, however, could heal injuries. It seemed the cave and the spring water had a symbiotic, yet opposing relationship. Seeing that Lu Xuanyue's spiritual energy was also fading, Wu Yang feared she would die from spiritual exhaustion soon. She placed Lu Xianyue into the spiritual pool, hoping it would slow the absorption of her spiritual energy. A short while later, Lu Xuanyue's wounds were completely healed. Wu Yang realized the spring water could only heal injuries, not remove poison. It seemed she needed to quickly concoct an antidote to save her. Wu Yang then released her medicinal spiritual power and began to prepare the antidote. Soon, Lu Xianyue opened her eyes and sat up. She saw Wu Yang preparing an antidote for her. What she didn't expect was that in order to refine the antidote, Wu Yang's spiritual energy was rapidly dissipating. Hearing a noise, Wu Yang turned her head. "You're awake," Lu Xianyue said haughtily. "What are you looking at? If it weren't for you running this way, we wouldn't have fallen off the cliff." Wu Yang immediately stood up, telling him to watch his words. She had, after all, saved his life. Then, she tossed the freshly prepared antidote into his hand. Watching Lu Xianyue take the antidote, Wu Yang couldn't help but grumble, "Refining medicine for you has consumed a lot of my spiritual energy. This cave is also constantly absorbing my spiritual energy. Yet, this spring water can heal your wounds. It's strange." Lu Xianyue looked around before saying, "This place might have a mutually generative and restrictive formation." Wu Yang couldn't help but wonder, could this be the territory of some hidden expert? Hearing Wu Yang's words, Lu Xianyue suddenly thought of something. The most skilled in formations across the entire Kingland continent was the Huangfu family. Just as he turned to tell Wu Yang, he discovered she had fainted. Frightened, Lu Xianyue quickly rushed forward and pulled her into his arms. Looking at Wu Yang lying in his arms, Lu Xianyue was conflicted. Would it be too heartless to leave her here and escape alone? Then, Lu Xianyue made a simple small boat and placed Wu Yang on it. A moment later, Wu Yang woke up and asked where they were. Lu Xianyue, fiddling with his sword, explained that he had discovered that as long as they stayed within the range of the spiritual spring, their spiritual energy wouldn't dissipate too quickly. He then advised Wu Yang not to use her spiritual energy easily until they found a solution. He told her to rest well, as she hadn't fully recovered. Just then, while Wu Yang wasn't paying attention, Long Chun jumped into the water with a splash. The moment he entered the water, Long Chun revealed his true form. Seeing a bright light, he was instantly excited. With a burst of golden light, Wu Yang suddenly opened her eyes. Long Chun looked at her. "Wu Yang, are you feeling better?" Wu Yang was startled. "What the?" She lost her footing and fell into the spiritual pool. Long Chun quickly went down and caught her, raising an eyebrow. "Are you that surprised to see me?" Wu Yang pushed him away, shouting, "Do I look surprised?" Long Chun quickly gestured towards the sleeping Lu Xianyue. His spiritual energy is too weak. He needs more rest. He then created a barrier around him. Pulling Wu Yang in the direction they had come from, he told her to follow him, saying he had found a way into the cave. Seeing the scene before her, Wu Yang was instantly thrilled. She finally understood. This must be some expert's secret base. The medicinal herbs inside were all highly sought-after ingredients in the outside world. She rushed forward excitedly, embracing the herbs. Long Chun watched with a puzzled expression. He was still wondering what Wu Yang meant by base. But seeing her so excited, he quickly told her that this was only a small part. He then pointed to the door of another chamber, saying the truly valuable thing was something else. They immediately entered. In the center, there was a book emitting a golden light. Wu Yang focused her gaze. It was the Fengyang Nine Heavens. Wu Yang reached out to grab it. Long Chun quickly tried to stop her from behind, but it was too late. Wu Yang's hand had already touched the book. In the next second, she was completely sucked into it. Long Chun, in his panic, immediately followed. Wu Yang entered into pitch darkness, hearing the clang of chains. Just as she wondered why she was bound, with a snap, she transformed into a chicken. Wu Yang was confused, but after a moment of thought, she understood. It seemed she had become a character in the book, Feng Qingming, the owner of the Fengyang Nine Heavens. As the protagonist of the book, Wu Yang couldn't change the original character's thoughts and actions. So, for now, she didn't know what had happened to Long Chun. Just as Wu Yang transformed back into her human form, a group of people approached. The leader was none other than the young master of the Lianqi sect, Lu Xiaoyu. Looking at the woman before him, Long Chun, within her body, couldn't help but exclaim, "Wu Yang." Then, the two journeyed together. Lu Xiaoyu quickly fell in love with this unique and innocent young woman. They decided to search for rare materials to forge a spiritual sword that belonged to them both. Holding the forged sword, they were overjoyed. Feng Qingming suggested naming the sword Lu Feng Sword. Lu Xiaoyu thought Qingyu sword sounded better, so they named it the Qingyu sword. After the house was built, Lu Xiaoyu brought Feng Qingming back to the refining sect. Coincidentally, at this time, Yuesheng, Lu Xiaoyu's fiancée, arrived at the Lu family residence. Yuesheng greeted the head of the Lu family, who promptly said, "You are Xiaoyu's fiancée. You should address me as father now." At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu returned with Feng Qingming. Seeing them, Yuesheng quickly said no need and that she wanted to take things slowly and give Xiaoyu some space. She then hurried forward to greet Feng Qingming, saying, "Great. I was just worried about not having any girls of my age to talk to at my uncle's house. My name is Yuesheng. What's yours?" As she spoke, she casually placed her hand on Feng Qingming's shoulder. Seeing her enthusiasm, Feng Qingming quickly told her their name. Somehow, the sleeve on Feng Qingming's shoulder suddenly tore. Their entire arm was exposed. Yuesheng screamed and ran over to cover Lu Xiaoyu's eyes, telling him not to look. The head of the Lu family angrily rebuked Lu Xiaoyu. "Where did you pick up this dirty woman?" he demanded, accusing Feng Qingming of being indecent. He moved as if to strike them. Lu Xiaoyu quickly shielded Feng Qingming, saying, "I won't allow you to slander them like this." Seeing this, Yuesheng quickly pulled Feng Qingming away, saying she would take them to change clothes. While changing clothes, Feng Qingming thanked Yuesheng, who was waiting outside, and mentioned that they only knew Lu Xiaoyu and had no other friends. Yuesheng reassured them, saying they would be safe in the Lu household with Xiaoyu and herself there. She declared that they had hit it off and that she would be their friend from now on. Her eyes, however, were fixed on the sword Feng Qingming had left on the table. When Feng Qingming came out after changing, they saw Yuesheng lying on the floor and rushed over to check on her. They then learned that she suffered from a congenital poison that could only be cured by the phoenix bell feather. Immediately, Feng Qingming took out the phoenix bell feather, saying, "I'm sorry, Xiaoyu, but saving a life is more important than cultivating." They then injected it into Yuesheng's body, completely oblivious to the triumphant smirk on Yuesheng's lips. At night, Yuesheng secretly infused the phoenix bell feather into the Qingyu sword. Then, she happily took the sword to Lu Xiaoyu. "Brother Xiaoyu, your Qingyu sword. Quickly tell Qingming the good news." The head of the Lu family couldn't help but curse that Feng Qingming is so scheming. Not only did they not do anything for our Lu family, but they also drained your spiritual energy. You're already weak. As soon as the head of the Lu family finished speaking, Yuesheng collapsed into Lu Xiaoyu's arms. At this point, Lu Xiaoyu's mother also chimed in. "I think that Feng Qingming is just here to freeload. After so many days, not only have they contributed nothing to our Lu family, but they've also been trying to torment Xiaoyu's fiancée. Aren't they just trying to usurp her position?" Lu Xiaoyu quickly pushed Yuesheng out of his arms and raised a sword, shouting, "I won't allow you to speak about them that way. This sword is forged from the combined efforts of Qingming and myself. No one can slander it, and no matter what you say, I will still be with Qingming. If you can't tolerate them, I will leave the Lu family with Qingming." With that, Lu Xiaoyu turned and left. The head of the Lu family was furious and continued to berate Yuesheng, who urged him not to be angry, saying she had a plan. Meanwhile, Feng Qingming was in their room. The window suddenly blew open. Before they could react, a chain wrapped around their waist. In the next second, they were dragged out. Feng Qingming cried out, "Xiaoyu, Yuesheng, help me." Yuesheng stood around the corner, sneering. "Without the phoenix bell feather, you have no power and can't transmit your voice. By the time Xiaoyu finds you, you'll probably be dead." After a while, Feng Qingming, trapped in a secluded place, calmed down. They were puzzled. Although the Lu family had always been unkind to them, with Xiaoyu around, they wouldn't dare to do anything to them. Why was this happening now? Just then, Yuesheng appeared. Feng Qingming was overjoyed and quickly asked her to help them escape. Yuesheng put on a sympathetic act, saying, "Qingming, actually, it was Xiaoyu who wanted you to be alone for a while. After all these days, I've finally come to my senses. I shouldn't interfere in a relationship that doesn't belong to me." But when I was about to leave, Xiaoyu suddenly wanted to move up the wedding date. He said that only my family's influence can help the refining sect secure its position, and that Qingyu sword is also the key to him becoming the strongest sect leader. Hearing this, Feng Qingming was instantly enraged. They gritted their teeth and said, "Lu Xiaoyu, you treacherous villain, you deserve to die." After discovering Feng Qingming's disappearance, Lu Xiaoyu sent many people to search, but they all returned empty-handed. Lu Xiaoyu was furious. Just then, Yuesheng appeared. Lu Xiaoyu quickly told her that she shouldn't be running around in her condition. Yuesheng explained that she had gone to look for Qingming, but only found a letter they had left behind. She claimed the letter was sealed with a spell, and that she had spent a great deal of effort to break it. She then handed the letter to Lu Xiaoyu, urging him to see what Qingming had written and if they had left an address. Lu Xiaoyu quickly took the letter, his face filled with disbelief, completely unaware of Yuesheng's sinister expression. The letter read, Xiaoyu, you and Yuesheng are a perfect match. I wish you 100 years of happiness. But from now on, I sever all ties with you, Lu Xiaoyu. Don't bother looking for me. That broken sword is yours. Reading the letter, Lu Xiaoyu trembled and coughed up blood. From that day forward, the divine Qingyu sword came into being, becoming the treasured artifact of the Lu family. And Lu Xiaoyu, the genius refining master of the Lu family, sealed his furnace and went into seclusion, never to be seen again. Long Chun then emerged from the book, kneeling on the ground and coughing incessantly. He saw Wu Yang lying on the ground, still cursing Lu Xiaoyu, saying he would die a horrible death. Long Chen hurried forward to help him up. Wu Yang didn't respond after being called several times. Long Chen then realized Wu Yang was still trapped in the book. The spiritual energy within him was very unstable. He immediately sat down cross-legged and infused spiritual energy into Wu Yang. At the same time, a voice repeatedly echoed in Feng Qingming's mind, urging him to be released. Feng Qingming clutched his chest and couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" Wu Yang quickly explained that he had stumbled in unintentionally and didn't know why he appeared inside Feng Qingming's body. He pleaded to be let out. Feng Qingming suddenly had an idea. Wu Yang's spiritual attributes were remarkably compatible with his own, a rare occurrence. With this thought, Feng Qingming immediately took action. Wu Yang, trapped within him, cried out, "What are you doing to me?" Feng Qingming explained, "I've inscribed all my cultivation techniques onto you. Only the most crucial component, the wind bell, is missing. If you want to live, go to the refining sect, kill that despicable couple, and retrieve the wind bell feather." He then began to refine the Phoenix Mother Heart technique himself, warning Wu Yang that he would die from spiritual corruption otherwise. After completing this, he expelled Wu Yang from his body. The moment Wu Yang emerged from the book, a phoenix instantly rushed into his body. Wu Yang's eyes snapped open, and he pushed the startled Long Chen away with a palm. He then curled up, trembling uncontrollably. So painful, so painful. Seeing this, Long Chen immediately understood that Feng Qingming had transferred his cultivation techniques to Wu Yang. However, judging by Wu Yang's condition, the medicinal spiritual power within him was conflicting. Long Chen quickly picked him up and rushed towards the spirit pool. He immediately set up a barrier within the spirit pool. Just as Long Chen was about to infuse spiritual energy into Wu Yang to alleviate his pain, Wu Yang suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed Long Chen's hand. He leaned forward and kissed Long Chen. The following scene is left to your imagination. A day later, Wu Yang woke up feeling refreshed. The conflicting spiritual energy from yesterday seemed to have subsided considerably. He sat up and saw Long Chen lying there asleep, a smug look on his face. Wu Yang looked at himself, then at Long Chen, and then at the barrier. Did he help me last night? Wu Yang then recalled the events of last night and blushed deeply. He quickly grabbed some nearby clothes. Wu Yang smiled at Long Chen. "You just up and left like this before. Now consider this payback." He then put on the clothes and left. When Long Chen woke up and didn't see Wu Yang, his clothes were also gone. He looked at the snacks on the ground. Long Chen picked them up, feeling excited. Is this a reward for last night? Giving a reward but not leaving any clothes is very much his style. Long Chen stared at the snacks, wondering if Wu Yang no longer resented him for leaving without saying goodbye. Meanwhile, Wu Yang, dressed, left the spirit pool and saw Lu Xianla pacing anxiously. Lu Xianla kept staring at Wu Yang's face. Wu Yang felt uncomfortable under his gaze and asked, "Why are you staring at me? Are there words on my face?" Lu Xianla quickly asked, "What were you two doing last night?" It was so loud. The spirit pool was like boiling water. It was so hot I couldn't sleep. Wu Yang was startled by these words. Before he could say anything, Lu Xianla pointed at him and continued, "Someone. That smelled pretty good." Wu Yang panicked. Damn, he heard it. How much did he hear? Did he hear the whole thing? It's like Long Chen and I were live streaming to the entire place. He then thought it was probably impossible. Thinking this, Wu Yang forced himself to calmly explain, "We were just cultivating. Don't act like you've never seen the world." Hearing the word cultivating, Lu Xianla immediately asked, "What kind of cultivation?" Wu Yang couldn't answer this question and quickly changed the subject. "Yesterday, we discovered some Duan mud here. There's an entrance to a cave below, and it's full of materials needed for refining. There might be materials you need for your 9 cauldrons refinement. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinla instantly forgot his previous question and excitedly urged Wu Yang to take him there. Lu Xinla arrived at the cave. As soon as he entered, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. Suddenly, he seemed to see something and quickly walked forward. Wu Yang wondered what was wrong. Lu Xinla picked up something and examined it closely. Strange. This room is identical to my master's room. Wu Yang suddenly thought of Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xinla seemed to understand. Seeing Wu Yang's look of realization, Lu Xinla asked, "What is it?" Wu Yang told him, "After entering this cave, I had a strange encounter. I think I understand now. Your master is a heartless and fickle person. He wanted both Feng Qingming's Qingyu sword and Yue Xing's influence, that which resulted in a tragedy." Upon hearing this, Lu Xinla exclaimed, "That's not what I heard. My master said Feng Qingming left a letter and just left heartlessly. Master was heartbroken and devastated for a long time." Wu Yang and Lu Xinla immediately understood there was a misunderstanding between them. After thinking for a moment, Wu Yang said, "It seems we can only find the answers by returning to the refining heart cauldron." Lu Xinla looked at the sealed valley and asked, "How do we get out?" At this moment, Long Chen walked out and said he had found a way out. He explained, "The reason we fell into this cave is because of his blood," pointing at Lu Xinla. After all, this is the Lu family's territory. Naturally, only Lu Xinla can break the seal. Then what are we waiting for? I'll let some blood now, Lu Xinla said, raising his hand to do just that. Long Chen quickly stopped him. "No, with our current strength, even using your blood might not be enough to get us out." He turned to Wu Yang. "Unless Wu Yang completely absorbs the Fengyang 9 Heavens technique, we might not be able to escape." Hearing this, Wu Yang immediately started looking for a place to begin the absorption process. Seeing Long Chen still following him, Wu Yang turned around and asked, "Why are you following me? Shouldn't you be finding a place to cultivate and get us out of here?" Long Chen explained, "When you absorb the Fengyang 9 Heavens, your spiritual energy will fluctuate greatly. If anything unexpected happens, none of us will be able to leave." Looking at Long Chen's stubborn and prideful demeanor, Wu Yang thought he was just like Linger. He then asked, "What realm are you at now?" Long Chen sat down and said, "The cultivation levels of the Dragon Clan are different from you cultivators. If you're curious, I can tell you about our Dragon Clan's unique cultivation techniques." He then patted his thigh, inviting Wu Yang to sit closer and listen. Wu Yang walked over and said he was just curious if Linger also cultivated the same way. Otherwise, he couldn't explain why she cultivated so slowly. Long Chen pulled him into an embrace and whispered in his ear, "Our Dragon Clan's power is passed down through the bloodline. One needs to be baptized by dragon blood to fully awaken." Wu Yang suddenly realized, does Linger also need a dragon blood baptism to get rid of her current half-human, half-beast form? Long Chen nodded. Wu Yang thought for a moment, "If that's the case, I can arrange it for her when we get back." Hearing this, Long Chen asked, by saying, "When we get back, are you finally acknowledging your identity as a dragon's wife?" The hand around Wu Yang's waist unconsciously tightened. Wu Yang immediately pushed him away and jumped back, shouting, "What nonsense are you talking about? When did I ever say that?" Long Chen got up and embraced him again, smiling. "Who will you bring Linger back as? Besides the Dragon Clan's wife, the mother of the Dragon Clan's child. And isn't the father of the Dragon Clan's child the husband of the mother?" He pushed Long Chen away forcefully again and then set up a barrier, telling him to leave and not disturb his cultivation. Long Chen sat on the chair, coughed softly a few times, and looked at Wu Yang, knowing he still needed to work harder to gain his full acceptance. After resting for a while, Long Chen quickly got up and surrounded Wu Yang with his dragon chi to prevent any accidents. However, as soon as he moved, Long Chen felt a twinge in his internal injuries from the Myriad Treasures realm. But for Wu Yang's stability, Long Chen didn't stop. Meanwhile, Lu Xinla took many things out of a drawer. Master should be able to use these. He then picked up the 9-song sword. He thought about how he and his master had always been looked down upon by the Lu family. The 9-song sword was the only one that could be tempered to possess spiritual energy close to the Qingyu sword. If he could refine it with Wu Yang's help, not only would his master look at him differently, but it would also greatly improve his master's standing. Thinking of this, Lu Xinla quickly sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. 3 years later, with a bang, the entire ground cracked open. Wu Yang said happily, finally broke through to the middle stage of Golden Core. He then glanced at Long Chen behind him. For the past 3 years, Wu Yang had constantly felt Long Chen's aura enveloping him. Although he was reluctant to admit it, it was indeed because of Long Chen that he was able to absorb the cultivation technique so smoothly. The next second, Long Chen suddenly collapsed. collapsed. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Wu Yong rushed forward to support him. Even at this moment, Long Chun didn't forget to tease Wu Yong, "My wife, I don't have any strength left. Could you lend me a bit of your spiritual energy?" Wu Yong was instantly annoyed. This guy, even at a time like this. Then, with a worried look, he said, "Just a little bit." Long Chun nodded and opened his mouth. Without a word, Wu Yong stuffed a handful of pills into his mouth. "Here, take these and recover." Turning his head, he saw Lu Xinla had also arrived. He said excitedly, "It's time to get out of here." Lu Xinla quickly took out a dagger and cut his arm. With a rumble, Wu Yong grabbed Lu Xinla and rushed towards a cliff. Ling Er and the little red snake were waiting for them at the top. Ling Er, seeing her mother, was overjoyed. She ran forward and hugged her. "Mother, I missed you so much." The little red snake, Jian Zhuang, also wanted to approach, but just as he moved, Long Chun flicked his hand, sending him flying. He landed quite squarely on Lu Xinla. Annoyed, Lu Xinla pushed him off. The little red snake quickly got up, muttering under his breath, "This woman's fierce, but she's got a nice figure." Wu Yong, curious about what the little red snake was mumbling, was about to ask when a group of people arrived. Seeing them, the group immediately knelt down. "We greet the Dragon Lord and his wife." The leader of the group sent a message to Long Chun through sound transmission, informing him that Liu had already left the Refining Heart Cauldron and that this was the perfect opportunity to deal with the Medicine King sect. However, Long Chun felt that if he left now, Wu Yong would have to face the Liu family alone. Just as he was about to speak, Wu Yong said, "Lu Xinla and I are going to the Liu family. Your large entourage might alert them and reveal our intentions." He then told Long Chun to take Linger back. Lu Xinla, puzzled by Wu Yang's decision, said, "Wouldn't it be better if we brought the Dragon Lord of the Dragon Abyss sect, this great powerhouse, with us?" Wu Yang quickly replied, "We're adults. We each handle our own affairs. It's not like we're elementary school kids brawling." Although Lu Xinla didn't understand the references to adults and elementary school kids, she understood from his tone that it wasn't a compliment. Linger, seeing that Wu Yang was about to leave again, looked at him with teary eyes. Long Chun reassured her, saying, "You'll see your mother again soon." He then stepped forward and held Wu Yang's fire spirit gold, saying, "I can't bear to be away from you for too long. I'll come back to you as soon as I'm done." Wu Yang nodded and turned to leave. Holding the burning fire spirit gold, he suddenly turned back and ran towards Long Chun, handing him a bottle of pills. He instructed him, "Take good care of yourself. Don't get hurt. Incomplete healing can leave lasting effects." After receiving the pills, Long Chun embraced him. He had been waiting for this moment, and his heart was filled with emotion. Wu Yang, seeing that it was time to go, patted Linger's head and told her, "Remember to cultivate diligently. Don't slack off." Linger nodded in agreement. After giving his instructions, Wu Yang waved goodbye and headed towards the Refining Heart Cauldron with Lu Xinla. For some reason, Wu Yang suddenly felt a pang of sadness. It wasn't as if he hadn't experienced farewells before, but right now, solving the problem at hand was the most important thing. Wu Yang quickly collected his thoughts. After Wu Yang left, Linger looked at Long Chun, feeling that her father had changed since returning from the valley. Excitedly, she asked Long Chun, "Did Mother finally recognize you? When has Mother ever hugged you like that before? This is truly eye-opening. Did something happen between you two in the valley? Tell me, Father." Long Chun ignored her, picked her up, and tossed her onto a horse. He then ordered the attendants to depart. Liu witnessed all of this from afar. He hadn't realized Wu Yang and Long Chun were so close. As Lu Xinla led him through a side entrance of the Refining Heart Cauldron, Wu Yang couldn't help but ask, "Why aren't we going through the main gate? You're the esteemed eldest daughter of the Liu family. Shouldn't they be welcoming you back with a grand procession?" Lu Xinla scoffed and explained, "My status in the family is inferior to Lu Shang's. Although he's adopted, he has a mother who's good at whispering sweet nothings in my father's ear. And Yue Shang, my stepmother, favors them as well. I don't want to alert them." She added that she never cared about these internal family matters and preferred to live her own life, ignoring them. Hearing Lu Xinla mention Yue Shang, Wu Yang's eyes lit up. "Your stepmother, Yue Shang, seems to have a lot of influence. Wouldn't it be better to go directly to her to find out what happened all those years ago?" Inwardly, Wu Yang was also plotting. After finding out the truth, he would find an opportunity to help Feng Qingming get rid of her. Lu Xinla sighed. "My stepmother is deeply infatuated with my master and has been living near his cave, but my master has never even looked at her. How could she possibly tell the truth?" Seeing Wu Yang heading in a different direction, Lu Xinla quickly pulled him back. "My courtyard is this way." Wu Yang pulled her back and stopped in front of a house. From inside, Lu Shang's voice could be heard. "What if Lu Xinla comes back and tries to compete with me for the inheritance?" Lu Yu, lying on a couch, replied, "What are you afraid of? Once I marry the Dragon Lord of the Dragon Abyss sect. What's a mere Lu Xianla to us?" Lu Xianla looked at Wu Yang, who seemed to be enjoying the gossip, and rolled her eyes. She sent him a sound transmission. "They're talking about your husband, and you're still in the mood to eat peanuts. Wait, where did you even get those peanuts?" Lu Shang sat up next to Lu Yu and asked, "Is it true? Is the Dragon Lord of the Dragon Abyss sect really interested in you?" Lu Yu quickly replied, "Of course it's true. None of you have seen the Dragon Lord's face, have you?" "I have. He's the most breathtakingly handsome man I've ever seen in my life." Outside the room, the two ate peanuts, listening with relish. Wu Yang nodded. That disguise was indeed well made. Lu Yu said that when she went to the market town, she was harassed by a hoodlum. At that time, a disciple from the Dragon Abyss sect appeared and scared the hoodlum witless. It was quite impressive. Lu Shang quickly said that maybe he was just passing by and had nothing to do with her. Lu Yu was immediately furious and told him to shut up, saying she wasn't finished yet. Then, with a love-struck expression, she continued, saying that he even smiled at her, a smile as warm as a spring breeze. It was clear he was interested in her. She then said she planned to have her father invite him to their residence as a guest. When the sect master saw her, he would surely remember their first encounter. Then she would slowly exchange flirtatious glances with him, back and forth. Lu Shang immediately threw cold water on her fantasy. Everyone knows that the Dragon Abyss sect master has a wife and child. How could he marry her? Lu Yu, with a look of indifference, said being a concubine wouldn't matter. Look at how Mother managed to outmaneuver the first wife. Lu Xianla's status in their family is less than that of servant. Outside the door, Wu Yang gave Lu Xianla a look as if to say, "Can you believe this?" The little red snake ate the peanuts from Wu Yang's hand. Lu Xianla returned Wu Yang a look as if to say, "Aren't you enduring it too?" As their anger escalated, the little red snake suddenly choked on a peanut. To save its life, it desperately coughed up the peanut. As luck would have it, it bounced off Lu Yu's forehead. Lu Yu jumped up. "Who's there?" In the next second, Lu Xianla kicked open the door. "It's your older sister." Lu Yu finally recognized her. Incredulous, she exclaimed, "Sister, you dare hit me?" Lu Yu immediately yelled, "You damn girl. You dare return." Her words were cut short as Lu Xianla slapped her across the face. Lu Yu clutched her stinging cheek, unable to believe it. "You actually dared to hit me." Lu Xianla looked at her own hand, understanding why. Was it because Wu Yang was controlling her hand from behind? However, this was precisely what she wanted to do. She scolded loudly, "Yes, I hit you." Lu Yu instantly flew into a rage. "Who do you think you are? How dare you hit me?" Saying this, she tried to slap Lu Xianla back. Lu Xianla nimbly dodged to the side. Lu Yu missed her target and fell flat on her face. Lu Xianla looked down at her coldly. "Wasn't I clear enough? I'm the eldest daughter of the Lu family. I am your older sister. You were the one who showed disrespect first." Lu Yu glared at her fiercely. "There's no place for you in the entire Lu family. What kind of older sister are you? I will not let you off today." Saying this, she began to channel her spiritual energy. Lu Xianla continuously dodged. However, she never expected that Lu Yu would hit Lu Shang instead. Lu Shang collapsed immediately. Lu Xianla went to Lu Yu's side and grabbed her by the throat. Lu Yu was terrified. The feeling of suffocation filled her with fear. But she still cursed, "You vicious woman who killed your own mother. Let go of me." Lu Xianla not only didn't let go, but tightened her grip. She sneered, only someone with a mother who taught her such things could speak like that. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. "Let her go." Yuesheng slowly walked in. Seeing Yuesheng, Lu Xianla finally released her grip. Lu Yu, seeing Yuesheng, felt like she had seen her savior. She quickly knelt on the ground and said, "She bullied me." Yuesheng looked at Lu Xianla and scolded, "Xianla, how dare you? You dared to bully your younger siblings while I was away." Seeing this, Lu Yu quickly hid behind Yuesheng and said pitifully, "Grandmother, if you hadn't arrived in time, I would have been strangled to death by her." Then, pointing to Lu Shang lying on the ground, she said, "Brother was also injured by her. He's still unconscious." Yuesheng was instantly furious. She looked coldly at Lu Xianla. "Xianla, you're also a member of the Lu family. You must abide by the Lu family rules. Today, I witnessed you bullying your younger siblings with my own eyes. As the matriarch, I naturally cannot turn a blind eye." She then ordered Lu Xianla to receive punishment from the Lu family steward. Bullying family members warrants kneeling in the ancestral hall for half a month without food or sleep. Behind her, Lu Yu looked at Lu Xianla with a triumphant smirk. Just as Lu Xianla gritted her teeth, preparing to accept her punishment, a voice rang out. "So, the Lu family rules are this unreasonable. Truly an eye-opening experience." Wu Yang walked in with a sneer. Yuesheng looked at Wu Yang and asked, "Who are you?" Wu Yang stepped forward and shielded Lu Xianla. I am the wife of the Dragon Abyss sect master, Shangguan Wuyang. Just now, she consulted with my husband. The Liu family's eldest daughter only acted to save the Liu family's reputation by disciplining her younger siblings. To be accused of bullying her siblings without understanding the situation is truly unjust. Saying this, she slowly advanced towards Liu Yu. Liu Yu, intimidated by her imposing manner, subconsciously took a step back. Yuesheng shielded Liu Yu and looked at Wu Yang calmly. You say you are the Dragon Abyss sect master's wife. But why have I never heard of the Dragon Abyss sect gracing our refining Qi sect with their presence? With Yuesheng's support, Liu Yu instantly regained her confidence. That's right. Just because you say you're the Dragon Abyss sect master's wife doesn't make it true. Do you have any proof? Wu Yang sneered. The incident where the Dragon Abyss sect master spent a fortune to buy the Fire Spirit Stone for his wife at the auction is already public knowledge. Do you recognize this? She then raised her hand and revealed the Fire Spirit ring on her finger. Seeing this, Liu Yu cried out, "How do we know you're not faking it?" Yuesheng suddenly scolded Liu Yu enough. Liu Yu doesn't understand, but how can you, Liu Shang, not understand? If this matter involves the Dragon Abyss sect, it will become a huge issue. But if it's handled as a family matter, he can't interfere. Thinking of this, Yuesheng walked up to Liu Xinla. Even so, you can't discipline them so recklessly. Do you know that all this commotion has disturbed your master's cultivation? Disturbing your master's cultivation is also punishable by family rules. Liu Xinla quickly retorted that she hadn't. Yuesheng, as the matriarch, shouldn't make false accusations. Who is the one making all the noise here? Hearing Liu Xiaoyu's voice transmission, Yuesheng hurriedly said she would take Liu Xinla and leave immediately so as not to disturb his cultivation. Liu Xiaoyu ignored her and simply told Liu Xinla to stay. Yuesheng was stunned. However, she didn't dare to say anything more. Taking Liu Shang and Liu Yu with her, she turned and left. Before leaving, she told Liu Xiaoyu to take care of himself and not overexert himself, saying she would visit him again another day. Watching Yuesheng's retreating figure, Wu Yang sneered. She came with such arrogance. Look how pathetic she is leaving. Suddenly, Wu Yang felt unwell. Her whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. Liu Xinla hurried forward and found her body was burning hot. Wu Yang felt a scorching heat burning within her. She realized it was Feng Qingming, who seemed to have sensed Liu Xiaoyu's presence, activating her cultivation technique. Thinking of this, Wu Yang told Liu Xinla that she must take her to see Liu Xiaoyu immediately. Liu Xinla was hesitant. Master is in seclusion. No one is allowed to disturb him. I can't help you. Wu Yang had no choice but to remind her of the poison in her body. She said if something happened to her, the poison in Liu Xinla's body would never be cured. Thinking of the poison in her body, Liu Xinla reluctantly agreed to try. A moment later, the two arrived at Liu Xiaoyu's seclusion area. Master, Shangguan Wu Yang requests an audience, Liu Xinla announced. As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Yang rushed in. She was about to attack Liu Xiaoyu. Seeing this, Liu Xinla immediately drew her sword, urging her to calm down. But at this point, Wu Yang had already been possessed by Feng Qingming. In this state, how could she listen to reason? With a wave of her hand, Liu Xinla was thrown against a nearby rock. Then, Wu Yang immediately launched an attack on Liu Xiaoyu. Liu Xiaoyu waved his hand, and Wu Yang was instantly repelled. Then, opening his eyes, she realized he was using the Fengyang heart method. She quickly got up, ready to fight back, and asked, "Where did you learn this technique?" Wu Yang shouted, "You heartless, deceitful man. I'm going to kill you." After shouting, Wu Yang fainted. Liu Xiaoyu quickly caught her. By now, Liu Xinla had also woken up and hurriedly ran over, saying, "Master Wu Yang." She definitely didn't mean it. Liu Xiaoyu asked what had happened. Liu Xinla truthfully explained that she and Wu Yang had once fallen into a cave at the bottom of a cliff. There was also your aura there. Wu Yang had a strange encounter in the cave related to Feng Qingming. Hearing the name Qingming, Liu Xiaoyu was stunned. It really was her. Liu Xinla continued. Wu Yang said, "Master, you wanted Feng Qingming's Qingyu sword, but you were reluctant to give up Yuesheng's influence. So after obtaining the Qingyu sword, you cruelly abandoned Feng Qingming. Master, is this really the truth?" After hearing this, Liu Xiaoyu shook his head in pain. "No, it's not like that. It's not like that at all. Qingming misunderstood me. I never did such a thing. No, I have to go find Qingming now." After saying that, he put Wu Yang down and was about to leave. Liu Xinla quickly got up and chased after him, telling him to wait. She said that without Shangguan Wu Yang, it was impossible to enter that cave. She herself had only been able to get out with Wu Yang's help. Liu Xiaoyu stopped abruptly. He looked at Shangguan Wu Yang. After a long while, Wu Yang slowly opened her eyes and weakly spoke. "How am I, Lu Xinla quickly stepped forward and helped her up. "You're truly audacious. You dared to attack my master." Wu Yang rubbed her aching head. It seemed that Feng Qingming had completely taken control of her just now. She didn't remember anything that had happened. Lu Xiaoyu said softly, "It's all right. After all, this is all my fault." Wu Yang looked at him and coldly asked, "Was it you who ordered Feng Qingming to be locked up?" Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu quickly shook his head and denied it. "How could I lock Qingming up? I don't even know why she left without saying goodbye." Wu Yang said that Feng Qingming's memories told her that after Feng Lin Weiyu disappeared, she was locked up by the Lu family, locked up in a dark and gloomy valley. Every day, they continuously absorbed her spiritual energy until she was completely drained. Now Lu Xiaoyu finally understood, muttering repeatedly, "It's all my fault." Wu Yang coldly scolded him, "Yes, it's all your fault." Lu Xinla was puzzled. Feng Lin Weiyu must have been very important to her. How did she disappear? Wu Yang slowly replied, "Yuesheng tricked her and took her away. All the subsequent torture was also Yuesheng's doing." Then, looking at Lu Xiaoyu, she said softly, "Feng Qingming trusted you so much." And worn away by the day-to-day torment. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu buried his face in his hands in anguish. "I should have known. I should have known they wouldn't let him go so easily." Wu Yang asked him, "You chose to shrink back then. Are you going to repeat the same mistake now?" Lu Xiaoyu stood up. "I'm going to find him." Lu Xinla spoke, "Master, if you go looking for him, what about the Lu family? Won't you be leaving the Lu family to be ruined by those two idiots, Lu Shang and Lu Yu?" Wu Yang also spoke up. "Even if you go looking for him now, you might only see his phantom. He's already gone from this world. Besides, what Feng Qingming wants is the Qingyu sword. It's the symbol of your love." Lu Xinla said, "The Qingyu sword can only be held by successive heads of the sect. His father will never hand over the Qingyu sword." Then, turning to look at Lu Xiaoyu, he said very seriously, "Master, if you really want the Qingyu sword, there's only one way. Support me in becoming the head of the refining sect." Lu Xiaoyu felt his disciple was right. The Qingyu sword was usually protected by a dozen formations and was impossible to approach. It was only brought out during the ceremony for the transfer of leadership. If he wanted to fulfill Feng Qingming's last wish and see him again, it seemed the only way was to help Xinla. Seeing his master hesitate, Lu Xinla quickly knelt down, pulling Wu Yang down with him. Immediately, Wu Yang also knelt. "Master, please help me seize the position of sect leader." Wu Yang was thinking, if Lu Xiaoyu helped Lu Xinla and failed, the consequences would be unbearable for him. If Lu Xiaoyu didn't agree, he would have to think of another way out. Lu Xiaoyu thought for a moment. "Get up, I agree. I will get Qingming what he wants." Then, Lu Xinla handed his Jyoga to Lu Xiaoyu. "Master, this is the best quality weapon we currently have, but it's probably still not enough against the Qingyu sword." Lu Xiaoyu took the Jyoga and examined it carefully. This refining product is indeed of superior quality, but it still has some flaws. It's prone to spiritual energy leakage. It needs further refinement. Finishing his words, he turned and opened a door. Wu Yang walked in. The room was filled with refining cauldrons. Lu Xiaoyu placed the Jyoga into the largest cauldron in the center and said meaningfully, "Here, it will be reborn." Lu Xinla was thrilled because this was the Luyin fire furnace, the very one used to forge the Qingyu sword. Wu Yang smirked. Jyoga is saved. Meanwhile, at the Xianzheng Inn, Long Chun was meditating. His spirit had traveled to a certain place. Seeing a barrier, Long Chun waved his hand, and the barrier instantly shattered. Looking at the trees before him, Long Chun concluded that this was the immortal tomb, the place connected to Li Yue. He then summoned his dragon's breath, absorbing the spiritual energy. Moments later, the immortal tomb withered. With the destruction of the immortal tomb, Long Chun coughed up blood. However, he casually wiped it away. Li Yue, what you want to protect will soon turn to dust. Meanwhile, Baiji informed Li Yue that Wu Yang was currently refining. At the Lu family residence, Li Yue recalled that Wu Yang had been wandering alone for a long time. He hadn't seen him since he left the Shangguan family and didn't know if his health had improved. His disciple was truly a worry. Then Baiji couldn't help but ask, "My lord, aren't you worried about the situation on the island? You've never been away for so long." Li Yue wasn't worried at all. He explained that if anything happened to the island leader, he would sense the disturbance from the immortal tomb immediately. Baiji looked at the people below and couldn't help but comment, "Those two descendants of the Lu family are certainly carefree. Their mother is suffering from strange illness and can't leave the house, yet they're still out gallivanting." Li Yue looked at Baiji. "A strange illness." Baiji nodded. "Indeed, the Lu family has invited countless renowned doctors, but none could cure her. they're still offering a large reward for a cure. Liu suddenly had an idea. He took a vial of liquid medicine from his pocket and drank it. Bai Ji behind him exclaimed in surprise, "Island Lord, that liquid." Thought he paused for a moment, then Liu stood up. Let's go. Let's go see the Liu family matriarch who's suffering from this strange illness." Bai Ji nodded and followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Liu found the inn where Long Chun was staying. "Move aside. I want to see the pavilion master." "Pavilion master, it's me, Liu." Liu shouted at Long Chen's door. Feng, she quickly blocked her. However, Liu still took advantage of his inattention and ran straight in. Seeing Long Chun, she immediately said that she was representing the Liu family and inviting him to their home as a guest. She added that she could also show him around the area. Seeing Long Chun didn't react, Liu was about to step forward when she was immediately stopped. "Hold it right there. Second Miss Liu. The pavilion master needs to rest. Please leave immediately." Liu angrily rebuked him. "I'm here to see Long Chun, not you. What business is it of yours?" Seeing she wouldn't listen, Feng Shi lost his patience and picked her up. Liu was furious and demanded he put her down. She was the second miss of the Liu family. Feng Shi didn't care which family's miss she was. He threw her out of the room. Liu Shang, seeing his sister on the ground, said, "Let's go back." How could Liu give up? They said they'd wait right here. A servant understands nothing about propriety. They'll speak to Long Chun personally when he wakes up. He definitely won't refuse. When Long Chen's primordial spirit returned to his body, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Feng Shi was startled and hurried forward. Wu Yang informed him that he had already broken the barrier of Soul Burial Island and also severed the Immortal Tomb's connection to Liu. However, he had overexerted himself and was injured by the Liu family's retaliatory seal. He instructed Feng Shi to find some skilled healers and to be discreet, not revealing his identity. Feng Shi quickly nodded and left. Coming outside, he happened to see Liu disguised as Yirong, holding a medical kit. He hurried forward to stop him, asking, "Are you a physician?" Bai Ji was about to say no, but Liu quickly intervened, saying that they needed to maintain their disguise. "Since we're putting on an act, we need to commit to it." Feng Shi quickly reassured him, "As long as you cure our young master, the reward will be far greater than you can imagine." Then, Feng Shi led Liu, disguised as Yirong, to the inn. Liu, seeing Long Chen's attendant return with a physician, immediately got up and woke the sleeping Liu Shang. "Wake up! Something must have happened to Long Chun." Meanwhile, Liu opened the door to the room and saw Long Chun. He was very surprised. "Why is he here?" Liu then sat down and took Long Chen's pulse. Long Chun looked at the person in front of him. Although the face was unfamiliar, there was a disturbingly familiar feeling. A moment later, Liu withdrew his hand. This young master has suffered a relapse of an old injury. His spiritual energy is depleted and he needs careful recuperation. He then handed some pills to Feng Shi. Feng Shi took out a pouch of coins and handed it to Bai Ji. "Thank you for your trouble, physician." As he was leaving, Liu suddenly said, "Tell your young master to take good care of himself. He shouldn't meddle in things that don't concern him." After Liu left, Long Chun leaned back and told Feng Shi to throw away the medicine he had just been given. Feng Shi nodded and complied. Liu had just stepped out the door when Liu stopped him. "Doctor, how is the sect master?" Bai Ji quickly reminded her, "Our master doesn't like to be touched." Liu said it was all right, then said, "He's fine. I've already given him medicine. If he takes it diligently, he will definitely recover." Liu was very excited. "You're a physician. Could you treat my mother's illness?" Liu quickly handed over the pre-prepared nameplate. "Of course." Then he left with Bai Ji. Meanwhile, Liu knocked forcefully on Long Chen's door, shouting, "Sect Master. Sect Master, you must take care of yourself. We have many precious medicinal herbs in the Liu family that will surely restore you to health overnight." Hearing the commotion outside, Long Chun asked Feng Shi what was going on. Feng Shi explained that it was the second miss of the Liu family who kept clamoring for him to go to the Liu residence. "I'll go and send her away." The Liu family. Long Chun suddenly remembered that Wu Yang was at the Liu residence. He then told Feng Shi to tell Liu that he would go to the Liu family. He just happened to want to see how his wife was doing. Feng Shi immediately nodded. The next day at the Liu residence, Liu led Long Chun, while Liu Shang led Liu. The two groups arrived at the Liu residence simultaneously. Liu led the way, smiling sweetly at Long Chun. "Don't worry, our family will give you a warm welcome." Liu Shang blocked Liu's path, shouting, "If anyone is going in first, it should be the divine physician who's here to treat mother." Lu Yu angrily pushed him aside. The sect master is an honored guest of our residence. How dare you be disrespectful? The two then argued at the main gate over who should enter first. At the same time, Wu Yang arrived at Yu Exing's residence. He heard constant coughing coming from inside. Wu Yang held a medicine bottle in his hand. It's time to replenish Yu Exing's supply. Just as he was about to act, he saw Long Chun and Feng Shi appear at the Lu residence. Wu Yang was puzzled. Why is Long Chun here? The head of the Lu family, Lu Xinla's father, was showing Long Chun around. They passed by Li Yue. Both of their gazes were filled with hostility. The head of the Lu family looked at Long Chun and said, "We have prepared a banquet. We would be honored if the sect master would join us." Long Chun nodded. Meanwhile, Li Yue looked up and saw the departing figure of Wu Yang on the roof. Looking at the marks left on the tiles, Li Yue chuckled. He's still as careless as ever. He then channeled his spiritual energy, and in the next second, the marks on the tiles disappeared. After returning to his room, Wu Yang happily told Lu Xinla, "So many people have arrived at your Lu residence all at once. Even Long Chun is here." Lu Xinla laughed. "What's so strange about that? Someone must be here to see his wife." Wu Yang rolled his eyes at him. Then he sneered. "And there's a physician, too. It seems the Lu family found someone to treat Yue Sheng." Things are about to get lively at the Lu residence. Li Yue was led by a servant towards Yue Sheng's residence. As soon as he entered the wooden door, Li Yue smelled a familiar scent. The servant bowed respectfully. "Madam is already waiting for you inside." Li Yue stepped forward and directly took his pulse. Yue Sheng said weakly, "You are the seventh physician to see me." Li Yue asked him where he felt unwell. Yue Sheng, holding his head in pain, said, "Lately, I've been constantly anxious. I have nightmares every night, and my body is always weak. I can't even stand up. Also, my skin is very itchy. If I scratch it even slightly, large flakes of skin fall off." Thinking of this, Yue Sheng grabbed Li Yue's arm and anxiously asked, "A physician said I have Luo Ling syndrome. What kind of illness is this? Am I going to die?" Li Yue glanced at his exposed arm and saw large patches of ulcerated skin. Li Yue hadn't expected Wu Yang's methods to become so vicious after a period of training. Thinking of this, Li Yue opened the medicine box she carried with her and took out a bottle, handing it to the maid. This can temporarily relieve the pain and itching. Hearing this, Yue Sheng quickly had the maid apply it. As soon as the medicine was applied, the ulcerated wounds visibly healed. Yue Sheng was instantly excited. He then got up and quickly praised Li Yue. "You are truly a divine physician, comparable to Hua Tuo Reborn." The maid beside him was very Ji-dong. "Madam, this is the first time in days you've had the strength to get out of bed." Yue Sheng looked at Li Yue and asked if she would be willing to become the Lu family's physician, promising that if she did, she could still see other patients as before and could return to him anytime. He asked her what she thought. After a moment of thought, Li Yue agreed. She hadn't expected Yue Sheng to trust her so easily. It seemed Wu Yang had truly tormented him quite a bit. Just then, a servant came to report that the Dragon Abyss sect master was currently in the main hall, and the head of the Lu family was already hosting a banquet. They requested Madam's presence immediately. Yue Sheng was overjoyed. He hadn't expected the Dragon Abyss sect master to come. Well, lucky day. All the good things were happening at once. He immediately told the maid to help him change. Li Yue, seeing this, quickly excused herself. Before leaving, she quietly channeled her spiritual energy. Instantly, Yue Sheng clutched his head, crying out, "My head hurts so much." He quickly called back Li Yue, who was about to leave. Li Yue feigned shock. It seems Madam's illness is very serious. The medicine has lost its effect so quickly. Yue Sheng said, "Although I've been weak before, I've never had a headache." "What's going on?" Li Yue explained. "The strange illness Madam has is very complex. It's not simply Luo Ling syndrome. Madam's symptoms are intertwined, and the effects of the medicines will clash with each other. Therefore, we can't be careless." Saying this, she took out another pill from her medicine box. Yue Sheng quickly took the pill and swallowed it. Li Yue continued, looking at him. "This is a Guyuan pill I meticulously refined. It can suppress all symptoms for a short time, but it must be taken immediately when the symptoms appear. And Madam's symptoms are very complex. It's difficult to calculate the exact timing." Hearing this, Yue Sheng quickly asked Li Yue to stay by his side during the banquet, as he absolutely could not lose face in front of the guests. Li Yue reluctantly agreed. Lu Yu sat next to Long Chun, holding a plate of grapes, her face full of flattery. "Sectmaster, I heard you like grapes. I specially sent someone to the vineyard to pick fresh grapes. Please try some." Long Chun ignored her and just coldly sipped his tea. Meanwhile, Lu Xinla and Wu Yang were also notified to attend the banquet. They happened to run into Yue Sheng and Li Yue at the entrance. Seeing Yue Sheng, Lu Xinla still respectfully said, "Madam, please." Yue Sheng snorted and angrily scolded her for not knowing how to compose expose herself when there were distinguished guests present, saying she was a disgrace to the Liu family. Wu Yang also looked at Li Yue, who was respectfully following behind Yue Sheng, thinking, this is the first time I've seen this man in the Liu family. It seems he must be the physician Yue Sheng hired. Liu Xianle, hearing Yue Sheng speak to her this way, couldn't help but retort that this was how she always was. The next second, Wu Yang pulled her past Yue Sheng and towards the inside. Since she's not in a hurry, then let's go in first. Seeing this, Yue Sheng was furious. He quickly called for people to stop them from entering. Seeing the guards rushing in, Wu Yang immediately used his spiritual energy and took them down in one move. You overestimate yourselves. Yue Sheng sneered, then let me teach you a lesson. With that, he attacked Wu Yang directly. Wu Yang quickly dodged. After a few exchanges, Wu Yang waved his hand and prepared to run towards the front hall. Yue Sheng roared, trying to run. No way. Then, Wu Yang shouted toward the front hall, Long Chun, someone is hitting your wife. Hearing this, Long Chun immediately got up and ran outside, knocking the grapes from Liu Yu's hands. As luck would have it, the grapes landed right on Liu Yu's head. Li was furious. Meanwhile, with Wu Yang was being held down on his knees by Yue Sheng, a barely perceptible sneer on his lips. Just as Long Chun was about to emerge, Li Yue pulled on the rope in her hand, flinging Wu Yang upwards. The rope instantly came undone. Li Yue caught him with perfect precision. Long Chun emerged just in time to see Li Yue holding Wu Yang in a princess carry. He was instantly displeased. He stepped forward and pulled Wu Yang down, then coldly looked at the disguised Li Yue. Wu Yang, oblivious to the exchange between the other two, pouted and said to Long Chun, if you don't come out soon, your wife will be tied up like a dumpling. Seeing this, Long Chun pinched his cheek affectionately. My apologies, my wife. Li Yue, watching their intimacy, was puzzled. When had they become husband and wife? Recalling Wu Yang's ruthless methods, Li Yue suspected he had learned them from Long Chun. Hearing the commotion, the head of the Liu family hurried over. Long Chun, with his arm around Wu Yang, looked coldly at him. Is this how your Liu family treats my wife these days? It seems you have no regard for me, the sect master of the Dragon Abyss sect. The head of the Liu family hastily tried to appease him, explaining that he had only recently returned and was unaware of the situation. He then claimed it must have been a misunderstanding. The servants must not have recognized his esteemed wife. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Liu Yu tugged on Yue Sheng's sleeve and began to complain, Master Yue Sheng, this Wu Yang is too arrogant. Yue Sheng quickly hushed him. Silence. He is an honored guest of the manor. How dare you speak so disrespectfully? The head of the Liu family urged them to the main hall to discuss the matter calmly. Yue Sheng, trailing behind, instructed the two servants to confess their wrongdoing immediately. In the main hall, Long Chun and Wu Yang sat in the seats of honor. Seeing them, the two servants hastily pleaded, we were blind and have offended the madam. We beg the sect master's forgiveness. Long Chun looked at the head of the Liu family. Since they are your people, you decide their punishment. The head of the Liu family immediately ordered them to receive 50 lashes each. After resolving the matter, Long Chun turned his gaze to Li Yue, his eyes filled with meaning. Master Liu, I am grateful for your hospitality. However, I didn't expect just anyone could attend this banquet. Yue Sheng quickly explained, Master, sect master, I haven't been feeling well lately. This is the divine physician, Mu Shuang, who is treating me. Long Chun sneered. A divine physician. What a coincidence. This divine physician has also treated me. Hearing this, Yue Sheng became excited. That proves his medical skills are exceptional. Long Chun retorted, unfortunately, he couldn't cure my ailment. With such limited abilities, he dares to call himself a divine physician. Li Yue simply smiled and then turned to Wu Yang, who was sitting beside Long Chun. This young lady has a peculiar ailment, contracted within the last half-month. Wu Yang was shocked. How'd he know? Long Chun was equally astonished. He hadn't expected Li Yue to discern Wu Yang's condition at a glance. The head of the Liu family urged Li Yue forward. Please examine the sect master's wife and diagnose her condition. As Li Yue approached, Wu Yang immediately spoke up. No need. He then looked at Li Yue and said, you are indeed quite skilled. However, I am aware of my own body's condition. I don't need others to tell me. Li Yue nodded. As you wish, young lady. Long Chun frowned. This kid hadn't addressed Wu Yang as madam even once. Wu Yang was now curious about Li Yue's background. He had diagnosed his condition with a single glance. Seeing that the sect master's wife refused to be examined, the head of the Liu family quickly ordered the banquet to begin. Long Chun pulled Wu Yang close and whispered, you've been at the Liu family for so long, yet it seems you haven't made any progress. Do you need my assistance? Wu Yang nodded. Liu Xianle must inherit the Liu family in order to obtain the Qingyu battleship and fulfill Feng Qingming's wish. Hearing this, Long Chun smirked. That's easy to arrange. Long Chun then looked at the head of the Liu family. I wouldn't come here without a reason. I have a matter to discuss with you, Master Liu. The head of the Liu family urged him to speak. Long Chun cleared his throat. The Dragon Abyss sect wishes to collaborate with the Liu family on a batch of weapons. There's a sword that needs reforging. However, reforging this sword requires a highly skilled craftsman. I wonder if you have anyone suitable to recommend. Liu Shang immediately volunteered from behind. I could do it. With a wave of Long Chen's hand, a sword floated in the air. Liu Shang, upon seeing it, assured Long Chun he could handle the task. I've long been capable of forging such straightforward weapons. Liu Xinla sneered from the side. That black sheath is a seal. To reforge this sword, you must first break the seal. You're not capable of that. Long Chun looked at Liu Xinla and confirmed he's right. This seal is not something an ordinary person can break. He intended to use the seal as a test. Whoever could break the seal first would get the contract. Wu Yang and Liu Xinla exchanged glances. Liu Xinla instantly understood the implication. Liu Xinla immediately stepped forward and declared, not just this contract. I, Liu Xinla, will compete with all the Liu family disciples. Within 1 month, I will forge a supreme grade artifact. The head of the Liu family pondered, looking at Liu Xinla. He was still unsure of Liu Xinla's true abilities. Agreeing rashly might lead them into a trap. This concerned the Liu family's century-old foundation. It was not a matter to be taken lightly. Before the head of the Liu family could speak, Long Chun interjected, ambitious. I didn't expect the Liu family to have so many talented individuals. This forced the head of the Liu family's hand. He had no choice but to agree. Very well, he said. We'll do as Liu Xinla suggests. However, let us first entertain our guests. The competition will begin in 3 days. Seeing the head of the Liu family agree, Wu Yang kissed Long Chen's cheek. Consider this your reward. Long Chen grinned slyly. That's not enough. In the next instant, Wu Yang's hand was at his throat. The price of being greedy is death. Do you want to try too? Seeing this, the head of the Liu family hurriedly said that the two were truly affectionate. Long Chan explained that his wife was usually so unrestrained and told him not to mind. Afterwards, the head of the Liu family immediately stood up and pointed to Liu Yu beside him, saying that his daughter was skilled in singing and dancing and had a special physique. If they cultivated together, it would be twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, his daughter had fallen for him at first sight. Long Chan raised an eyebrow and looked at him. Dual cultivation. Wu Yang was instantly displeased. This old pervert was probably thinking about the last negotiation. He then turned away sullenly. Could Long Chun actually be considering it? The next second, Long Chun directly took his hand and tilted his chin, making Wu Yang look directly at him. In this life, I, Long Chun, will only take one person, and that person can only be Wu Yang. These words made Wu Yang's heart pound uncontrollably. Liu Yu still didn't give up and flung her long sleeve towards Long Chun. Lord, look at my graceful dance. How am I inferior to him? Wu Yang sneered. This woman dared to come right in front of him. Was she crazy? Seeing this, the head of the Liu family hurriedly scolded Liu Yu and pulled back her sleeve. You're not the only one who can dance. Long Chen nodded. My wife's dancing is truly exceptional. I still remember when I first met my wife. She performed a dance for me that I still can't forget to this day. So, Miss Liu, don't waste your efforts. By the end, Long Chen's tone had become quite impatient. Unlucky Liu Yu pointed at Wu Yang and asked if he dared to compete with her. Wu Yang sneered. The next second, he jumped onto the center of the stage. Looking at Liu Yu, he said coldly, the last person who provoked me like this is already dead. Liu Yu didn't care. This was her area of expertise. How could she possibly lose to him? As the music started, the two began to dance. Liu Yu danced closer and closer to Wu Yang, then suddenly extended her foot, intending to trip Wu Yang and make him look foolish. How could Wu Yang not know her petty tricks? He did a backbend and backflip, grabbing a hanging ribbon from the roof and dancing gracefully. The crowd applauded and praised his beauty. They hadn't expected the wife of the Dragon Abyss sex lord to be so talented. He looked like a fairy. Liu Yu watched Wu Yang easily dodge her and gritted her teeth in anger. Just then, with a ripping sound, the ribbon broke. Wu Yang didn't have time to react and fell rapidly. Long Chen also quickly stood up. The next second, Wu Yang landed steadily on the ground. The crowd applauded and cheered, praising him. It was simply too beautiful. Liu Yu, seeing all the attention on him, was furious and about to leave when she stepped on her own skirt. She fell flat on her face. It was incredibly embarrassing. She then endured the pain and quickly got up, running away while crying. Long Chen immediately went forward and put a cloak on Wu Yang, telling him not to to do such dangerous moves again. Wu Yang nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Lu Yu ran crying to Yuesheng to complain. Madam, you must help me. Because of that lowly woman, Wu Yang, I have no face left in front of Long Chun. Yuesheng angrily rebuked her. As the esteemed miss of the Lu family, you can't even outdance someone, and you still have the nerve to cry. She told her to go back and reflect on herself, and said that she wasn't allowed to leave the house without her permission for a while. Lu Yu had wanted Yuesheng to teach that lowly woman Wu Yang a lesson, but she was scolded instead. She felt even more aggrieved. Yuesheng watched Lu Yu leave, cursing her uselessness for being bullied by an outsider. Her expression turned icy. There was no woman in the Lu family that she couldn't handle. Even Feng Qingming back then could only be kept locked away at the bottom of the valley. The one sitting at the head of the Lu family could only be her. Thinking of this, Yuesheng summoned Mu Shuang, who was Li Yu in disguise. Li Yu asked if she had any instructions. Yuesheng smiled and said, "That Dragon Abyss sex, madam, Wu Yang, is currently in our Lu family's alchemy room, fiddling with his medicinal herbs. Since you're a pharmacist, that you can take this opportunity to have a good exchange with him. Of course, if Physician Mu could gain such a distinguished beauty, your future would be limitless. Do you understand what I mean, Physician Mu?" Hearing this, Li Yu quickly assured her that he understood and then turned to leave. Li Yu knew that Yuesheng wanted to use him to separate Long Chun and Wu Yang. However, he thought he could use this opportunity to see his obedient disciple, and I didn't consider a bad deal. After Li Yu left, Yuesheng's maid quietly asked, "This physician and Wu Yang have only just met. Will Long Chun really be swayed?" Yuesheng sneered. Never underestimate a man's suspicion, especially a man in power. That day, Wu Yang arrived at the alchemy room and saw Li Yu inside. Unable to resist, she quipped while preparing her medicinal herbs, "Physician Mu, why aren't you attending to grandmother? You actually have time to watch me refine medicine." Li Yu's lips curled into a smile. After all this time, Wu Yang hadn't changed much, still as sharp-tongued as ever. Wu Yang thought he was mocking her alchemy skills and retorted, "Is the medicine I'm refining amusing to you?" Not amusing, but there's a problem. He stepped closer to her. Wu Yang froze, wondering what he was going to do. Li Yu simply picked up the fire cloud stone and the treated fire stone from behind her. One word difference, but the effects are vastly different. Or did you do this on purpose? Do you want the medicine you've spent 7 days refining to be completely ruined? Wu Yang quickly snatched the fire cloud stone back, realizing she had missed a step. She had forgotten to refine the fire cloud stone into treated fire stone first. She then turned to Li Yu, who was standing by the alchemy furnace, and asked, "How did you notice?" From the outside, they look exactly the same. At the same time, Lu Yu was leading Long Chun to Wu Yang's alchemy room. She claimed that the sect master's wife had been spending all her time in the alchemy room lately, and she could introduce him to her and check on the hard-working sect master's wife. As soon as Long Chun entered, he saw the two of them standing very close together. He immediately flew into a rage. Lu Yu feigned concern, saying, "It seems we came a bad time." Long Chun, radiating coldness, pulled Wu Yang into his arms. Wu Yang looked at him blankly. Why was Long Chun here too? In the next second, Long Chun reached out and gently wiped her cheek. "Why are you so careless while refining medicine?" Inwardly, Lu Yu was devastated. This wasn't how she imagined it would go at all. Wu Yang pushed him away. "I'm not a child. I can wipe it myself." Then Long Chun looked at Li Yu, raising an eyebrow. Is the Lu family so stingy that even a physician has to share an alchemy room with my wife? Lu Yu, afraid of making another mistake, quickly said, "The sect master is right. I'll have someone clear out an alchemy room right away." Wu Yang stopped her. "I still have some things to discuss with Physician Mu." Hearing this, Long Chun immediately grabbed Wu Yang. "You barely know this physician. What is there to discuss? Discuss it with me." Wu Yang told him to let go. "This is a professional matter. You wouldn't understand." Li Yu smiled faintly. Li Yu looked at Wu Yang with a smile in his eyes. Wu Yang thought that this person might be able to help her with her alchemy. More importantly, there was a familiar feeling about him, but she couldn't quite place it. She would have to probe further to find out. Besides, he was currently treating Yuesheng. If he discovered it was her doing, she could address the hidden danger sooner. Seeing Wu Yang's insistence, Long Chun, having no other choice, said reluctantly, "Then, if my wife does anything improper, please bear with her, Physician Mu." Li Yu quickly pulled Wu Yang to his side, patting his chest and saying, "Miss Shangwan is very perceptive, and in some areas, even more advanced than I am. It should be a mutual learning experience between us. Lu Yu noticed that the physician didn't address Wu Yang as madam, so she decided not to either. Seeing Wu Yang being so close to the physician, Lu Yu thought that Long Chun would finally see who was truly fit to be the sect master's wife. The thought of Wu Yang's impending humiliation excited her. Miss Shangwan, you should also have Lu Xianla prepare. Long Chun turned and walked past Lu Yu, saying coldly, remember to call her madam next time. Lu Yu, startled by Long Chen's imposing manner, quickly replied, yes, sect master. After Long Chun left, Wu Yang stared intently at the alchemy furnace, pondering whether to add more spirit powder. Observing her, Liu felt that Wu Yang didn't seem to care much about Long Chun. The competition began. Wu Yang looked at the items on Lu Shang's table. Then she looked at the items on Lu Xianla's table. Wu Yang was instantly furious. She yelled at Lu Shang, how can this be a fair competition? From the very beginning, you two weren't on the same level. This isn't fair at all. Lu Xianla quickly calmed Wu Yang, assuring her that the tools weren't the key to victory. Lu Shang looked at them with disdain. Now you realize the difference in our abilities. You can still give up now. Ignoring him, Lu Xianla quickly moved towards the black arrow in front of him. Seeing this, Lu Shang immediately channeled his spiritual energy to bind Lu Xianla. Lu Xianla sneered and stopped, taking out a talisman and throwing it directly at him. Instantly, the spiritual energy Lu Shang had just released was reflected back. It hit Lu Shang directly. Unable to dodge in time, he was knocked to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Xianla reached for the black sword. Suddenly, with a bang, Lu Shang flicked a golden chain, pulling away the entire platform holding the black sword. The next second, Lu Shang held the sword, ecstatic. The judge shouted loudly, Lu Shang has earned 1 hour to refine the sword. Wu Yang scoffed. This whole family is the same, insidious and cunning. 1 hour almost passed. The rust on the black sword remained untouched. Lu Xianla sneered. He knew this good-for-nothing couldn't do it. Even if he were given another hour, he definitely wouldn't win. The eastern drum sounded, signaling the end of the hour. Lu Shang stopped, incredulous. How could he have failed? It seemed so simple. He then handed the sword to Lu Xianla with clear displeasure. Your turn. Returning to his seat, Lu Yu immediately rushed behind him and scolded, you idiot. You wasted a whole hour. Lu Shang retorted irritably. It's really difficult to refine. Lu Xianla carefully examined the black sword in her hand. Lu Shang had used mystic fire, cold ice, and all sorts of top-grade materials to temper it, but none could refine the outer layer of black rust. It seemed ordinary methods wouldn't work. Suddenly, Lu Xianla thought of a solution and hurried towards Long Chun. Kneeling down, she said respectfully, I wonder if the pavilion master could bestow upon this humble girl a bit of dragon saliva and a drop of your blood. Long Chun looked at her for a moment, then took a pouch containing dragon saliva from his sleeve. Wu Yang looked at Lu Xianla with admiration. This Lu Xianla is indeed a master of qi refinement. Refining this black rust with dragon blood and dragon saliva will definitely be twice as effective. Lu Xianla, delighted to receive the dragon saliva and dragon blood, thanked Long Chun and hurried down. She threw the dragon saliva into a bucket of water and then poured the dragon blood onto the black sword. As a flame ignited in Lu Xianla's hand, Lu Shang exclaimed in shock, what kind of flame is that? I've never seen it before. He had barely finished speaking when Lu Yu lashed out at him. If you knew, would you have wasted an hour there for nothing? Didn't you see she's almost finished? You're such a waste. Watching the black rust gradually disappear from the sword, Lu Xianla was overjoyed. The drums sounded again. Lu Xianla had won. Holding the black sword with an air of triumph, she declared with a flourish, esteemed family heads and elders, I have successfully refined this black sword. Everyone immediately looked at her with admiration. She did it in less than half an hour. Not only fast, but also incredibly refined, worthy of being Elder Lu's disciple. Praise poured in from all sides. Long Chun looked at Lu Xianla and said, since you have one, according to the agreement between you and the head of the Lu family, you have proven yourself capable of taking the position of sect master. The head of the Lu family was about to speak when Long Chun stood up and with a wave of his hand, tossed the contract towards Lu Xianla. Then from now on, we at the Dragon Abyss Pavilion will rely on you for qi refinement. Lu Xianla quickly caught it. No problem. Lu Shang suddenly shouted, wait. He walked up to Wu Yang, pointed at him, and said, you Wu Yang are Lu Xianla's friend and the pavilion master's wife. Who knows if you leaked the information to Lu Xianla beforehand? Wu Yang was stunned, unable to react. Long Chun immediately summoned his dragon qi. He suggested Lu Shang think carefully before speaking again. Lu Shang sneered, how can I dare to do something and not own up to it? Otherwise, how would she know she needed those two materials? Suddenly, a A furious roar echoed from the sky. Lu Shang's face paled. Only then did he clearly see the Dragon Qi. The Dragon Qi followed Lu Shang, who ran to Lu Xiaoyu's mother for help. "Mother, save me." Lu Xiaoyu's mother quickly stood up. "Pavilion Master, my son is ignorant. He didn't mean to accuse your wife, but rather to admire the brilliance of the one who set the challenge." Lu Shang, beside her, had already collapsed to the ground in terror. The head of the Lu family also quickly explained, "Lu Shang didn't mean to blame your esteemed wife. Please don't be angry, Pavilion Master." Long Chun raised an eyebrow at the head of the Lu family. "Is that so? But I feel like your son is not very satisfied with the results of this competition." Lu Xiaoyu's mother said respectfully, "This competition was fair, just, and open. The result is obvious. Complaining is meaningless." The head of the Lu family said, "Pavilion Master, if you're still upset, why bother with an ignorant child? How about we each take a step back? Consider the black sword you refined today as a free trial. What do you think?" Long Chun pointed to Lu Xianla. "That depends on the winner of this competition. What do you think? I did all that work for nothing." Lu Xianla cursed the head of the Lu family in her mind. Then, looking at the unconscious Lu Shang, she thought that with this waste completely out of the running as a candidate, it wasn't so unacceptable. She agreed. As soon as she spoke, Long Chun withdrew his Dragon Qi. Wu Yang, eating grapes, said, "You didn't have to go to such lengths. I could have handled Lu Shang myself." Long Chun leaned closer and lifted her chin. "How could I let my wife be wronged?" That little look in her eyes made Wu Yang's heart pound. He quickly swallowed the grape in his mouth, only to choke on it, coughing incessantly. Long Chun, noticing something was wrong, quickly handed him some water. Meanwhile, Yuesheng quickly pulled Lu Xianla aside, urging her to go back and help Lu Shang. Lu Xianla nodded, took a step, then looked back at Wu Yang. Longchen couldn't help but comment, "My wife is truly charming. Even as a mother, she still attracts the attention of other men." Wu Yang secretly thought that the amount of vinegar Longchen had been drinking lately could be measured in gallons. Thinking this, Wu Yang stepped forward and looped her arm through his, playfully saying, "Well, it's also a testament to your good taste, isn't it? You've struck gold having me as your wife." Long Chun leaned close to Wu Yang's ear and whispered, "My wife speaks the truth." Seeing their intimacy, Lu Yu suddenly turned and said, "Please, Miss Wu Yang, help me treat Lu Shang." Long Chun was displeased. "Aren't you a divine physician? Do you need help?" Lu Yu quickly explained. After all, the sect master's attack was quite severe. If we leave him untreated, it could harm the relationship between our two families. Long Chun was about to speak when Wu Yang stood up and said she would go with him. She realized that Yuesheng no longer seemed poisoned. She wanted to take this opportunity to assess his current condition. Longchen also quickly stood up. "I'll go with you." Lu Yu said coldly, "The inner quarters of the Lu family are not a place for the sect master." Wu Yang quickly reassured him that she would return soon. Watching them leave, Long Chun had the distinct feeling he was being openly cuckolded. As soon as Yuesheng saw Lu Yu, he urged him to quickly examine Lu Shang. Lu Shang looked up and saw Wu Yang, his face darkening further in fear. He recoiled, repeatedly telling her to leave. Yuesheng was also puzzled as to why she had been brought along. Lu Yu explained that the one who tied the bell must untie it. To ensure Lu Shang's recovery, he had invited Miss Wu Yang. Lu Shang yelled at Yuesheng, saying that having her treat him was no different from killing him. Yuesheng scolded him to be quiet, saying that the divine physician had his reasons. If you want to live, obey him. With that, he took Yuesheng and left. As soon as Yuesheng left, Lu Yu flicked his wrist and tossed a pill into Lu Shang's mouth. Wu Yang recognized it as a tranquility pill. It seemed he also found Lu Shang's behavior irritating, but his decisive action reminded Wu Yang of her own master. Then, Lu Yu began his treatment. Wu Yang watched him focus on treating Lu Shang, then turned to look at the flower pot on the windowsill. She noticed the soul-calming incense she had placed that was gone. Wu Yang glanced at the physician behind her. Only he could have entered Yuesheng's room and discovered her arrangements. Wu Yang thought that as a physician, he was indeed skilled, but his actions would undoubtedly become a stumbling block for her. Just then, Wu Yang's eyes turned cold. "What are you waiting for? All stumbling blocks must be eliminated." With a whoosh, she lunged at Lu Yu, attacking him. Lu Yu saw this and realized his suspicions were correct. Wu Yang possessed the flame Yang Qi. He quickly touched a point on her forehead, and the flame Yang Qi in her eyes instantly dissipated. She then fainted. Lu Yu immediately picked her up and placed her on the bed. He didn't forget to set up a barrier. To outsiders, it would appear they were both at the bedside, treating Lu Shang. Outside the door, Lu Xiaoyu peeked through the window, fuming at the scene. He couldn't understand why Long Chun didn't react to seeing her with the physician. Why did Long Chun like such a woman? Yuesheng told him to be quiet. Your brother is still inside, his life hanging in the balance, and all you can think about is a married woman. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu stormed off angrily. Since no one will help me, I'll do things my way. What I want, I will get. Wu Yang, just you wait. Inside, Liu placed Wu Yang on the bed and looked at her pale face. The flame Yang Qi was constantly consuming her meridians. Liu decided to temporarily suppress it with cold energy and began to work. Suddenly, he froze. He detected dragon Qi within her. Could they be? Just then, Wu Yang opened her eyes groggily, calling out Master. Liu Yu quickly turned and with a wave of his hand, rendered her unconscious again. He couldn't risk Wu Yang recognizing his disguised identity. A moment later, seeing that the flame Yang Qi in Wu Yang had stabilized, Liu Yu decided it was time to leave. When she opened her eyes again, Wu Yang found herself in the alchemy room. She quickly sat up. Liu Yu, refining pills, glanced at her. You're awake. You suddenly fainted earlier. You scared me. Fainted. Wu Yang tried to recall what had happened, but couldn't remember anything. It's like I saw Master's figure. Wu Yang couldn't help but wonder if she was dreaming. Yuesheng, afraid Wu Yang might remember something, quickly called out to her for help, saying this medicine was for Lu Shang. Wu Yang reluctantly got up. After all, she had promised to help him treat Lu Shang's injuries, and she had to do what she'd agreed to. Suddenly, the alchemy furnace boomed. Seeing this, Wu Yang quickly ran over. How could a mere pharmacist like him handle this? She immediately shielded him behind her, using her medicinal spiritual power. Watching the black flames surge from the furnace, Wu Yang was astonished. Outside, Liu Yu watched them with a sneer, then closed the door, snapping the lock shut. Wu Yang used her medicinal spiritual power, constantly struggling against the black flames. She thought the black flames must have resulted from some material reacting with the intense heat. But why did they seem to have a life of their own, completely uncontrollable? Seeing the black flames continuing to surge, Wu Yang leaped up. With her hands clasped together, she gathered all her spiritual power into her palms. Lu Xinla, to avoid revealing her identity, could only endure and refrain from intervening. But she didn't know if Wu Yang could manage. With a loud shout, the black flames dispersed. Wu Yang quickly urged Lu Xinla to go find Long Chun for help before the flames coalesced again. Lu Xinla rushed towards the door, only to be flung back. She quickly turned and told Wu Yang that it was locked with a special magical device. Seeing this, Lu Xinla also used her spiritual power. However, to avoid being discovered by Wu Yang, she concealed some of her strength. Watching Wu Yang continuously exert her spiritual power, Lu Xinla knew she wouldn't be able to sustain it for long. Lu Xinla quickly said to Wu Yang, your inherent attribute might not be able to suppress this fire. You must use the opposite, an ice attribute. Reminded by her, Wu Yang suddenly remembered. Her master had given her an ice attribute cauldron. She quickly summoned it. Lu Xinla nodded approvingly. As expected of the Wu Yang she had trained, her comprehension was excellent. Wu Yang raised the cauldron high. She watched as the cauldron absorbed all the black flames. As expected, the ice attribute cauldron could control the fire. Moments later, the black flames absorbed by the cauldron suddenly surged out again, throwing Wu Yang back. Lu Xinla quickly caught her. Wu Yang couldn't understand what had gone wrong. After a moment of thought, her eyes suddenly lit up. The fire seed. Wu Yang quickly looked up at Lu Xinla. All things with a spirit have a root. Spiritual power originates from a spiritual root. The heart of the black fire is the fire seed. As long as we extract the fire seed, we can completely seal the black fire. Lu Xinla nodded. I'll help you find it. They then found the fire seed and placed it into the cauldron. Moments later, the black flames dissipated. At the same time, hearing the commotion, Long Chen arrived. Liu Yu, seeing this, quickly stepped forward and said, this Wu Yang is so ungrateful. Lord, you've been so good to her, yet she still messes around with this wild man. He then pointed at the two in the alchemy room. They were so engrossed in their alchemy that they almost destroyed my alchemy furnace. Long Chen didn't want to listen to his rambling and silenced him with a wave of his hand. The house servants also rushed in with buckets of water. They then noticed the lock on the door. Liu Yu stood aside, sneering. He had specifically used a special magical device, a combination of bright fire, fire seed, and 1,000 soul lock. Wu Yang, just wait to be burned alive. Then, with a bang, Long Chun blasted the door open with a single palm strike. Wu Yang walked out, holding the cauldron. Seeing Wu Yang safe and sound, Long Chun was instantly overjoyed. Liu Yu's face was full of disbelief. How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. Then, Wu Yang walked directly up to Liu Yu and said coldly, surprised to see me alive. Liu Yu insisted he didn't know what she was talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I even brought all these people to rescue you. How can you slander me like this? Wu Yang tossed the cauldron into the air. The fire seed was cursed. Only someone with the same spiritual root can cast such a curse. The cauldron then emitted a golden light that shot towards Lu Yu. Wu Yang's voice was icy. It has identified you. What else do you have to say? Lu Yu shouted, there are so many people in the Lu family with the same spiritual root as me. How can you say it was me? You're just trying to frame me and make me a scapegoat to discredit our Lu family. You truly are unrepentant. It's people like you who have ruined the Lu family. If I don't teach you a lesson today, my name isn't Wu Yang. As she spoke, spiritual power began to gather in her hands. In the next second, black flames engulfed Lu Yu. Wu Yang's hands formed a seal. You too can have a taste of these black flames. As the black flames burned, Lu Yu yelled at the servants, you useless fools. Aren't you going to save me? Just as they were about to leave, Long Chun stopped them with a wave of his hand. Lu Xinla, behind him, discreetly gathered her spiritual energy. Seeing the two surges of spiritual energy suddenly appear in front of Lu Yu, the servants dared not approach. Just then, the Lu clan leader appeared. He extinguished the black flames with a single motion. Lu Yu, covered in soot, looked pathetically to the Lu clan leader for help. Seeing his daughter in such a state, the Lu clan leader coldly asked why such vicious methods were used against her. Do you even remember? This is the Lu clan of the Lianqi sect, not your Longyuan pavilion. Wu Yang slowly approached and stood before him. Then how does the clan leader explain that I, a guest of your Lu clan, almost lost my life in the alchemy chamber? Saying this, she summoned the black flames from the cauldron. Physician Mu and I were trying to treat your son's injuries from the alchemy furnace, but we were unexpectedly attacked by these black flames. These are extremely rare and ferocious fire seeds, typically used for cultivation. Moreover, these black flames seem to have a deep connection to your Lu clan. If the clan leader also wants to feign ignorance like the second miss of the Lu clan, then I'll just have to take this outside and ask those esteemed elders. The Lu clan leader became anxious. If this matter were to spread, what would others think of their Lianqi sect? He instantly felt that Wu Yang's tactic of pulling the rug out from under him was truly ruthless. The Lu clan leader then sighed and said, actually, the black flames were stolen some time ago. Only today did I learn that it was Lu Yu who took them. Perhaps he was just careless. Since you and Physician Mu are unharmed, why resort to such harsh measures? Wu Yang scoffed inwardly. The victim was being blamed for being harsh, while the arsonist was merely careless. What kind of twisted logic was this? It was truly laughable. Wu Yang then coldly continued, I take responsibility for my actions. I did discipline him. What do you intend to do about it? The Lu clan leader was so angry he couldn't speak. Long Chen questioned, Lu Yu attacked my wife first. How should that be accounted for? Just then, a booming sound echoed from the distance, and a golden light erupted. Wu Yang turned to see that it was the cultivation chamber where Lu Xinla had been secluded. It seemed her precious weapon was finally forged. Seeing this phenomenon, the Lu clan leader concluded that some extraordinary weapon must have been forged. He immediately ordered the cultivation chamber to be sealed off, forbidding anyone or anything from leaving. Everyone then rushed towards the cultivation chamber. Wu Yang saw Lu Xinla collapsed at the entrance. Wu Yang hurried forward, looking at the Juga in the air above. Wu Yang was stunned. Lu Xinla had indeed forged a peerless artifact. Lu Xinla urged Wu Yang to quickly tame it, as the newly born Juga already possessed sentience and was in the crucial stage of recognizing its master. Hearing this, the Lu clan leader was shocked. He hadn't expected Lu Xinla to be able to forge a high-grade spiritual weapon with sentience. He immediately declared, since this blade was forged in my Lu clan's cultivation chamber, then it belongs to our Lu clan. Wu Yang stood up, extremely displeased. You just so brazenly defended Lu Yu, and I let it go. Now you want to steal my spiritual weapon. I never knew the clan leader of the Lianqi sect was so shameless. The Lu clan leader said, the one who forged it is a member of my Lu clan, and the Lu clan's cultivation furnace was used. I really don't see what this spiritual weapon has to do with the pavilion master's wife. Before Wu Yang could respond, Long Chun shielded her, asking, why does the clan leader harbor such animosity towards my wife? Is there some grievance? Seeing Long Chun speak up, the Lu clan leader hesitated. Wu Yang, fuming, told Long Chun to move aside. She said she would handle this herself and that it had nothing to do with him. The Lu clan leader then quickly ordered his men to seize the Joga. Seeing this, Wu Yang no longer held back. This old man was truly unscrupulous. With a wave of her hand, she stopped the servants. She then quickly turned and moved towards the Joga. Just as she was about to reach it, the Lu clan leader, no longer caring about her status as the pavilion master's wife, summoned his wolf spirit. The wolf spirit lunged directly at Wu Yang. Seeing this, Wu Yang quickly used her medicinal spiritual power to bind it. The Lu clan leader, seeing this, quickly flew forward and reached for the Joga. However, his hand was repelled as soon as it got close. Wu Yang suddenly understood the Lu clan leader's words. The one who tied the bell had to untie it. Perhaps if she used a familiar cultivation method, it wouldn't reject her. Then, remembering that this weapon was given by Lu Xinla's master, she decided to try the Fengyang heart method. She immediately began to circulate the Fengyang heart method. Moments later, the Lu clan leader watched the scene unfold in astonishment. The Jyoga had recognized its master. Wu Yang, looking at the spiritual mark that appeared on the Jyoga, couldn't help but marvel at the high-grade spiritual weapon. She extended her finger towards its center. Seeing this, the Lu clan leader yelled, "What are you standing around for? Break the barrier and get the spiritual weapon back." At his command, everyone rushed forward. Long Chun immediately stepped forward, blocking the way. "Let's see who dares." Everyone recognized him as the Dragon Abyss Sect Master. Who would dare to challenge him? That would be suicide. A moment later, Wu Yang gripped the Nine Song sword, shouting, "Sect Leader Lu, don't waste your effort. Nine Songs has already bonded with my spiritual energy. It recognizes me, Wu Yang, as its master. Sect Leader Lu, I hope you'll be sensible and return what belongs to the Lu clan. I'm willing to let bygones be bygones." Wu Yang presented the Nine Song sword. "If you could take 9 songs now, consider yourself skilled." Sect Leader Lu was speechless with rage. Nine Songs had already acknowledged its master. In his hands, it would be nothing but scrap metal. Wu Yang quickly added, "Since the matter is settled, why don't we make an agreement?" Sect Leader Lu asked, "What agreement?" Wu Yang pulled Lu Xinla to his side and said, "From now on, the Shangguan clan will fully support the Lu clan. But on one condition, Lu Xinla must be the heir to the Lu clan." Lu Xinla was overjoyed upon hearing this. Giving 9 songs to Wu Yang hadn't been in vain. Sect Leader Lu immediately retorted, "Everyone knows you, Wu Yang, have long since broken ties with the Shangguan clan. I'm afraid your offer isn't enough to convince me." In the next second, Long Chun took Wu Yang's hand. "What if you add the Dragon Abyss sect to the equation?" Hearing this, Sect Leader Lu burst into laughter, shamelessly saying, "Look at my memory. How could I forget you and your wife or family? Then, of course, that's more than enough." Lu Xinla, watching the scene from afar, felt extremely displeased. If she could reveal her true form, Wu Yang wouldn't need to use Long Chun as backing. After the incident, Sect Leader Lu leisurely sipped his tea. Losing a sword's spiritual energy was nothing compared to gaining the Dragon Abyss sect support. The Lu clan had profited from this exchange, so he was in a good mood. Just then, Yuesheng burst through the door, demanding, "Sect Leader, why is my daughter severely injured? Was it that Dragon Abyss sect madam again?" Sect Leader Lu snorted. "She provoked them by using the black flames first. Consider it a lesson learned. Next time, she shouldn't provoke just anyone." Yuesheng furiously retorted, "Lu Yu is barely clinging to life, relying on Mu Shini's immortal pills. Lu Xiaoyu was also badly injured by them. They are the future leaders of the Lianqi sect. How can they be bullied like this? It's outrageous." Sect Leader Lu slammed the table and roared, "Having your 2 children caused enough trouble already. Stay in your Phoenix Dance Pavilion with them for the next few days. We'll soon be preparing for the Lianqi sect's next succession ceremony. Don't cause any more trouble." Succession ceremony? What succession? Yuesheng was stunned. Sect Leader Lu simply said, "Lu Xinla." Yuesheng froze, then his eyes turned terrifyingly cold. "They harmed my son and daughter. I will not let this go. Wu Yang, Lu Xinla, just you wait." That night, Wu Yang dressed in black. He figured he would see the azure feather sword at the succession ceremony. He planned a deal with Yuesheng beforehand. So, under the cover of night, he arrived at Yuesheng's Phoenix Dance Pavilion. With 1 child injured and the other barely alive, tonight would be their busiest, with many people coming and going, making it the perfect opportunity to strike. Seeing the servants gradually leave, Wu Yang leaped onto the roof and carefully removed a tile. He then jumped down, unexpectedly landing in Lu Xinla's arms. Both were shocked. Wu Yang quickly jumped away and turned to flee. Lu Xinla suddenly spoke, "No need to run, young Miss Shangguan." Wu Yang inwardly cursed the damn physician. "Bet you've been waiting here all along." A moment later, Lu Xinla stepped forward and lit the candle beside a flower pot. She then slowly said, "I never expected the eldest daughter of the Shangguan clan to have such mediocre poisoning skills." She approached Wu Yang, holding the flower pot. "I heard your master is an elder of the Wanzong sect. Does he know about your amateur poisoning techniques?" Wu Yang feigned ignorance, claiming not to understand what Lu Xinla was talking about. Lu Xinla smirked and poured out the powder hidden within the flower petals. If you mix a bit of ground yellow jade stone into purpline powder, it not only blends perfectly with the pollen, but also becomes colorless and odorless. Once inhaled, it's difficult to remove. Wu Yang's eyes lit up. Her own method would only cause yuesheng, itching, and skin irritation. But with the addition of yellow jadestone powder, it would be pure torture. Lu Xinla then pointed to the headboard. Or, sprinkle Wu Yin water on the headboard. Wouldn't that be more effective than your method? Upon hearing Wu Yin water, Wu Yang was inwardly shocked. If Wu Yin water were used, it wouldn't just be effective. Yuesheng wouldn't live to see the next sunrise. When using rouge and powder for poisoning, Lu Xinla continued, the 5 elements must be in harmony. Any object you see can be used as a tool for poisoning. Wu Yang was deeply suspicious. Was this person here to capture her or to help her? Watching the dazed Wu Yang, Lu Xinla asked him if he had any questions. Any questions? Wu Yang stared blankly at the person in front of him. Suddenly, he realized that her tone was incredibly similar to his master's. He immediately shook his head, reminding himself, how could Master be here? He thought, have I gone too long without seeing Master? Why do I keep mistaking people for her lately? But their mannerisms and aura are so alike. Wu Yang then took the rouge box from her hand. I'll do as you say. This is all your teaching. He added yellow jade stone to the mixture, stirring constantly. After finishing, Wu Yang put his veil back on. Before leaving, he said, if anything happens and it gets out, you're an accomplice too. After Wu Yang left, Lu Xinla picked up the rouge box from the table. It seems Wu Yang really is after Yuesheng. The next day, Yuesheng suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud. A servant girl rushed forward to help him up. Yuesheng clutched his throat, anxiously shouting, quickly get physician Mu. His face was beginning to fester, his voice hoarse. A short while later, Lu Xinla arrived at the Phoenix Dance Pavilion. A servant girl anxiously said, Physician Mu. This morning, Master Yuesheng had just finished applying his makeup when he suddenly collapsed. Then he became like this. Our master has been taking the medicine according to your instructions. He had fully recovered. So why did this suddenly happen? Lu Xinla carefully examined Yuesheng's pulse, realizing that Wu Yang hadn't followed her instructions for the poison and seemed to have added other ingredients. She smirked. That apprentice is actually daring to play games with me. Interesting poisoning technique. Seeing Lu Xinla's grave expression, the servant girl immediately knelt down, crying, Physician Mu, please save our master. Lu Xinla nodded and told the servants to withdraw. Your master will be fine, she assured them. After that, Lu Xinla's inheritance ceremony. With a wave of Lu Xiaoyu's hand, a pillar slowly rose with a rumble. In the next moment, the Qingyu sword floated above it. The moment Wu Yang saw the Qingyu sword, his whole body trembled with excitement. He was uncontrollably drawn towards it. Lu Xinla shouted from behind, Wu Yang. Shangwan Wu Yang, what are you doing? Wu Yang grasped the Qingyu sword and shouted, I'm back. I'm finally back. His expression turned fiercely malevolent. I will make the Lu clan pay in blood and tears. Long Chun and Lu Xinla instantly understood. Wu Yang's consciousness had been taken over. Lu Xinla, realizing something was wrong, urged Long Chun to stop him quickly. Long Chun explained, acting rashly now will only harm Wu Yang's original self. Wu Yang then swung the Qingyu sword, attacking everyone. Clan leader Lu immediately drew his sword and countered with a move, but that his sword snapped. Wu Yang then grabbed a small child. Just then, Qingming, will you return the Phoenix Bell to me and spare this innocent child? Lu Xiaoyu slowly approached him. Hearing the familiar voice, Feng Qingming turned, his eyes filled with tears. Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu took the Qingyu sword from his hand and summoned his refining furnace. He then threw the Qingyu sword inside. Feng Qingming was shocked. Lu Xiaoyu simply shielded him and continued channeling his spiritual energy. Clan leader Lu finally realized something was wrong and ordered someone to stop him. Lu Xinla shouted, the conflict between Master and Feng Qingming must be resolved completely to bring peace back to the Lu clan. Do you really want to see Feng Qingming burn down the Lu clan? She then ordered someone to bring Yuesheng and his mother. With a loud rumble, Feng Qingming lost control, tears streaming down his face. He repeatedly questioned Lu Xiaoyu, asking why he had destroyed him. He broke down, saying, do you think this is enough? That this can make up for the harm you've done to me? Even if you die today, I will never forget everything you've done to me. With the disappearance of the Qingyu sword, Lu Xiaoyu collapsed to his knees, looking at him in anguish. I never expected you to forgive me. Heaven allowing me to see you again is enough for me. At this moment, Yuesheng arrived. Looking at Wu Yang, he shouted, are you Shangwan Wu Yang or Feng Qingming? Feng Qingming slowly walked towards him and coldly said, what do you think? Yuesheng, now frightened, quickly knelt down. Qingming, everything that happened before was a misunderstanding. I didn't know about the conflict between you and Xiaoyu. I only wanted to help you both. Even if I was wrong, it was unintentional. Feng Qingming simply scoffed and dragged him toward the edge of the cliff. Everyone quickly followed. Feng Qingming threw him to the edge of the cliff and coldly said, "You gave me Xiaoyu's farewell letter here, trapping me and torturing me to death. Now you should taste what it feels like." Yuesheng pleaded for mercy, saying he never thought things would turn out this way. Realizing it was too late for regrets, Lu Xinla pleaded with Feng Qingming for another chance. Feng Qingming stepped forward, grabbing her by the collar. "Do you think I'll listen to another word you say? Goodbye, Lu clan matriarch." With that, Feng Qingming pushed Lu Xinla off the cliff. When the Lu clan leader arrived, he saw Yuesheng had already been pushed off and immediately questioned Feng Qingming. "How could you harm my great-grandmother?" Feng Qingming turned, calmly replying, "Do you want to experience being sealed by me as well?" The Lu clan leader instantly fell silent. Feng Qingming then formed hand seals, setting a barrier. "From now on, whether you live or die, you'll be sealed here forever, never to see the light of day." Lu Xiaoyu stepped forward. "Qingming, it was my fault. I didn't clarify things from the beginning, causing you to suffer this injustice." Tears quietly fell. Feng Qingming reached out and wiped them away. "Actually, I knew the truth a long time ago, but I wasn't resigned. I wasn't resigned to suffering this injustice and letting her get away with it." As Feng Qingming spoke, she too began to cry. Lu Xiaoyu took her hand, placing the Fengling tail in her palm. "Now your heart's desire is fulfilled. You can leave Wu Yang's body. From now on, I will always be with you." Feng Qingming shook her head. "I have no vessel. Now that my revenge is complete, I have no more attachments." Lu Xinla, watching from the side, was worried. Could Feng Qingming be planning to completely take over Wu Yang's body? At that moment, Long Chen mentioned he possessed a treasure called the puppet clone, whose appearance could be made identical to the original. Perhaps Feng Qingming's soul could be transferred into the puppet clone's body. Feng Qingming was overjoyed. Is there truly such a method? Long Chen nodded. However, the process is quite complex. It requires a reincarnation pill. Lu Xinla said her master possessed such a pill. It wasn't a difficult matter. Long Chen looked at her, unable to help but feel suspicious. Just who is this Mu Shuang? The reincarnation pill is a high-level alchemical pill that only advanced alchemists can refine. Moreover, the ingredients required are extremely precious. Lu Xinla, growing anxious, asked Long Chen what he was hesitating for. "You have the puppet clone. She has the reincarnation pill. Hurry and let Feng Qingming reincarnate, so Wu Yang can return to his body." Feng Qingming was also delighted. If there truly is such a method, it's a good idea. Long Chen explained that the puppet clone wasn't on him. He suggested they meet at Dragon Abyss Pavilion another day to perform Feng Qingming's reincarnation. Meanwhile, Linger was practicing her skills on a rock. With a thud, the rock flew towards the little red snake just as it was about to enter. The little red snake was instantly furious, grabbing Linger. "Are you using me for your experiments again?" "Was I?" Linger quickly broke free and ran towards the door, excitedly shouting "Mother." The little red snake muttered, "He's hallucinating again. This is the 199th time you've yelled 'Mother' at the air outside the door." The next moment, two carriages suddenly appeared in the air. The little red snake was in disbelief. Could they really be back? A moment later, Long Chen carried Wu Yang down. Seeing Wu Yang unconscious, Linger rushed forward, crying and asking, "What happened?" "Mother, wake up. It's Linger." Lu Xinla also came down, telling Linger, "Stop shouting. Your mother isn't dead. She just needs to undergo a rather complicated ritual to awaken her." Linger's eyes lit up. "I know. Mother told me the story of Snow White. Father, kiss her. Kiss her." Long Chen, hearing his son's words, was completely bewildered. "What's Snow White?" The little red snake quickly pulled Linger away, scolding Lu Xinla. "Why tell a child something so complicated? Don't you know children have vivid imaginations?" Lu Xinla crossed her arms, angrily rebuking the little red snake. "Who allowed you to speak to the clan leader like that? This insubordination will not be tolerated again." With that, she turned and left, leaving the little red snake fuming. Inside the Dragon Abyss Pavilion, Long Chen placed Wu Yang on the lake, squatting beside her. Lu Xinla, looking at the scene before her, exclaimed, "The rumors about Dragon Abyss Pavilion's extravagance are true. Is there any part of this place not made of gold?" Long Chen simply asked coldly, "When will Physician Mu arrive?" Lu Xinla said she needed to return to her master first, and estimated it would take 2 days to arrive at Dragon Abyss Pavilion. Hopefully, she won't run off halfway. Long Chen said firmly she won't. He had a feeling Physician Mu felt something special for Wu Yang. Meanwhile, Liu arrived at Beast Tomb Island, stroking the broken immortal tomb. Bai Ji, behind him, couldn't help but say, most of the creatures on the island rely on immortal energy from the immortal tomb for sustenance. With this happening, most of the island will wither. Suddenly, Liu sensed dragon chi residue on the barrier, coupled with the burn marks on the tree roots. Liu concluded it was Long Chen's doing. He then couldn't help but wonder if Wu Yang knew what kind of person Long Chen truly was. Would she still trust him? Bai Ji asked what they should do next. Liu instructed him to take people to gather the remaining spiritual roots beneath the ice abyss and continuously replenish the immortal tree. As for the rest, we'll discuss it when I return. With that, he turned to leave. Bai Ji hurriedly asked him where he was going again. Was he thinking about? He quickly said, Miss Shangguan, he's no longer under our leadership. Now, our leader has been attacked by villains, and it's also related to him. Although he is your disciple. Lu Xinla interrupted him coldly. Since when do I need to report my whereabouts to you? Just do what you're supposed to do. Bai Ji immediately lowered her head and stopped talking. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xinla arrived at the Dragon Abyss Pavilion and went to Wu Yang's side to check on her. Long Chan emerged from behind the trees and asked him, since he was here, why didn't he just walk in openly? Lu Xinla quickly stood up and said, it's late. I was worried about disturbing everyone's rest. He then took a small box from his pocket and handed it to Long Chun. This is the reincarnation pill I asked for my master. Long Chen took it and stared directly at him. I'd like to consult with your master. I'll pay him a visit another day to express my gratitude. Just then, Long Chun suddenly sensed Feng Qingming's will weakening. When everyone had gathered, Lu Xinla asked the little red snake, where's Lin? The little red snake told him not to worry, saying that he had already settled him. At a time like this, one more person meant more safety. Lu Xinla suddenly thought that the little snake was unexpectedly quite loyal at a critical moment. Slowly, a huge box emerged from the bottom of the lake. Lu Xinla couldn't help but guess, is the puppet clone inside? Watching it transforming and floating around Wu Yang, Long Chun was about to take action. Lu Xinla held his hand, reminding him to remember Chu's words about not looking back. What if they failed? Long Chun flung his hand away and proceeded directly. I absolutely will not allow failure. Lu Xinla also immediately sat down cross-legged. As the two continuously channeled their energy, a moment later, Feng Qingming's spirit rushed out from Wu Yang's body. Long Chun and Lu Xinla quickly stepped forward. Lu Xinla watched them from below, finding it hard to believe that the two of them were so in sync. If there had been even the slightest difference, Wu Yang's soul might not have returned today. Just then, Long Chun tossed the reincarnation pill to Lu Xinla, telling him to quickly give it to Wu Yang. Lu Xinla caught the reincarnation pill and hurriedly fed it to Wu Yang, just as he thought Wu Yang was going to be all right. The little red snake immediately pulled him away. With a bang, Wu Yang's entire body exploded. Looking at the little red snake on top of him, Lu Xinla blushed and asked how it knew something was wrong. The little red snake helped him up and said, when you were feeding her the reincarnation pill, the spiritual energy within her body suddenly went haywire. Something must have gone wrong. Wu Yang suddenly flew towards Long Chun. Lu Xinla exclaimed, that's not good, and shouted to Long Chun, she's been in this state before. You must immediately suppress it with Han Jade. If you miss this opportunity today, Feng Qingming's soul will never be able to come out. Before Long Chun could speak, Wu Yang rushed forward and grabbed his neck. She dragged him towards the ground. Seeing this, Lu Xinla quickly called for the little red snake to help move the physician. Meanwhile, Wu Yang threw Long Chun to the ground, climbed on top of him, and bit his neck. At that moment, a scene suddenly flashed in her mind, a man biting a woman's neck. Wu Yang froze, as scene after scene flashed through her mind. Wu Yang suddenly clutched her head in pain. Lu Xinla, seeing this, was about to approach her, but was flung back. Long Chen got up and slowly approached her. A moment later, Wu Yang fainted on top of him. The little red snake was very excited watching this scene. Its master had actually overcome this immense spiritual power. It was truly touching. Lu Xinla also exclaimed, is this the power of love? Lu Xinla slowly got up. He couldn't believe Wu Yang loved him so deeply. Lu Xinla watched the puppet clone continuously changing and asked Feng Qingming, has she completely separated from Wu Yang's body? Long Chun held Wu Yang and nodded. She still needs to adapt to the puppet clone's attributes. Once she fully adapts, her revival will be no different from an ordinary person's. He then turned and left. Lu Xinla suddenly realized that Mu the physician was gone. He had clearly seen him just now, and he seemed to be quite seriously injured. At that moment, the little red snake suddenly appeared behind him and asked slyly, looking for me. Lu Xinla said he was just lamenting that there was another heartbroken person in the world. 7 days later, Long Chun sat beside Wu Yang. For 7 whole days, she still hadn't woken up. Long Chun had been waiting by her side the entire time. Just then, a stone was thrown at him. Long Chun immediately caught the stone and looked towards the door. Who taught you these underhanded tricks? Linger glared at him angrily. You broke your promise. You said you would take good care of Mother. It's been 10 days, and I haven't seen Mother open her eyes once. In the next second, Long Chun bound Linger with golden chains and hoisted her up. Linger struggled continuously, yelling, "You're just a bully. Bullying me, bullying Mother. And I even helped you pursue Mother before. I was blind." The two were completely unaware that Wu Yang, on the bed, had already opened her eyes. Long Chun held Linger in his arms. "I know you're worried about your mother, but I've said, as long as I'm here, I absolutely won't allow anything to happen to her." Linger continuously pushed him away, and just as she was about to speak, a clear voice rang out, startling both father and daughter. Linger reacted quickly and was about to rush forward, but just as she was about to get close, Long Chun bound her with the golden chains, tossed her out the door, and slammed it shut. He then declared, with feigned righteousness, "Your mother needs quiet." Having prevented further interruption, Long Chun approached and said gently, "Wu Yang, are you feeling better?" Upon hearing this, Wu Yang looked at him blankly. "My name is Wu Yang. Who are you?" These words stunned Long Chun. He then asked, his face full of pain, "You don't remember me?" In the next second, Wu Yang clutched her head, her expression pained. Long Chun watched her, unable to help but wonder if this method had caused other consequences. Seeing his expression, Wu Yang couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Look how scared you are." Long Chun, regaining his composure, embraced her. He raised an eyebrow. "Isn't that funny?" Wu Yang pouted. "Well, it's your fault. You knew I was sick, and you kept making noise beside me. It was really noisy. So, I'm just giving you a little punishment." Long Chun rested his head on her shoulder. "Don't play like that again, because I really thought you didn't want me anymore." His voice choked up slightly towards the end. A moment later, Wu Yang pushed him away. "Do you know how heavy you are? Get up." She then realized he had fallen asleep. She pushed him to the other side of the bed. Looking at his sleeping face, Wu Yang decided not to disturb him. Although she had been unconscious these past few days, she knew that Long Chun hadn't slept properly in order to help her recover. Most importantly, it was also because of Long Chun that Feng Qingming was completely separated from her body. Wu Yang couldn't help but wonder if she was falling in love with him. That afternoon, Wu Yang heard from Lin that Lu Xinla was leaving. She hurried out after her. "Lu Xinla, are you trying to leave without saying goodbye?" Lu Xinla explained that she had just become the sect master, and there were still matters in the sect that needed her attention. She had also been away for many days, and it was time to return. Wu Yang then remembered. "How could I forget? You're already the esteemed sect master of Lianqi sect." Lu Xinla quickly replied, "You flatter me. You flatter me. I wouldn't dare presume such a title in front of the wife of the Dragon on Pavilion Master." Lu Xinla saw Linger and said happily, "Linger came to see me off too." Linger nodded, telling her to be safe on her journey. Just then, Lu Xinla noticed the horn on Linger's forehead. She stood up abruptly and said to Wu Yang, "My master might have a way to resolve Linger's appearance. It seems we won't be able to part ways just yet." Hearing that there was a chance, even if it was only 1 in a million, to resolve Linger's suffering, Wu Yang had to seize it. She quickly nodded. "I'll go with you to Lianqi sect again and bring Feng Qingming to your master as well." Arriving at Lianqi sect, Lu Xiaoyu stood in front of Feng Qingming for a long time. Lu Xinla reassured him. She said that once the spiritual energy within the crystal coffin was fully absorbed, Senior Feng would awaken. Lu Xiaoyu nodded and walked over to Wu Yang. "Lady Shangwan, thank you." Wu Yang quickly said that she had also come with a request. She pulled Linger out from behind her. Lu Xiaoyu was shocked at the sight of Linger. After learning of Wu Yang's request, he told her that the inheritance of the beast bloodline could only be resolved in Dragon Valley. Wu Yang quickly asked, "What is Dragon Valley? Do beast tribes live there?" Lu Xiaoyu explained that the beast tribes rarely interacted with the Kanglan continent, and his knowledge of them was limited. They resided in the southern border, their activities confined to the Yi Marsh region. Deep within the Yi Marsh, beyond the jungle and swamps, lies a canyon known as Dragon Valley. Hearing this, Lu Xinla immediately stood up and asked Wu Yang what she was waiting for, urging her to take Linger and depart for Dragon Valley at once. Lu Xiaoyu quickly stopped them, warning them against acting rashly. He explained that the people of the continent knew little about the beast tribes, and the beast tribes, in turn, loathed cultivators. The Yi Marsh was a chaotic and extremely dangerous hell. Wu Yang suddenly thought of Long Chun. Since it was the beast tribe's domain, why had he never mentioned it to her? Long Chun couldn't possibly be unaware that only the beast tribes could resolve Linger's condition. Perhaps there was some hidden reason. Thinking of this, Wu Yang quickly stood up and bid farewell to Lu Xiaoyu. Before she left, Lu Xiaoyu said softly, "The beast's foot has entered the forest. This is also fate." That night, the three of them drank together in a tavern. After a few rounds, Lu Xinla suddenly said, "Actually, I don't really want to be the sect master. I just wanted to prove myself." Wu Yang smiled and asked her, "Then what do you want to be?" After a moment of silence, Lu Xinla raised her wine cup and gazed into the distance. "I want to be the #1 female jockey in the Kangling continent." Then she asked Long Chun what he wanted to be. The husband of the Dragon on Pavilion's mistress. Long Chun pulled Wu Yang into his arms. "That's already a fact." Wu Yang pushed him away. "I don't care about being some pampered mistress. A new age woman never relies on others, only on herself." Long Chun felt that Wu Yang had been acting strange ever since she returned from her chi training, always trying to outdo him. Lu Xinla was completely confused. "What fact?" Wu Yang stood up and declared, "I want to be the most carefree and flirtatious female alchemist in the world." Lu Xinla burst out laughing. "Has the Dragon Yan Pavilion Master been dumped?" Then she looked excitedly at Wu Yang. "Well then, the two of us will be a team. How about the Yu Yang team?" Long Chun watched the two of them chatting and laughing. Carefree and flirtatious. Is Wu Yang trying to run away again? When Linger arrived, she saw her mother, drunk and slumped over the table. Having no other choice, she used all her strength to carry her to bed. After settling her mother, she noticed a piece of paper on the table. It read, "Yu Yang Pavilion, good things to come." She quickly took it to Long Chun. Long Chun immediately had an idea. One day, when Lu Xinla woke up, she found Wu Yang sitting at the table, writing something with a brush. She took a closer look and was stunned. "Yu Yang Pavilion, Yu Yang team." Wu Yang happily pinched Lu Xinla's cheek. "Good, you didn't forget. From now on, at our Yu Yang Pavilion, you'll be in charge of crafting weapons, and I'll be in charge of alchemy. We'll split the profits 50-50. How about that?" Lu Xinla hadn't expected Wu Yang to take her casual remark from last night seriously. Wu Yang said, "You need fame, and I need money. So, the Yu Yang Pavilion is a must." Lu Xinla thought for a moment and decided it made sense. "Then where will we get the money?" she asked. At that moment, Long Chen walked in. He went straight to Wu Yang. "I can provide you with the starting capital, but I need something in return." Seeing this, Lu Xinla excused herself, saying she had something to attend to. Looking at Long Chun standing so close, Wu Yang felt uncomfortable and pushed him away. "Do you think all the medicine I, Shangwan Wu Yang, have refined since my debut has been for nothing? Even without you, I'm a wealthy woman, okay?" Long Chen couldn't understand. "You're my rightful wife. Does using my money bother you so much?" Long Chen's words only fueled Wu Yang's temper. Pointing at his chest, she said excitedly, "Rightful. From the beginning, you've been confusing things. You're the one who keeps claiming I'm your wife. At first, I played along, and later, I got what I deserve for playing along. So we're even. Don't try to guilt-trip me anymore." She quickly moved away from him. Long Chen couldn't understand what she meant by guilt-trip, debut, or confusing things. He didn't understand why Wu Yang always spoke in riddles when she got agitated. However, Long Chen did understand one word, playing along. He finally realized that Wu Yang had always thought this was just an act. Realizing this, Long Chen quickly said he understood and left. Wu Yang was puzzled. Understood? Understood what? After Long Chen left, Wu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. She had almost given in. Thankfully, she held her ground. She wouldn't let a mere Long Chen stand in the way of her carefree future. Soon, the Yu Yang Pavilion opened. Not long after, the Yu Yang Pavilion opened for business. Lu Xinla sat on the upper floor with a worried expression. "Just decorating this magnificent building has already cost us hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. If we don't make any profit this month, we won't be able to keep going." Wu Yang ate fruit beside her and tried to reassure her. "You're the sect master. You need to stay calm." Lu Xinla rolled her eyes, bringing up the sect master again. She asked, "Aren't you worried at all, sect master Shangwan?" Wu Yang winked playfully. "Don't worry. People are coming." The next moment, the floor below was flooded with people. Everyone jostled to be first. "Me first. I'm number 8. I'm number 3. I'm earlier than you." Someone cried out, "Oh my God, I haven't gotten a number yet. What do I do?" Just then, the little red snake spoke up. "Today is the Yu Yang Pavilion's grand opening, so we've released 300 numbers. However, the order of numbers doesn't determine who gets to enter the Yu Yang Pavilion first to purchase goods. We're using a lottery system." Everyone was stunned. They seemed to recall something about this when they got their numbers, but what did it mean exactly? The little red snake quickly took out a box filled with numbers. "We'll draw 10 numbers for every 50. Those 10 numbers can enter the Yu Yang Pavilion to select their goods. The remaining 40 will be drawn again with the next 50 numbers, and so on." Everyone finally understood. The later the number, the less advantageous it was. In the end, only a few dozen people would be able to enter. Did that mean the rest had come for nothing? Those with later numbers started to complain. A gong sounded. The little red snake shouted, "Those who weren't selected can come back next week to get a number. The Yu Yang Pavilion doesn't serve the same customer within a week. Then she placed the box in the middle of the bracelet. There are also 2 snakes beside it to prevent everyone from scrambling for it. Lu Xinla looked at the crowd below, astonished. This is the lottery system you were talking about. Wu Yang nodded and explained, rarity increases value. The harder it is to draw a winning number, the more valuable it becomes. Our Yuyang Pavilion's reputation for high prices will spread far and wide. This is all thanks to the wisdom of the 21st century. Wu Yang easily manipulated human nature. A moment later, Lu Xinla suddenly noticed something new and pointed down below, shouting, "Did you hire them too?" Wu Yang looked up and was instantly stunned. A group of people carried several boxes, holding signs that read, "Warmly celebrate the grand opening of Yu Yang Pavilion." Only one person in the whole world could be this boisterous. They also handed out leaflets to everyone. "Welcome, everyone, to Yu Yang Pavilion." Lu Xinla watched them and couldn't help but sigh, giving out gifts and coupons. "Our opening is going to be a huge loss for Long Yuan Pavilion." Then, laughing, she patted Wu Yang's shoulder. "I'm telling you, just marry him. He's rich, powerful, and the most handsome man on the continent. He's the dream lover of so many women. What more could you want?" Wu Yang descended. She wanted to see what Longshan was up to. The little red snake shouted, "Pavilion Master." Everyone immediately looked over and began to murmur, saying they had long heard of Miss Shangwan's beauty, but seeing her in person was even more impressive. Just then, the Pavilion Master of Long Yuan Pavilion arrived in person. The crowd was even more shocked. The Pavilion Master of Long Yuan Pavilion is here to congratulate Yu Yang Pavilion on its grand opening. Long Chun said calmly, "I appreciate your kind gesture, Pavilion Master. Although today is the grand opening of my Yu Yang Pavilion, I truly didn't want to disturb the peace. You really didn't need to make such a grand display." Long Chen smiled. "There are 2 joyous occasions today. With such a grand betrothal gift, it should be official now, right?" Wu Yang coldly asked him what he was trying to do. Long Chun pulled her into his arms. "With such a grand betrothal gift, such sincerity, are you satisfied, my wife?" The little red snake looked at them puzzled. What are they doing? Lu Xinla rolled her eyes. "He's proposing. Can't you tell?" Long Chun suddenly knelt down and took Wu Yang's hand. "Shangwan Wu Yang, will you marry me?" Wu Yang was shocked by his modern proposal. Who taught him that? Seeing Wu Yang's expression, Long Chun was overjoyed. Linger's advice worked after all. Wu Yang finally understood. What he meant by understood that day was understanding how to legitimately make her his wife. The surrounding people kept shouting, "Marry him! Marry him!" The next second, Wu Yang released his hand. "Long Chun, oh Long Chun, you're good in every way except you're delusional." She turned and quickly left. With a bang, she slammed the door shut. Someone then said, "Even the Pavilion Master of Long Yuan Pavilion gets rejected. There's no reason for us to be upset about not getting in." What a pity! Long Yuan Pavilion really went all out this time. Long Chun stood at the entrance of Yu Yang Pavilion for a long time. He thought that perhaps, compared to being the wife of the Long Yuan Pavilion Master, Wu Yang wanted something that truly belonged to her. That day, Lu Xinla asked Wu Yang, "Long Chun hasn't shown up since the grand opening. Do you think he's taken it too hard?" Wu Yang replied, "Long Chun values his life. He'll be fine. He's probably just tired after all this." The little red snake, who was doing the accounts, suddenly exclaimed, "This month's profits have already exceeded 5 million taels." Lu Xinla was thrilled. At least we won't have to worry about food and drink for the next 6 months. But Wu Yang wasn't satisfied. For her, this was far from enough. Seeing that she wasn't the least bit excited, Lu Xinla asked her what was wrong. Wu Yang thought for a moment and asked, "Do you remember the person who came to buy the Wanhee golden umbrella a while ago?" Lu Xinla nodded. He said the spiritual energy was acceptable, but the quality of the pills wasn't good enough. "So some of your pills aren't selling." Wu Yang said it was because she hadn't yet reached the golden core stage, so she couldn't refine higher grade pills. Lu Xinla thought for a moment, then her eyes lit up. She said she had a solution. One day, Lu Xinla went to find Long Chun. "You said before that if Wu Yang had any trouble, I should come to you. It's like this. She can't break through to the golden core stage, so our Yu Yang Pavilion's pill sales are stagnating." Long Chun looked indifferent. "And what does that have to do with me?" Lu Xinla was instantly furious. "Before, you were always going on about my wife this and my wife that. Now you won't even help with this small favor." Long Chun said calmly, "Wu Yang herself doesn't acknowledge being my wife." Lu Xinla said, "I'll handle Wu Yang. As long as you can help, I promise I won't let Wu Yang shut you out again." With that, she turned and left. After Lu Xinla left, Long Chun summoned Wu Ming and instructed him to find out Zhu Lin's current whereabouts. It was time for him to meet this old friend. That day, Lu Xinla found Linger. The two were chatting about something in the courtyard. Linger reassured Lu Xinla, saying that she often did this sort of thing and was very experienced. Afterwards, Linger brought some fruit to Wu Yang's mother, suggesting she eat some to replenish her energy. Wu Yang thought thought she had done something wrong, suspecting ulterior motive for her sudden kindness. Linger quickly nuzzled against her, claiming to be a good child. She explained that she had recently heard from Aunt Lu that her mother had been struggling to break through a bottleneck and was suffering. She had come to help alleviate her worries. Wu Yang asked her how she could help. Linger quickly said that she had heard from Uncle Hong that Wu Yang was practicing the Fengyang Heart method. She had seen it before while reading in the Dragon Abyss Pavilion's library and knew how to break through. Wu Yang then asked her how to break through, but Linger stammered and couldn't give a coherent answer. Wu Yang immediately understood. This little one was just a messenger. After all, it wasn't the first time she had done this. Lu Xinla, her cover blown, walked out and said awkwardly, "As long as the problem can be solved, isn't that all that matters?" Wu Yang, upon hearing this, became a little unhappy and asked Lu Xinla if she had also told Long Chun about her inability to break through to the Golden Core stage. Lu Xinla explained that Long Chun was, after all, the child's father. Hearing this, Wu Yang suddenly felt that it made sense. He was Linger's father, and perhaps she had been too harsh that day. He had helped her quite a bit along the way. At this moment, Linger whispered in Wu Yang's ear that she needed the heavenly fire of the Vermilion Bird Clan. Wu Yang suddenly understood and patted Linger's head, thanking her. That night, Lu Xinla found Wu Yang. Having heard from Linger that she knew how to break through, she approached and saw Wu Yang packing her luggage. Wu Yang nodded, saying she might be going away for a while, and asked Lu Xinla to look after Yuyang Pavilion. Lu Xinla agreed, thinking that Linger was actually quite capable. She knew things that even Wu Yang didn't. That night, dressed in black, Wu Yang saw Zhu Lin's people at the auction house and couldn't help but complain. Was this Zhu Lin running an auction chain? Why were the Vermilion Bird Clan managing all the auction houses everywhere? Watching Zhu Lin enter a room, Wu Yang knew he was a formidable opponent. She was alone now, so it was best to be cautious. After he'd been inside for a while, Wu Yang took out some knockout gas and was about to blow it in when Long Chun suddenly swept her up in his arms. Wu Yang was shocked to see him. Long Chun whispered for her to be quiet. The next second, with a bang, the window was pushed open by a guard. Long Chun quickly pulled Wu Yang behind a pillar. The guard looked around, saw no one, and then closed the window with relief. Wu Yang, feeling him so close, quickly pushed him away and whispered fiercely, "Stay away from me. I can hear my heart beating." Long Chin released her and said, "That's your heartbeat," before turning and leaving. Wu Yang clutched her chest, suddenly realizing that it really was her own heartbeat. Inside the auction house, Long Chun couldn't help but say, "Wu Yang, haven't you learned your lesson after crossing paths with him once? For someone so vigilant, using poison will only alert him." Wu Yang looked at the teacup in her hand. "So, what brilliant idea does this young master have?" Long Chun said he had already inquired and learned that Zhu Lin had the habit of taking a solitary boat ride on the lake every day. Upon hearing this, Wu Yang became excited and quickly stood up. "You mean we should follow him and wait for an opportunity to strike?" Long Chen nodded. When he's reciting poetry is also when the Vermilion Bird Clan's spiritual energy is at its weakest. Hearing this, Wu Yang picked up the teapot on the table and gulped it down with a carefree expression. "Then I'll have to drink more tea to stay alert." Long Chun stood behind her and patted her shoulder, asking why she was in such a hurry. Startled, Wu Yang sprayed tea out of her mouth. Wu Yang turned to look at him, her eyes full of grievance. "I thought that after I embarrassed you the other day, you wouldn't help me anymore." Long Chun, having never seen this side of Wu Yang, was momentarily stunned. Wu Yang thought to herself, "How can I possibly defeat Zhu Lin alone? I have to swallow my pride when necessary." Suddenly, someone passed by them. Seeing the two gazing deeply at each other, they immediately blushed, muttering about the beautiful bond between Long and Yang, a perfect match. Respect, respect. Wu Yang then remembered that she was dressed as a man. Long Chen couldn't help but smile. He suddenly realized that while Wu Yang usually seemed quite clever, she could be a bit silly at times, which was rather endearing. As evening approached, the two stood on the rooftop, watching Zhu Lin head towards the lake alone. They quickly followed. While Zhu Lin was preparing the boat, he heard rustling in the grass behind him. He then put some vermilion powder into a pouch. Zhu Lin smelled the scent and sneered. It was actually someone from the Dragon Clan following him. What a waste of effort. Long Chun and Wu Yang followed Zhu Lin for a while, when Long Chun suddenly felt something was amiss. Zhu Lin wasn't taking his usual route. Could he have discovered us? Looking at the path slowly materializing ahead, Long Chun realized it led towards the southern border. It seemed Zhu Lin had already discovered them. This was an unexpected gain. However, Seeing this, Wu Yang quickly jumped down and shouted for Long Chun to hurry. Moments later, Zhu Lin disappeared behind the mist. Moreover, this was no longer the territory of the upper capital. Wu Yang then realized they seemed to have arrived in the southern border. Long Chun said Zhu Lin had discovered them long ago. This must be his trap. They should return immediately. Wu Yang thought for a moment and shook his head. He said he had to go in. He also wanted to bring Linger in with him. A moment later, Wu Yang brought Linger. Looking at the mist before them, Long Chun asked him, "Are you sure you want to go in?" Wu Yang nodded. "Not just for myself," he said, "but for Linger too. I have to go in." Just as they were about to step inside, Wu Yang quickly took out a homemade mask. "This contains a special medicinal formula I made. It can temporarily protect against poisonous substances." Wu Yang crouched down and put on Ling. Linger said excitedly, "This is the first time I've seen such a magical sight." It felt like the three of them were on a family outing. Long Chin smiled. If he could truly leave such an impression on Linger, then this trip to the demonic beast forest wouldn't be so bad. Just as Linger was about to step onto a patch of swamp, Wu Yang quickly pulled her back. He believed that swamps were often the most dangerous places, with perils hidden from sight. He then picked up a stone from the ground and threw it in. The next second, the stone instantly disintegrated. Linger's face paled, and she hid behind Wu Yang. "It's a good thing Mother pulled me back in time. Otherwise, I would have disintegrated like that stone." Suddenly, Long Chen noticed a rustling sound coming from the forest. The next second, a giant centipede charged directly at them. Wu Yang quickly channeled his spiritual energy. Watching the substance the centipede sprayed, he saw it quickly dissolve upon contact with a nearby lime fruit. Wu Yang immediately shot all the lime fruits at it. Moments later, with a loud boom, the centipede's massive body crashed to the ground. Just then, Linger started coughing uncontrollably, her face turning dark. Long Chun rushed forward to check on her. Linger told him not to worry. She had probably just been nauseated. Long Chun then picked up the centipede's core, quite excited. He hadn't expected such an unexpected harvest. The core of this kind of demonic beast was worth a fortune. After dealing with the centipede demon beast, the three continued their journey. Long Chun hadn't expected Wu Yang to be so clever, knowing that the centipede king hadn't gotten up because it was afraid of touching the lime fruits. This was also the fastest way to kill it. Just as the three were nearing the demonic beast forest, Wu Yang suddenly noticed that Linger's body was very hot. He couldn't help but wonder, could it be because they were approaching the demonic beast forest, which was triggering the beastly nature within Linger? Deep within the demonic beast forest, Long Yu, the eldest prince of the beast clan, was enjoying the company of a beautiful woman. Suddenly, a subordinate came to report, "Your Highness, Long Chun and his wife have just entered the demonic beast forest." Long Yu sneered. "That nephew of mine really doesn't give anyone peace of mind. Wouldn't it be better for him to stay hidden?" His subordinate said worriedly, "If His Majesty the King learns of Long Chen's whereabouts, I'm afraid." Hearing this, Long Yu immediately pushed the beauty in his arms away and stood up. "Absolutely not. I've been lenient enough to tolerate that half-breed bastard living outside, being his glorious dragon Abyss Pavilion Master. He can't expect to meddle with the Dragon Clan again." His gaze turned incredibly cold. "My dear nephew has finally come to the demonic beast forest. As his uncle, I naturally have to give him a proper welcome." He then ordered his subordinates to make arrangements. "I didn't have the opportunity last time, but this time, as his uncle, I will definitely send him on his way." Meanwhile, the three were resting in a cave. Long Chun looked at Wu Yang with heartache in his eyes. This trip suddenly required them to keep a low profile, which was a hardship for them. Suddenly, the fire was extinguished, and Long Chun instantly vanished. Wu Yang quickly put the mask on Linger and told her to stay in the cave. "If something dangerous comes, don't make a sound." He then gave her something and told her to crush it in a critical moment, saying it could save her life. Wu Yang then went outside. With a wave of his hand toward the bushes, two small snakes leaped out and instantly died. The next second, a thorny vine suddenly wrapped around his entire body. Wu Yang instantly channeled his spiritual energy. However, the more spiritual energy he used, the tighter it constricted, drawing blood from his neck. Just as Wu Yang was puzzled, a half-beast, half-human creature approached from a distance. It was an octopus-like demon. Licking its lips, it looked at Wu Yang. "Your blood is actually sweet. You truly are a delicious human." Wu Yang shouted, "You, a creature of the sea, what are you doing looking for food on land? You poor wretch, you'd better let me go, or I'll turn you into grilled octopus." The octopus-like demon coughed and said, "That won't do. If I let you go, I really won't have a chance to survive. Hearing this, Wu Yang froze. Did this mean someone had put the demon up to this? Wu Yang had originally thought that the demonic beast forest was dangerous everywhere. But thinking about it carefully, the dangers seemed clustered, all directed at them. As the octopus-like demon gave a cold laugh and was about to open its large mouth to devour him, in the next second, it was knocked down by Long Chun. With a thud, Wu Yang also started to fall. Just as he thought he would hit the ground, he was caught steadily by Long Chun. "I'm late." Wu Yang reassured him that he was fine and wouldn't die. He asked, "Was someone attacking us just now? Did you lure them away?" Long Chun nodded. He quickly said, "The thicker the black fog, the more Shou clan members there are. We have to leave here quickly." Wu Yang looked at Long Chen's back. This feeling was very similar to when he first crossed over to this strange world and was being chased by the Shangwan family. The two arrived at a cave. Long Chun looked at his wound and said, "We must stop the bleeding from your wound first." Wu Yang quickly reached for his waist, only to realize that his medicine was in the bag he carried on his back. What he had on him was already used up. In the next second, Long Chun directly took his hand and licked the wound. Wu Yang froze, watching the wound slowly heal. He was very surprised. After reacting, Wu Yang immediately withdrew his hand and stared blankly at him. He turned his head and said shyly, "My saliva is more effective than your bottles and jars." This sentence instantly felt familiar to Wu Yang, as if he had heard it somewhere before. The image of the black-robed youth suddenly appeared in his mind. Wu Yang couldn't help but wonder, what exactly was the relationship between Long Chun and that black-robed youth? Why did it feel so familiar? At this moment, Wu Yang completely failed to notice Long Chun staring directly at his cheek. In the next second, Long Chun licked the wound on his cheek directly, startling Wu Yang, who backed away repeatedly and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" This retreat almost caused the back of his head to hit the stone wall behind him. Long Chun stepped forward and quickly protected his head, saying, "Be careful." Wu Yang blushed and whispered, "Control yourself. Your heartbeat is too loud." After saying that, he quickly turned and ran to the other side, clutching his heart. Wu Yang couldn't believe that this was actually his own heartbeat. Just then, Long Chun suddenly shouted, "Danger." In the next second, many demonic beasts surrounded them. Long Chun quickly summoned his dragon, and Wu Yang immediately drew his sword. Moments later, the demonic beasts were dealt with. Just as Wu Yang breathed a sigh of relief, the octopus-like demon suddenly stretched out its claws from the swamp. It charged directly towards Wu Yang. Wu Yang froze. Just when he thought he couldn't dodge it, Linger threw an explosive. With a bang, the octopus-like demon instantly disintegrated. Wu Yang quickly ran to Linger and asked how she got out. Linger looked at the thing in her hand and finally realized that what her mother had given her was a firecracker. Long Chun patted her head and said that it was fortunate she reacted quickly enough. She had saved Wu Yang. Linger quickly said that she was also a little man and had a part to play in protecting her mother. Then, Long Chen looked at the bubbling swamp and said worriedly to Wu Yang, "The appearance of these beast men is suspicious. We need to move faster." The three of them quickly moved forward. Long Chun frowned at the mountain in front of him, because beyond this mountain was the Nightclaw Hell, which lay before the Dragon Valley. Seeing this expression on Long Chen's face, Wu Yang couldn't help but wonder if the Nightclaw Hell was even more dangerous than the demonic beast forest. But since he was already here, he would absolutely not back down. Thinking of this, he gripped Linger's hand tighter and entered the tunnel. The torch in Wu Yang's hand suddenly went out. He suddenly felt a little scared. In the next second, his hand was grasped. Long Chen whispered in his ear, "It's me." A moment later, the three of them walked out of the tunnel, looking at the beautiful scene before them. Wu Yang couldn't help but say to Long Chun, "This is the incredibly dangerous Nightclaw region you were talking about. It seems quite friendly." Long Chun frowned. This is the most ominous sign. The most normal scene in Nightclaw is perpetual darkness. A bright, sunny day like this is often more dangerous. Wu Yang nodded. That's true. After all, this is the area closest to Dragon Valley. How could it be so peaceful and harmless? Linger, standing beside them, watched them holding hands and thought that if it could make her daddy and mommy this close, she wouldn't mind going through this a few more times. Then, staring at their hands, she said happily, "I really like this place." After walking for a while, Linger suddenly suggested they find a place to rest. Upon hearing this, Wu Yang immediately nodded and said he would go ahead to ask for some water. The three arrived in front of a house. Wu Yang shouted, "Is anyone there?" But there was no response. Wu Yang immediately felt something was amiss. Linger, however, said, "Maybe they just stepped out for a moment. We can go in and rest for a bit." Wu Yang thought what Linger said made sense. Pushing the door open, they saw writing materials laid out on the table. Wu Yang was quite surprised. In this remote and desolate place, the house and yard were very simple. They hadn't seen any eating utensils, yet there were writing materials. Suddenly, a scream came from behind Long Chun. Wu Yang quickly turned around. He saw a demonic beast with its mouth wide open, looking terrifying. Wu Yang quickly pushed Linger inside, telling her to hide and not let anyone find her. After saying that, he slammed the door shut. Linger knocked on the door, yelling, "Mother, Mother, let me out. I want to be with you." Wu Yang immediately reached out and fastened a chain on the door. At this moment, Long Chun also arrived. Wu Yang immediately grabbed his 9-song sword and channeled his spiritual energy, thrusting it towards the swamp. Just as he was about to continue, Long Chun grabbed his wrist. "I should have known. This is just a trap to lure us in." Wu Yang looked at the monster below, puzzled. "What kind of creature is this?" Long Chun explained, "It's not a monster. It's an illusion. Just like the scenes we saw earlier, it's all an illusion." Long Chun saw through the illusion and saw a woman holding a child, constantly shouting at a passing carriage, "It's me. I'm Yao Yao." The next second, a monster suddenly appeared and swept the woman away. The child fell from her arms. Long Chun suddenly understood. All of this was because of him. Watching the monster rumble, Wu Yang immediately drew his 9-song sword and rushed forward. "I don't care what kind of monster you are. You won't trap me today." With a wave of his hand, he slashed towards it. Long Chun's claws also grabbed its leaves. Long Yu watched the two from his palace and snorted coldly. "In my Dragon Clan's territory, you dare to use those stinking cultivator tricks. You're courting death." He then flicked his finger. A tremendous rumbling sound erupted, forcing Wu Yang backward. Long Chun looked at Wu Yang and said, "Wu Yang, you shouldn't have been dragged into this." He then waved his hand and flung him into the distance. Meanwhile, the Beast Clan's second prince, Long Quan, was counting a pile of glittering gold ingots, marveling at his recent substantial income. At this moment, a servant suddenly reported, "Second Prince, our men have discovered a human woman in the Nightclaw region. Please instruct us on how to proceed." Long Quan waved his hand impatiently. "You need to report to me about picking up a person. Sell her." He then reacted to the words human woman and quickly stood up, saying, "Wait." Long Quan suddenly remembered that he had gone to his elder brother's palace earlier and seen a woman in the mirror. Although the image was fleeting, the woman was exceptionally beautiful. She was a rare human beauty. Long Quan wondered why Long Yu was monitoring her. Could she be an important person? Thinking this, Long Quan ordered his men to bring the human woman to him. He wanted to see if it was the same person. A moment later, when his subordinates brought the person in, Long Quan saw that it was indeed that beauty. He then instructed 2 demonic beast maidservants to take her away, wash her, and change her into clean clothes. After attending to Wu Yang, the 2 maidservants gossiped. One of them said, "It seems the second prince has taken a liking to this human woman. His Highness is truly fickle. He just favored that snake demon, and now, after only a couple of days, he's taken a fancy to this human woman." The other maidservant quickly hushed her. "Keep your voice down. What if someone hears, and it reaches the second prince's ears?" At this moment, Wu Yang groggily opened her eyes. Looking at the scene before her, she couldn't help but wonder if she had returned to the Dragon Abyss Pavilion. She then sensed her surroundings and quickly dismissed the thought. The scent of dragon incense here was stronger, and she couldn't sense any spiritual energy. Wu Yang concluded that she must still be in the Nightclaw region. Most importantly, she didn't know who the second prince the maidservants were talking about was. "Your Highness." Then, a cold male voice rang out beside Wu Yang's ear. "You may all leave." Wu Yang immediately closed her eyes. In the Nightclaw region, the only ones who could be addressed as Your Highness were the 2 Dragon Clan princes. Wu Yang didn't know if this was Long Quan or Long Yu, so she decided to wait and see. Long Quan approached and looked closely. What a beauty. He reached out to touch her, but in the next second, his wrist was seized. Wu Yang sat up and was about to grab his throat, but her whole body was suddenly immobilized. Her heart tightened. Illusion magic again. And here, she couldn't use any of her spiritual power. Trying to win with brute force at this time was simply a fool's errand. Long Quan moved behind her, placed his hands on her shoulders, and asked, "What is your relationship with Long Yu? Tell me obediently, and I might spare your life." Wu Yang immediately understood. The person before him was Long Quan, the Dragon King's second son. Thinking of this, Wu Yang's expression instantly changed, assuming a pitiful appearance. "Your Highness, if you don't let me go, how can I possibly tell the truth?" Looking at his pathetic appearance, Long Quan found this small, delicate look quite endearing. Moreover, within his own territory, he didn't believe Wu Yang would dare to act rashly. He subsequently released Wu Yang. Wu Yang promptly leaned against his shoulder and said weakly, "But I'm so hungry." So hungry I've lost all my strength. You're quite clever. Come, I'll take you to eat something. Finishing his sentence, he scooped Wu Yang up and walked outwards. Wu Yang shyly nestled closer into his embrace, planning to recuperate here and temporarily comply. Perhaps he could even find out some information about Long Chun. A moment later, Wu Yang saw hearts and livers on the table. He was immediately shocked. This guy actually wanted him to eat raw beast hearts and livers. Seeing Wu Yang hesitate, Long Quan feigned ignorance. "Aren't you hungry? Why aren't you eating?" Wu Yang, with a forced smile, said, "All right," while inwardly cursing Long Quan's ancestors for 18 generations. Wu Yang picked up a heart and liver. "Your Highness's reward, I must eat it." Saying this, he stuffed the heart and liver into his mouth, eating in large bites, secretly vowing, "The situation is so cruel. Just wait. Once I have you under control, your death will be at hand." Seeing this, Long Quan laughed heartily, praising his ruthlessness as being very much to his liking. He then ordered someone to bring out a normal meal. He then raised his wine glass. "Now tell me, what is your relationship with Long Yu? Why was he spying on you?" Wu Yang immediately understood. The beasts that attacked them were all sent by Long Yu. The key was that Long Quan didn't yet know it was Long Yu's doing. Thinking of this, Wu Yang immediately leaned against him, saying with great grievance, "Long Yu has been relentlessly pestering me. Your Highness, you must uphold justice for me." Finishing his sentence, he pushed Long Quan onto the soft couch. He then sprawled over him, taking the wine glass from his hand and feeding it to him little by little, saying coyly, "Drinking like this is much more interesting." Long Quan was instantly delighted. No wonder Long Yu likes you. Seeing his lecherous look, Wu Yang couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Hidden in his fingernails was a special drug he had concocted. It dissolved in water, and with enough accumulation, Long Quan would be under his control. Seeing that the time was almost right, Wu Yang pulled off Long Quan's belt. "Your Highness, just how much I know, you'll slowly find out." Wu Yang constantly reminded himself, "I must find Long Chun, and when I do, I must make him reveal his relationship with that black-robed youth." Meanwhile, Long Chun was tied up by Long Yu at the foot of a mountain. Long Yu sneered at him. "Long Chun, you filthy beast impersonator, if you beg for mercy, your uncle might just take pity on you." Long Chun looked up at him, his eyes unwavering. "Beg for mercy from you? Impossible." Long Yu was instantly intrigued, licking his lips. "Very well, stubborn. I hope your little lady and bastard child are as stubborn as you." Long Chun was instantly enraged. "What have you done to Wu Yang? If you dare harm him, I'll kill you." Long Yu stepped forward and grabbed his hair fiercely. "Long Chun, before you die, I'll let you in on a secret. I also played a part in your mother's death. Who told her to be tainted with human blood?" Finishing his sentence, he ordered his subordinates to throw Long Chun into the desolate graveyard of Dragon Valley. Countless wraiths surrounded Long Chun in the desolate graveyard, constantly wailing. Long Chun was unwilling to die like this. The image of his mother, drawing a formation on the ground, surfaced in his mind. She had told him that this formation, using one's lifeblood as a guide and combined with the special spiritual energy of dragon bones, could erase the human bloodline within his body, making him a pure-blooded beast. His mother then held him and wept bitterly. She said that this formation was extremely risky and excruciatingly painful. Failure would result in being consumed by resentment. She never wanted her son to have to use this formation. Thinking of this, only one thought remained in Long Chen's mind. I must win. Because he now had someone to protect, he shakily stood up and began drawing the formation with his own blood. In the next second, his body levitated. Countless wraiths rushed towards him. Crash! A dish fell to the ground. Wu Yang suddenly had a bad feeling. It seemed he needed to control Long Quan quickly and find Long Chun. He suddenly thought of Long Quan's reflecting mirror. Perhaps he could quickly find Long Chun and Linger's whereabouts. Thinking of this, he hurriedly walked out, completely unaware of the snake demon around the corner. The snake demon grabbed his sleeve. "So you're the human woman His Highness has been doting on lately. You're just a little bit pretty, nothing more. Don't get carried away. Stay away from His Highness." Saying this, she flicked her tongue, licking his cheek. Wu Yang was instantly furious. He grabbed her tongue. "I don't have time to deal with you, you little extra. If you don't get lost, I'll rip your tongue out." Just then, Long Quan suddenly woke up. "Little Wu Yang, what interesting activities do we have today?" Hearing this, Wu Yang immediately turned around, instantly switching back to his dramatic mode. "Your Highness, the demons in your palace are bullying me." He then started to wail, with tears and snot streaming down his face. "If you don't trust me, just kill me." Seeing this, Long Quan quickly embraced him and shouted to everyone, I, Long Quan, hereby declare, from this day forward, you are my human Wang Fei. Hearing this, the demonic beasts all knelt and bowed to the princess. A moment later, Wu Yang, using her status as princess, stole the key to Long Quan's treasury. She could now go and retrieve the recording mirror. Arriving at the treasury, Wu Yang was immediately shocked. Many demonic beasts were imprisoned there. The beasts all reached out to Wu Yang, pleading, save us. Let me out, please. Just as Wu Yang was about to approach them, the snake demon blocked her path. This is Long Quan's beast treasury. What are you doing here, princess? Are you here to sell them? Wu Yang coldly replied, my target is the recording mirror. I have no interest in you. She then held up the key and said, this is the key to all the cages. Let them out. You're free. These words stunned the snake demon. Just as the snake demon was about to take the key, Long Quan suddenly appeared and unleashed a wave of energy at Wu Yang. Little Wu Yang, I gave you the honor of being my princess, and you betray me. In her desperation, Wu Yang immediately crushed something in her hand. Long Quan choked Wu Yang's neck and yelled, you've truly broken my heart. I might as well sell you too. Wu Yang was choked and struggled to breathe. It's all right, she thought. The poison I made should be taking effect soon. The next second, Long Quan's grip loosened. He looked at Wu Yang, trembling, and demanded, what did you do to me? Why can't I use my spiritual power? Wu Yang sneered at him. You've been poisoned by my special concoction. Not only will your spiritual power fade, but you'll also be under my control. But you're so cruel, I wouldn't even dirty my hands controlling you. Having said that, she immediately released the trapped demonic beasts. They instantly surrounded Long Quan with ferocious expressions. Long Quan was terrified and shouted at Wu Yang's retreating figure, spare my life. I'll do anything. Wu Yang waved her hand dismissively, her expression icy. You disgust me. She turned and left. Before she left, the snake demon called out to her, saying that he had seen a handsome young man being tortured in the desolate graveyard by the recording mirror. Wu Yang quickly thanked him and hurried off. Wu Yang arrived at the desolate graveyard and sighed in relief upon seeing Long Chun. Long Chun immediately embraced her. Let me hold you. Wu Yang was momentarily stunned. Long Chun. She felt that Long Chun was somehow different. She couldn't quite put her finger on it. Long Chun explained to Wu Yang that he had maintained his sanity only by thinking of her, preventing him from being consumed by resentment. Wu Yang didn't notice Long Chun's cold eyes. In truth, he wasn't Long Chun, but the resentment itself. The resentment had only one thought, to kill this woman. Then Long Chun's heart would shatter, and the body would be completely his. Just as he was about to strike, his body suddenly froze. Long Chun had emerged and taken control. The resentment was shocked. He had clearly devoured Long Chun, yet he still had the strength to interfere. Wu Yang leaned against Long Chun's chest. She thought about her time in Long Quan's palace and how she had constantly worried about Long Chun and Linger. Perhaps she loved Long Chun. A moment later, the resentment looked at his hand, a triumphant look on his face. I have control again. The next second, Wu Yang threw him over her shoulder. With a thud, the resentment crashed to the ground. Wu Yang pulled out a dagger and glared at him. I'll kill you. Just as the dagger was about to plunge down, Long Chun suddenly sat up and grabbed her wrist. He looked at her with immense tenderness. Wu Yang, it's me. I'm back. How do I know it's really you? Unless you tell me the identity of the black-robed youth who followed me all those years ago. Long Chun sighed and admitted it was him. Wu Yang was overjoyed. It really is you. Meanwhile, a fox demon was frantically beating the city gate drum, shouting, by order of the prince, emergency lockdown. Wu Yang listened to the drumbeat. 2 short beats, 1 long. It was the signal for Emerald Valley. Long Chen knew that Long Yu had sensed his advancement to the integration realm and clearly didn't want him entering the city. He then told Wu Yang that his enemy was only Long Yu. Attacking the city would harm innocents, and he didn't want that. Wu Yang quickly reassured him, saying she would handle it. Meanwhile, Long Yu was completely surprised that Long Chun was not only alive, but had also increased his cultivation level. Just then, a small demon rushed forward to report that the city gates had been opened. Long Yu was shocked and demanded to know which traitor had opened the gates. He had ordered an immediate lockdown. The small demon quickly replied, it was Prince Long Quan who ordered the gates opened. Long Yu seethed with anger. That foolish brother of mine. He's good for nothing. Looking for him. The next second, Wu Yang tossed Long Quan at his feet. Long Yu quickly helped him up. Looking at his brother, now reduced to a babbling idiot, he was astonished. Brother, what happened? Wu Yang raised an eyebrow and sneered. I just threw him into the beast treasury. I didn't expect him to be so fragile. Hearing this, Long Yu flew into a rage. "You human demon, I'll kill you." The next second, Long Chun stepped in front of him. "Long Yu, your opponent is me. You're nothing but a forced pure blood, unlike me, a true-born dragon." Long Yu looked at him with disdain. Long Chun snorted. "We'll see who's stronger." What followed was a battle between the two dragons. A moment later, a loud bang echoed. Long Yu was knocked directly onto his chair. He looked at Long Chun in disbelief. "How could a half-blood like you defeat me?" Watching Long Chun approach him with his sword, Long Yu became instantly terrified, his voice trembling. "You can't kill me." Then, remembering his young son was still in his hands, he regained his composure. "Your son is still in my hands. If you don't want your son to die, kneel down and apologize." Long Chen frowned. "I'd rather become a widow. You can search this place thoroughly. You're bound to find Linger." Just as Long Chun was about to strike, Wu Yong quickly stopped him, whispering in his ear for a long while. Long Chen looked at him suspiciously. Wu Yong assured him to leave it to him. Long Chun sheathed his sword and nodded. "I entrust Long Yu's punishment to you." Watching Wu Yong approach, Long Yu began to tremble all over. "A mere human woman." Wu Yong sneered. "It's a pity that this mere human woman holds your highness's life in her hands." "Your highness, do you know about the gilded man torture? Scalding molten copper poured down, skin pierced like by knives, a fate worse than death, suffocated alive within the metal." Hearing this, Long Yu recoiled in fear. Wu Yong continued. "There are plenty of tortures that can make your life a living hell without needing any clever tricks. You'd better tell me where she is, otherwise." Long Yu, already terrified, said he would talk, but Wu Yong had to swear an oath first, fearing they would harm him after he revealed the information. Wu Yong immediately swore an oath. "What's so difficult about that? I, Shangwan Wu Yong, the Dianu of the Shangwan family, swear. If I break this oath, may I be struck down by heaven." Wu Yong dared to swear this oath because they were not the real Shangwan Wu Yong. Hearing this, Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief and told them that Ling had disappeared in the depths of Dragon Valley. Inwardly, however, he had already decided to kill them both once he regained his power. After Long Yu finished speaking, Wu Yong immediately stepped aside. "Long Chun, I've finished questioning him. You can do it now." As soon as the words left their mouth, Long Chun drew his sword and pierced Long Yu before he could react. After dealing with Long Yu, Wu Yong urged Long Chun to hurry to Dragon Valley, worried about Linger. Deep within Dragon Valley, the Dragon King, Long Yao, was cultivating. Suddenly, he sensed the Azure Dragon bloodline approaching. He immediately opened his eyes and saw a golden egg not far away. Inside, a child was constantly calling for their mother. Linger was unaware of the danger. Above her in the tree, a large python was coiled, following her movements. Just as the python opened its jaws to swallow the egg, a boom echoed, and a surge of spiritual energy struck it, causing it to bleed from its head. Long Yao looked at the egg and laughed heartily. "It truly is my Azure Dragon bloodline. Though young, their talent is formidable. The revival of our beast clan is within reach." He then repeatedly tapped on the egg, trying to get Linger to come out, but to no avail. Suddenly, Long Yao sensed two auras approaching him. At the same time, after dealing with a strange demonic beast, Wu Yong couldn't help but complain. They hadn't expected such a place to exist deep within Dragon Valley. The deeper they went, the more dangerous it became. At that moment, the vines ahead suddenly parted. Wu Yong was about to enter when Long Chun pulled them back. Long Chun frowned. "It tried to trap us here before, and now it suddenly opens up. I'm afraid it's a trap." Wu Yong immediately insisted on going in, saying Linger might be ahead. Seeing Wu Yang's persistence, Long Chun said he would go first. He then transformed into his true form, coiling his dragon tail around Wu Yong, who remarked that this would help them avoid many demonic beasts. This was Wu Yang's first time seeing Long Chen's true form, and they thought he looked quite handsome. They then sat on his back. Being their first time, Wu Yong felt a little nervous and unconsciously tightened their legs. After a while, Long Chun, finding it a bit unbearable, told Wu Yong not to squeeze so tight, as it was difficult for him to concentrate on flying. Hearing this, Wu Yong felt a little embarrassed and slowly relaxed. A short while later, they stopped upon seeing a group of megaliths. Wu Yong was shocked that such a place would have a megalithic structure. Just then, a voice echoed, "Humans and human cultivators are not welcome here." Long Yao slowly approached them, looking at them and asking, "I sense my son is dead. Was it you?" Long Chun quickly shielded Wu Yong, looking at the figure ahead and admitting to killing Long Yu. Long Yao looked at Long Chun, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity with his face. Yao Yao's son. You're Yao Yao's son, all grown up. I'm your grandfather. Saying this, Long Yao excitedly leaped down. He embraced Long Chun. Long Chun calmly told him that he was the one who killed his son. Long Yao laughed. That useless son kept me in prison here. I don't need an unfilial son like that. Then he said he could sense the pure snow power within Long Chun and wanted to pass the throne to him. He then walked towards Wu Yang with an icy glare. As for this woman, we don't need her. Long Chun quickly pulled Wu Yang into his arms and firmly declared, Wu Yang is the woman I've chosen. She's also the mother of my child. I can't abandon her. Long Yao snorted, saying Long Chun was hopeless. What good offspring can a cultivator produce? Just then, Long Yao suddenly sensed something happening with the egg. Without a word, he immediately went to check. Seeing this, Long Chun and Wu Yang followed closely behind. Long Yao stared at the empty stone slab, shocked. My egg. Where's my huge egg? Long Chun quickly asked him where his son was. Long Yao was completely incredulous. How can a cultivator give birth to such a powerful azure dragon bloodline? Wu Yang glared at him. I'm his mother. Do you even need to question that? Wu Yang was very angry. Long Chun quickly comforted her, saying Linger should be nearby. Then, Wu Yang started calling out for Ling. Suddenly, an egg rolled towards Wu Yang's feet. Wu Yang immediately picked it up and anxiously asked, Linga, is that you? How did you become an egg? Long Yao explained from the side, it's no use. I've tried to wake him, but he refuses to hatch. The next second, a cracking sound rang out. Mother, Linger, transformed into a small azure dragon, hatched from the egg. Long Yao was utterly shocked by the sight. The little guy who wouldn't come out no matter how much I knocked, actually hatched on his own. Wu Yang looked at the small azure dragon in her hands with a complicated expression. Linger, you've transformed into a dragon. Linger nodded. Maybe the spiritual energy here is just right for me. Mother, don't you like this form? Then how about this? He immediately transformed back into his human form. The next second, Long Chun scooped him up into his arms. Don't run around naked in front of your mother. Linger looked down at himself and muttered, fine. At that moment, Long Yao called Long Chun over, saying he had something to discuss with him privately. Your offspring's talent surpasses yours. I'm willing to pass the Beast Clan throne to you. But there's a condition. Long Chun, thinking that the Beast Clan throne would make things easier, asked what the condition was. Long Yao slowly said, you and that woman must have 10 more children. A moment later, Wu Yang asked Long Chun what Long Yao had said to him. Long Chun remembered Long Yao calling him useless and hadn't yet clarified things with Wu Yang. He'd said that by Long Chun's age, he already had 2 sons. Thinking of this, Long Chun coughed awkwardly and said nothing. Then, Long Yao squatted down and affectionately picked up Linger. He then told Long Chun, you've stayed here long enough. It's time to leave. He then handed a jade pendant to Linger, saying it was a gift for him. Linger happily accepted it and asked, aren't you coming with us? The outside world is so much fun. Long Yao smiled and shook his head. After saying goodbye to Long Yao, Linger showed the jade pendant he'd received to Wu Yang. Wu Yang was shocked. This is the longevity jade pendant, a symbol of the Beast Clan's ruler. Long Quan and Long Yu tried so hard to get it, but they couldn't. Long Chun was equally shocked. With this jade pendant, he was the rightful ruler of the Beast Clan. He hadn't expected Long Yao to actually give it to Linger. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Long Chun quickly asked Wu Yang. He even told you about the longevity jade pendant. What else did you talk about? Wu Yang teased, are you jealous? Then Wu Yang returned the jade pendant to Ling. Let's go back. Now that we have Long Yao's inheritance, we need to lift his confinement. Linger nodded happily. Long Yao, aware of their reason for returning, looked at them with disdain. The barrier that traps me here, I can't even break it myself. Just you. Wu Yang then noticed the writing on the stone. This barrier can only be lifted by those with cultivation below the Yuanian realm. She suddenly understood. So there was a barrier on the mirror. No wonder we couldn't break it. However, Wu Yang was also happy because her cultivation was below the Yuanian realm. Just as she was about to step forward, Long Chun grabbed her wrist, not wanting her to rush into danger. Wu Yang looked at him and reassured him, I know what I'm doing. The next second, she was sucked into the barrier. Looking at the scene before her, Wu Yang found it quite interesting. The barrier had read her memories and simulated a modern setting. Meanwhile, in a palace, the White Tiger Clan Queen, Bai Lin, sat on her throne, looking down at the demonic beasts below. She coldly declared, the Azure Dragon lineage has declined. You should seek a new ruler. She then addressed the Azure Dragon elders. Most of them are trapped in the valley's caves. The Azure Dragon lineage has fallen. The throne belongs to my White Tiger Clan now. The demonic beasts knelt and bowed, hailing the new Beast Clan monarch. Wu Yang entered an abandoned factory. Sensing something amiss, he immediately leaped up, drew his gun, and fired a barrage of shots at the figures below. Looking at the unconscious figures, Wu Yang scoffed. These simulated small fries still think they can touch me. Naive. After dealing with them, Wu Yang thought about how he needed to destroy this barrier quickly. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his head. When the pain subsided and he opened his eyes, he had forgotten what he was supposed to do. He only knew his name was Zhu Yu. In the hospital, the doctor told him he was probably overworked and needed rest. He said he'd already earned 10 billion. Zhu Yu was stunned. 10 billion. Me. The doctor nodded, adding that he also had a famous actor boyfriend. Zhu Yu was even more shocked. At the ward's entrance, a man holding a bouquet attracted the attention of many women, who speculated that a proposal was imminent. The next moment, Zhu Yu's actor boyfriend entered, saw him, and knelt down. Zhu Yu, you're sick, but my heart remains unchanged. Will you marry me? He knelt on one knee. Zhu Yu was surprised. After the initial surprise, he felt a strange sense of déjà vu. Then, Zhu Yu stood up, bent down, and asked, "What's your name? Why don't you have long hair?" The actor looked at him, bewildered. Zhu Yu told him to grow his hair out before proposing again, then turned and left. In Dragon Valley, Long Chun and Ling Er stood before the megaliths, waiting for Wu Yang to emerge. Long Yao looked at Long Chun and said calmly, "He can't come out. Several of my low-level subordinates went in and were trapped by the barrier, never to return." Long Chun and Ling Er's expressions remained determined. They both believed Wu Yang would come out. Long Yao suddenly asked, "What will you do if Shangguan Wu Yang doesn't come out?" Long Chun simply replied, "Nothing." Long Yao nodded in satisfaction. It seems Chun'er's feelings aren't that deep. That's good. It'll prevent him from repeating his mother's tragic fate. The next moment, Long Chun quickly added, "I'll abandon my cultivation and go in after him." Without Wu Yang, even the highest cultivation is useless. Long Yao was startled. This level of lovesickness was exactly like his mother's. He quickly scolded him for being foolish. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, Zhu Yu punched the barrier, shattering it. He remembered. His name was Wu Yang. He had Long Chun and Ling Er. Wu Yang yelled, "Quickly undo the barrier, or I'll smash this damn place." Moments later, the surrounding illusion began to dissipate. Hearing he was going to smash it, the barrier spirit appeared anxiously. "Don't smash it. Don't smash it. Read my memories. Don't destroy this illusion." Wu Yang immediately grabbed its face, glaring fiercely. The barrier spirit cried out, begging for its life. It explained that the illusion was fake. But if you don't expose it, can't your search for them be real? Master Cultivator, you can obtain everything you desire within the illusion. Seeing Wu Yang's expression change, the barrier spirit thought it had succeeded. As long as his resolve wavered, he would become nourishment for the barrier. The thought excited it. "What I want, I will obtain myself." Wu Yang looked at it with unwavering determination. The next moment, the spiritual energy within the barrier began to surge into Wu Yang's body. He was astonished. The barrier spirit rushed to his shoulder, hitting him and crying, "Give back the spiritual energy I painstakingly collected." Wu Yang scoffed and, with a wave of his hand, flung it off his shoulder. Wu Yang sensed an opportunity for a breakthrough and quickly sat down in meditation. With a boom, the megalith shattered. Wu Yang slowly emerged. Ling Er, recognizing her mother, ran towards him excitedly. Wu Yang embraced her. Ling Er cried, "I knew mother could break the barrier." Wu Yang chuckled, "You're so grown up, yet you're still crying." Suddenly, Wu Yang felt tired, likely due to absorbing the barrier's energy and advancing in cultivation. Just as he was about to faint, Long Chun quickly supported him. "Wu Yang, congratulations on your breakthrough. Your internal spiritual energy is chaotic and needs to be regulated." Long Chun's words were laced with innuendo. Wu Yang pushed him away. "Thank you. I can manage it myself." Long Chun's expression instantly dimmed. Moments later, Wu Yang looked triumphantly at Long Yao. "Beast King, let's go together." The group arrived at the inner palace. Ling Er tugged at Wu Yang's sleeve, puzzled. "Why does the atmosphere feel so strange? There's no one to welcome us." Just then, the snake demon darted out from behind a pillar, anxiously saying, "Master Shangguan, Prince Long Chun, leave quickly." In the next second, his neck was ensnared by a golden thread. Bai Lin looked at them coldly and said, "Master of the Dragon Abyss Pavilion, Long Chun, are you not going to bow before the queen of the Beast Clan?" The scene froze. Long Chun asked indifferently, "Who are you?" Wu Yang whispered to his son, "Although your father is of the Beast Clan, I'm really not familiar with the Beast Clan's complete history." Ling Er nodded in agreement. Bai Lin explained that she was Bai Lin, born of the storm, queen of the White Tiger clan, guardian of the entire Dragon Valley, lord of the demonic Beast Forest, and the newly appointed Beast Clan monarch. Wu Yang rubbed his temples, speechless. I suspect you're transmigrator. Ling Er, completely bewildered, asked her mother what transmigrator meant. Does mother want to skin her and make a coat? Wu Yang looked at Long Chun curiously, wondering how he would respond. Long Chun simply said coldly, I am Long Chun. In the next second, Wu Yang pinched his cheek and asked playfully, who are you really? Are you and Bai Lin in some sort of niece and uncle rivalry? The next moment, Long Chun gazed lovingly at Wu Yang. Titles are nothing but external things. The only one I love is you. This thoroughly enraged Bai Lin, who angrily rebuked, I'm the main character here. If you don't bow before this queen, then I'll kill this snake demon. She then tightened the golden thread in her hand, only to find the other end empty. Wu Yang rushed to the snake demon and asked if he was alright. This action completely infuriated Bai Lin. A mere nascent soul, human dares to act arrogant before me, a white tiger. Saying this, she channeled her spiritual power, revealing her spirit, severing realm cultivation. Wu Yang was fearless. Although I'm only at the nascent soul stage, what do you have to fear when Long Chun is at the body integration stage? These words delighted Long Chun. Wu Yang was relying on him. Bai Lin sneered and clapped her hands. Come out. The next moment, many Beast Clan generals appeared in the palace. Bai Lin said disdainfully, with so many Beast Clan generals, what can you do even if you are a body integration stage expert? Seeing everyone arrive, Wu Yang became even more delighted. Long Chun took out the jade pendant, saying as he patted Wu Yang's body, searching for something, completely oblivious to the change in Long Chun's expression. Finding the jade pendant, Wu Yang held it high. Do you all recognize this? Upon seeing the longevity jade pendant, the Beast Clan generals immediately knelt down. The longevity jade pendant. To see the longevity jade pendant is to see the Beast Clan monarch. We greet our monarch. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual power rushed towards Wu Yang. Long Chun quickly scooped him up in a princess carry to dodge the attack. He looked at Bai Lin coldly and questioned, you want to steal the jade pendant? The future is changing. The previous Beast King is gone. The new Beast King should set the new rules for the Beast Clan. The longevity jade pendant should be abolished. He looked as if he was about to attack. Just then, the dog general stepped in front of her. No, the longevity jade pendant is the symbol of successive monarchs. As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed and died. The Beast Clan generals were shocked. Bai Lin had killed the dog general with a single move. Bai Lin looked at everyone coldly. Does anyone else have any doubts about my words? Asked the 18 White Tiger warriors behind me. So what if you have the inherited jade pendant? Strength determines who has the final say. As soon as she finished speaking, a giant azure dragon appeared before her. I heard there are members of the Beast Clan who don't recognize my longevity jade pendant. Seeing the sudden appearance of the azure dragon monarch and the various elders, Bai Lin felt a surge of fear. However, remembering her 18 white tiger warriors and the saying the waves behind drive on those before she was about to summon them when she glanced back and saw the 18 warriors had abruptly transformed into their beast forms. The next second, Bai Lin quickly knelt down. I, Bai Lin, on behalf of the White Tiger clan, acknowledge Long Chun's status as monarch. In the following days, Long Chun had to deal with the succession matters and the mess within the Beast Clan. The Yu Clan's village was constantly harassed by the Weasel Clan, almost to the point of extinction. Long Chun was at a loss as to how to resolve the issue. Wu Yang, by his side, helped him by explaining that the two clans were natural enemies. He suggested that Long Chun simply separate them and not let them live as neighbors. As sounds of playful banter drifted in from outside the window, Long Chun and Wu Yang looked over. They saw Ling Er playing happily with Long Yao and the Grand Elder. Long Chun suddenly looked utterly despondent. Wu Yang, my heart feels so unbalanced. Wu Yang, watching Long Yao playing so cheerfully outside, was also filled with resentment. A short while later, Wu Yang pulled Long Chun into the room, saying he wanted to show him something. Wu Yang sat on the edge of the bed with a worried expression. Because he had absorbed the spiritual energy within the mirror, he had indeed leveled up, but his body had also started exhibiting some abnormalities. He wanted Long Chun, whose cultivation was higher than his, to take a look. Long Chun, looking robust, smirked. Seeing how Wu Yang had been working hard these past few days dealing with the Beast Clan's mess, he said, the thing you want to show me. Let's draw the curtains and examine it carefully. He then proceeded to draw the curtains closed. Just as Wu Yang was about to explain that Long Chun had misunderstood his meaning, his mouth was sealed shut by Long Chun using spiritual power. Wu Yang trembled with anger. This guy had actually sealed his voice. He was clearly planning to take advantage of the situation. Long Chun pressed his forehead against Wu Yang's and slowly said, "As expected, it's still unfortunate." Wu Yang was very puzzled by what he meant by no. The next second, Long Chun unsealed his voice and asked him, "What do you want to show me? Tell me." Wu Yang immediately punched him and said angrily, "Were you just thinking something devious? Let me give you a punch first." Linger, who was playing outside, heard a bang from inside the house and immediately ran over. Long Yao immediately grabbed her. Children shouldn't get involved in adult matters. Linger quickly said she had to go see. What if mother and father start fighting? Long Yao smiled slyly. It would be great if they fought. Maybe you'll have a little brother in a while. Wu Yang undid the clothes on his back and said to Long Chun, "As you can see, the flow of my spiritual energy has become like this. My realm rises and falls, very unstable." He immediately straightened his clothes. Long Chun, unafraid of death, said from behind, "I didn't see it clearly. Do it again." As expected, Wu Yang was about to explode. Long Chun quickly said, "The realm improvement caused by absorbing stagnant spiritual energy is a false improvement. You later refused my request to Shuli Lingma, so you couldn't retain the spiritual energy." Wu Yang immediately understood. This result was the same as his guess. He then asked Long Chun to go with him to find Zhu Lin. Long Chun was shocked. Zhu Lin is in the Beast Clan territory. Wu Yang explained, "The trouble he stirred up, how could he be willing to wait outside? He must be in a tavern somewhere in the Beast Clan territory." The demonic beasts looked at the reopened tavern and were very happy because there were no other businesses for 10 miles around. But there was only a shop. The owner, Liao, was also very excited. She said, "Thanks to the new Beast Clan Lord, not only were those of us captured beastmen released, but he also ordered people to retrieve the beastmen who had already been sold." The demonic beasts nodded in agreement, praising the new Lord as a good Lord. Just then, Liao walked over to a person wearing a bamboo hat and asked if he liked the food. This person was Zhu Lin. Zhu Lin didn't speak. Liao looked at him and suddenly said, "Customer, are you from the Yu clan?" Zhu Lin was stunned. He then explained that he was just a distant relative of the Yu clan and couldn't be considered a major clan of the Beast clan. Liao smiled and said, "The other day, the Lord resolved a major issue between the Yu clan and the Weasel clan. To express their gratitude, the Yu clan presented their clan's Ji Bao to the Lord." Upon hearing this, Zhu Lin snorted coldly. Those two wouldn't do this for nothing. They must have ulterior motives. By the time Zhu Lin reacted and got up to leave, Long Chun was already standing in front of him. He held a feather and raised an eyebrow at Zhu Lin. "If I hadn't borrowed a treasure from the Yu clan, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known that boss Zhu Lin had returned to the Beast clan territory." Hearing this, Zhu Lin quickly denied it. "What Yu clan? It's just a group of feather trainers from our Zhu K branch." Then, not wanting to waste any more words, he waved his hand and scattered a handful of powder. The demonic beasts were instantly blinded. Zhu Lin tried to escape. Long Chun just watched calmly from behind and didn't chase after him. Just when he thought he was about to escape successfully, Wu Yang stood on the roof, blocking his path. "Boss Zhu Lin, you can't leave today." Zhu Lin looked up at him and shouted, "A cultivator with an unstable realm dares to block me. Do you know that I am at the pre-integration stage cultivation level?" Hearing this, Wu Yang's face showed indifference. "Today, I helped Long Chun organize the ancestral records and discovered that the Zhu K clan moved out of Dragon Valley a long time ago. You are acting suspiciously." Speaking of this, Wu Yang pointed at him and shouted, "You can't appear in the Beast Clan territory openly." Zhu Lin instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He had been guessed correctly. However, he wasn't afraid at all. He quickly formed hand seals, looking at Wu Yang with incredibly cold eyes. "Miss Shangwan, I had no intention of harming you. If you keep digging, don't blame me for being ruthless." Wu Yang quickly retreated and said quickly, "Whether you're ruthless or not is up to you. Anyway, I have a way to deal with you without using any spiritual energy." The next second, a horn appeared in his hand. "Someone come." The Zhu K clan is actually trying to attack the Beast King's wife. At the same time, Linger was also running around with a horn, shouting, "Someone come. Someone come." The Zhu K clan is bullying the Beast King's wife. The Li Nu clan was instantly enraged. What kind of bird clan dares to bully the Beast King's wife? Let's string him up. The Snake clan's snake women also immediately led their clansmen there. "Miss Wu Yang has shown kindness to our clan. Whoever bullies her is against our Snake clan." Led by Long Yao, the Elder Council also rushed over angrily. The Beast clan members gathered outside the courtyard, all very excited. "Get him! Get him!" Just listening to the sounds outside, Zhu Lin's face darkened. At this time, Wu Yong still didn't know the seriousness of the matter and looked at Zhu Lin smugly. I seem to have overdone it. Zhu Lin, realizing what had happened, cursed at Wu Yong. You idiot. You big dummy. So many Beast clan members crowded together, so emotionally charged. Do you know what consequences this will cause? Unable to bear such insults, Wu Yong retorted angrily. What do you mean afterwards? You're the one who brought me to the Beast clan territory. You bear half the responsibility. She roared, who's afraid of shouting. I'm not scared of you. Just then, Long Chun urged Wu Yong to leave quickly, saying it wasn't safe to stay. When Beast clan members gather excitedly, they unconsciously emit a scent that agitates their kin. That's why they usually live scattered and in small groups. With that, Long Chun grabbed Wu Yang's hand, saying he would take her away and she could deal with Zhu Lin later. But Wu Yong refused, saying if Zhu Lin escaped, it would be difficult to catch him again. Just as Zhu Lin transformed into a phoenix to escape, Wu Yong grabbed his tail tightly. Zhu Lin urged her to let go, promising to give her whatever she wanted later. Wu Yong quickly said she needed Zhu Lin's vermilion bird fire, adding that his words were empty promises. What if he ran away? She insisted on a guarantee. Helpless, Zhu Lin gave her a feather, saying it contained his essence. He told her to take it to the auction house to find him later. Wu Yong finally let go, shouting after Zhu Lin's retreating figure, "If you don't keep your promise, I curse you to lose all your feathers." Long Chun then quickly transformed into his dragon form and took Wu Yong to a deserted place. Wu Yong was happy, saying they were safe for now and could leave once everyone calmed down. Just then, Long Chun suddenly embraced her, saying, "Wu Yong, I feel terrible." Wu Yong then remembered that Long Chun was also a beast and asked if he was affected by the scent. The next second, Long Chun pushed her away, saying, "Don't come near me. I don't want to use you as a tool." But his hand, gripping hers, didn't loosen. Wu Yong said softly, "Then let go of my hand." As soon as she spoke, Long Chun released her hand and ran off. Wu Yong was left bewildered. She didn't know how much the scent affected Long Chun, as it had only been 10 days since he became a pure-blooded beast. Long Yao, with Ling'er, found Wu Yong. Wu Yong was overjoyed to see they were both all right. Long Yao said smugly that his wife had been dead for many years, so if he were still affected by the scent, he deserved to be ridiculed. Wu Yong quickly explained that Long Chun seemed to be affected by the scent and asked if there was a way to counteract it. Long Yao sighed, explaining that Beast clan members received scent training from a young age. Long Chun, having grown up elsewhere, naturally lacked experience in dealing with it. He then said seriously this could lead to a significant drop in his cultivation level or even paralysis. Whatever happens, Ling'er is already the heir. Long Yao appeared indifferent towards the end. Ling'er quickly protested, saying she didn't want to inherit the Beast King's throne. She only wanted her father. Wu Yong immediately asked if there was any way to help Long Chun. Long Yao said there was, then added, "You're not his wife, so why do you care?" Wu Yong struggled to breathe under the pressure. She explained that besides being his wife, she had many other connections with him and couldn't bear to see him suffer. Long Yao then whispered something in Wu Yang's ear. Meanwhile, Long Chun stood alone on the lake's surface, struggling to suppress the impulses within him. Wu Yong gradually approached him. The moment Long Chun saw Wu Yong, his antennae began to emerge. He still tried to suppress it, urging Wu Yong to leave. Blushing, Wu Yong caressed his cheek, saying the Beast King had taught her a method to help him overcome this. She then gently touched his forehead. In the next instant, Long Chun reverted to his original form. Wu Yong softly said, "Let's begin." Just as Long Chun thought Wu Yong was about to perform dual cultivation with him in his dragon form, she pulled out a pair of gloves from somewhere and put them on. She then proceeded to vigorously pet Long Chun. Screams echoed through the forest. One day, when Wu Yong was about to leave, Ling'er asked if she was really going. She said Long Yao had been so kind to them, couldn't they stay? Wu Yong explained that this wasn't her home, so she had to leave. However, she told Ling'er that this was Long Chen's home, and he could stay. Hearing this, Ling'er hugged Wu Yong, pleading with her not to leave. She said if her mother left, she would leave too. Ling'er then asked if she should say goodbye to her father. Wu Yong shook her head, saying Long Chun was busy with official duties and shouldn't be disturbed. Ling'er nodded thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Long Chun was swamped with work in his study, dealing with Beast Clan matters. Long Yao sat beside him, leisurely sipping tea, inwardly relieved that he had quickly passed on the kingship. Otherwise, it would have been him stuck in this exhausting position. Just then, Long Yao's attendant arrived to report that the Beast Queen and the young prince had left Dragon Valley. Long Yao, who was standing to the side, was so startled he spat out his tea. Then, Ling'er handed him a letter, saying it was found in the room. Long Chun took the envelope and opened it. It was a letter from Linger. Inside was a drawing with a marked route. Next to it was written, "This is the route we're taking. Daddy, hurry and chase us." Long Chun immediately ran out. "Grandpa, you can handle the coronation ceremony. I'm going after Wu Yang." Long Yao was stunned. He had just been called Grandpa. Once he realized what happened, Long Yao roared after Long Chun, "Even if you call me Grandpa, I'm not going to handle your coronation for you. You brat, get back here." Meanwhile, Wu Yang and Linger were already on a busy street, hearing a demon beast shouting while holding a piece of paper, "Extra, extra. The Dragon Abyss sect master is the new Beast Clan monarch." Wu Yang couldn't help but sigh. Soon, news of Long Chen's ascension to the throne will spread across the entire continent. Linger quickly asked, "Daddy will be rich and powerful. He'll have tons of women chasing after him. Won't Mommy be worried?" Wu Yang frowned and thought, "I wouldn't do that." The next second, his hand was taken. Long Chen looked at him affectionately and said, "It's okay. I only like Wu Yang." Wu Yang looked at him and was about to speak when Wu Yang, a clear, cold male voice called from behind him. Wu Yang turned and shouted excitedly, "Li Yu." He then rushed towards him, completely forgetting about Long Chun. Li Yu looked at him with indulgence. "You still haven't gotten rid of your impulsive habit. I told you to call me Master." Wu Yang obediently called out, "Master." Watching their intimacy from behind, Long Chun was filled with jealousy, staring intently at the two. Wu Yang told Li Yu he was going to the auction house and asked if he wanted to go. Li Yu paused, then said indifferently, "I'm just accompanying someone." Long Chun was completely stunned. Li Yu, it was him. It turned out that years ago, after Long Chun and his mother were captured by the Medicine King sect, the Medicine King sect master held a dagger to Long Chen's horn, saying he would use it for medicine. Long Chen's mother quickly offered her own horn, begging them to spare her son. Just then, Li Yu, an elder of the Medicine King sect, appeared. The other demons praised Li Yu as the Medicine King sect's genius alchemist, saying that it was thanks to him that the sect remained strong. Long Chun then realized that he too was an evil alchemist who used beastkin as medicinal slaves. He broke free from the demon beast holding him and rushed towards Li Yu with a ferocious look, "I'll kill you." But before he could get close to Li Yu, he stopped, his body bound by red threads wielded by a wolf demon. The wolf demon immediately knelt and said, "Master Li Yu, we failed to control the medicine slave. We apologize for letting him escape and disturb you." Li Yu glanced at Long Chun and said indifferently, "It's fine. Just discipline him properly." After that, Long Chun escaped from the Medicine King sect and established the Dragon Abyss sect. He managed to find out that Li Yu was in the Rat Leader's territory. However, the Rat Leader's territory was protected by barriers harmful to the Rat clan, preventing him from approaching. Thinking of this, Long Chun was filled with rage. He glared at Li Yu and roared, "You were the one who refined the 5th grade pill back then. I will kill you." With a roar, Long Chun summoned Long Shi. Seeing this, Li Yu couldn't help but praise him inwardly. His cultivation has increased so quickly. Long Shi drew closer and closer. At this rate, his master would be seriously injured. Wu Yang immediately stepped in front of Li Yu and shouted, "Long Chun, stop." Seeing this, Long Chun forcibly withdrew Long Shi. He stood before Wu Yang, his face full of hurt. "You've gone this far for him. Who is he to you?" Wu Yang explained that Li Yu was his master, the one who taught him how to survive in this world. "I can't let you hurt him. So you can't hurt him, but you can hurt me." Long Chen's voice choked with emotion towards the end. He then turned and left dejectedly. Linger immediately shouted at Wu Yang, even though Daddy was wrong to suddenly attack. "Mommy is too biased. I'm going after Daddy." Realizing she couldn't fly, Linger tugged on Wu Yang's sleeve, asking him to carry her to Long Chun. Thinking of Long Chen's dejected figure as he turned to leave, Wu Yang panicked. He immediately bid farewell to Li Yu, saying he had something to do and had to leave. He then quickly chased after Long Chun with Ling. Just then, a burst of spiritual energy shot towards the pair in the air. Li Yu quickly raised his hand and turned. He coldly addressed the black-robed figure behind him. "I agreed to go to Dragon Valley with you. I didn't say you could attack my disciple." Miao Yin, the holy maiden of the Righteous Path sect's divine hall, smiled, silently guarding him from behind like this. "That you can't compare to that Dragon Abyss sect master, can you?" Li Yu walked ahead, saying coldly, "Wu Yang and I are just master and disciple. You don't need to tell me what to do." Miao Yin quickly waved her hands, indicating she wouldn't say anything more. Then, looking at Li Yu's retreating figure, a sneer crept onto her lips. Throughout the journey, Li Yu had been like a jade statue, only showing signs of life around Wu Yang. Miao Yin was truly anticipating Li Yu's downfall. Wu Yang and Linger chased after Long Chun to the Three Books Pavilion. Long Chen's aura disappeared there. Linger urged her mother to hurry inside and check. Upon entering, Wu Yang saw Long Chun sitting at a desk, seemingly engrossed in a book. Wu Yang was taken aback. This method of calming down by reading was truly unique. Linger, anxiously trailing behind, urged Wu Yang to hurry up and speak to him. Long Chun was aware of their arrival. He glanced up briefly, then returned his attention to the book. Wu Yang pulled up a chair and sat beside him. This is a rather pleasant place to rest. Wu Yang initiated the conversation. Long Chun pushed a white lotus flower on the table towards Wu Yang. This flower suits you. Wu Yang stared at the white lotus, utterly bewildered. He strongly suspected Long Chun was insulting him. Long Chun then picked up the teapot and poured him some green tea. Thirsty from the journey. Have some hot tea. Wu Yang was on the verge of exploding. Suppressing his anger, he asked Long Chun what he was reading. Long Chun replied, "When I was young, my mother was a medicine slave at the Medicine King sect. She would always tell me stories, but I never saw any books. Naturally, I yearned for them later on." Wu Yang suddenly understood. His master was from the Medicine King sect. Long Chun had been wronged by the Medicine King sect, so it was no wonder he was angry with his master. Watching Long Chun slowly close his eyes and fall asleep, Wu Yang, fearing he would catch a chill, draped a nearby cloak over him. Wu Yang was conflicted. He didn't know how to talk to Long Chun about it, as Li Yu had shown him great kindness. It was Li Yu who had helped him integrate into this world. After a while, Long Chun opened his eyes. Seeing no one beside him, his expression turned desolate. As expected, he wasn't the one who would be chosen. A moment later, Wu Yang returned with Linger. Seeing Long Chun awake, he asked, "Did you sleep well? We should go find Zhu Lin to add fire," Wu Yang continued. The moment Long Chun saw Wu Yang, his eyes lit up. He stood and walked towards Wu Yang excitedly. Wu Yang took his hand and said solemnly, "Out of principle, I can't stand by and watch you attack my master. Long Chun, I hope you understand." Long Chun slowly nodded. He figured he could temporarily set aside his grievances with Li Yu, but as for his other enemies, he would eventually settle the score with them. The two then arrived at the auction house. Just as they were about to enter, they were stopped by the guards at the door. Wu Yang presented the feather Zhu Lin had given him that day. The guards immediately stepped aside respectfully, much to Wu Yang's amusement. Zhu Lin led them to the Vermilion Bird warehouse, explaining that the Vermilion Bird Heavenly Flame was within one of the 10 warehouses. Wu Yang looked at the box bound by chains. Zhu Lin teased, "If you can take it, then try." In the next second, the Vermilion Bird Heavenly Flame burst from the box and opened its eyes. Wu Yang was astonished to discover it was the Great Heavenly Flame. Seeing it leap towards another area, Wu Yang immediately raised his hand and channeled his spiritual energy. The Vermilion Bird Heavenly Flame, nimble and elusive, dodged continuously, just as it was about to escape through the opening. Long Chun quickly blocked its path. Long Chen's presence caused the Vermilion Bird Heavenly Flame to tremble. Seeing this, Zhu Lin prepared to intervene. If this continued, Shangwan Wu Yang would capture the Vermilion Bird Heavenly Flame. Just as she was about to act, Long Chun attacked her. "Shopkeeper Zhu, you're a businesswoman. Why resort to such underhanded tactics?" Long Chen's voice was icy. At that moment, Wu Yang excitedly shouted, "I caught it. I caught the Vermilion Bird Heavenly Flame." He immediately grabbed Long Chen's hand and rushed out, saying, "Let's hurry back to Yu Yang Pavilion and refine it into a pill." He completely ignored the furious Zhu Lin behind them. At Yu Yang Pavilion, Lu Xianyu and Lin were eavesdropping at the door, listening to the commotion inside. Long Chun walked over and told them not to disturb Wu Yang, explaining that he was refining the Vermilion Bird Heavenly Flame. Lu Xianyu turned and asked, "I heard you ascended the throne. What exactly happened while you were away? I'm dying of curiosity." Long Chun replied, "You're well informed." Suddenly, a boom echoed from within. Wu Yang emerged, looking delighted. He announced that his cultivation had finally broken through. After his breakthrough, Shangwan Wu Yang's appearance became even more stunning. As Wu Yang went to change clothes, Lu Xianyu informed him that Li Yu had arrived. Wu Yang immediately became anxious, worried that the two would fight. After changing, Wu Yang hurried to the main hall. Seeing both of them sitting there peacefully, without any signs of conflict, Wu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. "Lady Shangwan," a female voice called out. Wu Yang looked towards the sleeping sounds. The woman took off her hat. "I am Miaoing, the holy maiden of the Divine Hall. You are the awakened Yaoling, correct?" Wu Yang chuckled, remarking on how well-informed she was. Miaoing stated, "I not only know that you are the awakened Yaoling, but I also know that you don't belong to this world. Wu Yang's eyes widened in shock, completely stunned by this revelation. Li Yu glanced towards them. Longshan also noticed the change in Wu Yang's expression. He didn't understand what the Holy Maiden meant by not belonging to this world. Miaoying pulled Wu Yang closer, asking with a playful smile, "Are you sure we should continue this conversation?" Wu Yang immediately replied, "Of course, but not here." He invited Miaoying to the top floor of Yiyang Pavilion to talk. Before leaving, Wu Yang specifically instructed the two men not to fight. Still uneasy, he called Ling Er over and asked her to keep an eye on Long Chun and Li Yu, promising snacks in return if they didn't fight. Hearing the promise of snacks, Linger quickly assured him that she would complete the task. After Wu Yang left, the atmosphere became tense. The two men exchanged glances. Long Chun pulled Linger closer and spoke first. "Wu Yang and I are already bound as sworn brothers. Certain people shouldn't harbor any wishful thinking." Linger quickly covered his mouth, telling him not to speak. Then she looked at Li Yu and asked, "Brother Li Yu, you are my mother's master. Should I call you Grandmaster?" Li Yu smiled, his tone gentle, "As you wish." His tone, however, was noticeably colder when addressing Long Chun. Li Yu stated that as Wu Yang's elder, it was his duty to drive away any unworthy suitors. Seeing the two men exchanging increasingly sarcastic remarks, Linger became anxious. At this rate, they would soon start fighting. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She quickly told them that she, as Wu Yang's child, had the final say in who her mother's husband would be. Since her mother loved her so much, she would definitely listen to her. Linger was delighted with her plan. This way, both Li Yu and Long Chun would have to temporarily try to win her favor, leaving them no time to fight. And her mother would reward her too. Meanwhile, Wu Yang and Miaoying stood at the highest point of Yiyang Pavilion. Wu Yang, ensuring no one could eavesdrop, asked Miaoying, "What did you mean when you said I don't belong to this world?" His tone was slightly cold. Miaoying feigned fear, hugging herself. "Miss Shangwan, you're so scary. I'm frightened." She then explained that as the Holy Maiden of the Divine Hall, she naturally knew that another soul resided within this body. Looking at Wu Yang, she commented on his truthful words, noting from Li Yu and Long Chen's reactions that they seemed unaware. In the next moment, Wu Yang quickly channeled his spiritual energy. "If you intend to use this as a threat, I won't let you off easily." Miaoying's lips curled into a smile. One should have the proper attitude when asking for a favor. "I know this, and I have a favor to ask." She then explained that she wanted leverage to help Wu Yang return home and asked Wu Yang to accompany her to Jinfa sect. Wu Yang was taken aback. Miaoying explained that she had received a divine revelation. To return home, she told Wu Yang, "You must go to Jinfa sect, the Eastern Sea Kingdom, and the Desolate Realm to activate formations in all 4 locations." Wu Yang felt overwhelmed. That was a lot of places to travel to. Miaoying urged him, saying that going to Jinfa sect with her would help them both. Wu Yang hesitated, looking down in silence for a long time. Miaoying sounded incredulous. "Could be you can't bear to leave that Long Chun. After all, you've been intimate with him." Wu Yang admitted that being with Long Chun had brought her unprecedented happiness. But in our world, she continued, breakups are normal. There are plenty of independent women. There's no need to be tied down to a man. Miaoying looked at her with a mixture of shock and envy. A place where women aren't bound by their husbands. How wonderful. I wish I could see it for myself. She suddenly realized why Shangwan Wu Yang was hesitant. Was it because she had developed feelings for this world? Or was it because she felt like an outsider in this world? With this thought, she told Wu Yang, "The decision is yours. I'm merely acting according to the divine revelation." Wu Yang quickly replied that she would consider the matter further. Just as Miaoying turned to leave, she suddenly remembered something. She told Wu Yang that she found Shangwan Ling endearing, but her soul was incomplete. Wu Yang's eyes widened, staring at Miaoying's back. She wondered if Miaoying's words were a trap and what the Divine Hall was planning. But as a mother, she couldn't gamble with her child's life. With this thought, she quickly called out to Miaoying, who stopped and turned back, looking at her expectantly. Wu Yang quickly asked him about Ling. "What else do you know?" Miaoying smiled and said, "Perhaps you'll find out when you activate the formation. Everything is by divine decree." Wu Yang said he would go. Then he told her an old saying from his world. "When a friend comes, there's good wine. When an enemy comes, there's a hunting rifle. You're well, I'll figure it out." Miaoying explained that, at least for now, she sincerely wanted to help him. Linger was happily enjoying snacks when she suddenly received a knock on the head. Seeing it was her mother, Linger quickly tried to take credit, saying, "Mother, Daddy, and Grandmaster didn't fight. Aren't I amazing?" Wu Yang snorted. "You've certainly gained quite a few benefits using your mother's name." Then, looking around and not seeing Li Yu, he asked, "Where's my master?" Long Chun said that Lu Xianyue had taken him to a guest room to rest. Wu Yan looked up at Long Chun and said that he had decided on his next destination. He had decided to go to Zhenfa sect. Upon hearing that he was going to Zhenfa sect, Long Chun frowned. It was unclear what he was thinking. Meanwhile, when Miaoyin returned to her resting place, she was startled to see Liu sitting there. Liu coldly asked her what the Divine Hall's purpose was.